Yo Welcome. Welcome to the University of Southern California's Institute of Armenian Studies. First, I'm calling them these out-of-the-box events. You know, when we started planning it, we didn't know where it would go. We're very happy it arrived where it arrived. We're very happy you're here. We hope you stay with us all day. We're going to do the un-Armenian thing and stay as strictly on schedule as humanly possible. We have a huge tech team working with us to keep us on schedule. We have an amazing group of guests from Armenia, from around the United States, wonderful musicians, including from France, and I hope you take the time to enjoy them all. There are two stages, this indoor stage, the outdoor stage is the music stage. Both of these are being live streamed and recorded, so what you missed today, you can watch at home tonight because you have nothing else to do. I am going to do two things right now. Introduce our first guest, introduce the host for this stage during the day, but first tell you in just one sentence why we're doing what we're doing. We do many, many things well, but we look backwards more often than we look forwards. This is an opportunity to say that we have incredibly bright minds in every possible sector that makes the 21st century important. And we want to use those brilliant young minds, cooperate with them, collaborate with them, learn from them, work with them in order to begin to ask the very difficult questions that we must ask if this nation and this state and this community are going to be the kind of places that we want to be affiliated with. For that reason, we're looking at innovation. We're looking at new ways of thinking. Our guests are going to be and will be talking about innovation, doing innovation. When you leave this hall sometime today to head to the music stage, please walk through the black tunnel. It's the tunnel of questions. On Twitter, hashtag Innovate Armenia. On Twitter, we want to spend the day, and not just the day, use this day as a starting point to ask questions. Nobody's pretending we have the answers, but we know very well that innovation starts by asking the right questions. So let's ask them. What is it we want from community? What is it we want from state? What do we understand by nation? What is it that we want for the future? How are we defining these? And these are big questions, so they need to be sliced. Please participate in the asking of the questions, and we as an institute, today, tomorrow, during the year, will do what we can to try to find the right people to work on the answers. Thank you very much. Thank you, Vahe Berberian, for being here with us today. Vahe is an artiste, not an artist, but an artiste. I don't know how else to describe this man who is a Renaissance man. and who asks the questions and sometimes comes up with answers that we're kind of afraid to say out loud, but he does them. And we've asked him to be here today and asked him to do whatever he wants to do. And when Vahe is done, Alex Sardar will take over this stage and will introduce Eric Nazarian, the filmmaker, not just a filmmaker, and all of the rest of the wonderful guests we have. During the day, Rafi Kirkorian, Lara Setragian, Alexis Ohanian, they're all here. We're not going to give you a chance to ask questions in this stage because of the time restrictions, but everybody is here for 7 hours. You've got 7 hours of asking questions. Knock yourselves out. Everybody is out there everywhere. Thank you again for coming. Vahe, the stage is yours. Do whatever you would like.
Hello. For the past month or so, I have been racking my brains. Is this, it has a feedback. It's working. Okay. I have been racking my brain, trying to put some of my concerns in the context of what can be done in order to rejuvenate our culture and inject some new blood into it. Instead of diagnosis, I want to put down some ideas and offer some food for thought, believing that we can all make a difference one way or another. So I want to share these ideas with you and see if it's possible to do something about it. My first concern is about the Armenian language. Every time the subject of the Armenian comes up, the question that accompanies is this: is the Armenian language a prerequisite to being, quote unquote, a good Armenian, conscientious Armenian? The question, by default, is completely absurd, because when we talk about the loss of the Armenian language, we should put it in the context of a national calamity and not a personal one. Yes, the language might not be essential on individual basis, but it's definitely crucial on national basis. We are at a point where we have completely given up on the Armenian language. We have come to believe that if you want to be heard, read, or seen, you have to create in English or any other language. Predicting the death of the Armenian language has become or is becoming a self-fulfilling prophecy. We keep on saying that the language is dying, but burying it while it is still alive is a criminal act. We bury it alive every time we choose to tell a bedtime story to our 3-year-old kid in a foreign language. We bury it alive when at 28 we speak 5 different languages and none of them is Armenian. We bury it alive every time we tell an Armenian writer, why don't you write in English? You'll have a bigger market. We bury it alive every time when, while speaking Armenian, we use a foreign language word instead of the existing perfect one, Armenian. The loss of the Armenian language is robbing us of something very crucial: the bond that ties Armenia and the Armenian communities all over the world. There was a time when the communities of Argentina, France, Beirut, Iran, and the US were united by a common language. A book published in Yerevan or a theater company based in Beirut could easily reach the rest of the communities. Ironically, today, with the age of internet and digital media, news travels faster than ever, but the cultural gap has become wider than ever. Language is forever gone, then the challenge is to create a new cultural adhesive that would unite the communities. Of course, one of the problems that the Armenian language is facing is the rift between the Eastern and the Western Armenian. Ironically, today, instead of Armenian, we find it easier to use English, French, or any other language to communicate with each other. The use of words and expressions taken from local languages, such as English in America, Arabic in the Middle East, Persian in Iran, French in France, Turkish in Turkey, and finally Russian in Armenia, has created a Tower of Babel, and the grammatical differences between the Eastern and Western dialects have made things even worse. I think it is time to form a national body of linguists and Armenologists and find a way to unite the language and save it from extinction. This can be easily done, especially if it's something like Académie Française, which was created in 1635, and until now, it serves as the official authority on usages, vocabulary, and grammar of the French language. Of course, so far, any such suggestion has encountered immediate opposition from all sides, with the argument that at this point it's too late to introduce any changes in this field. This, of course, is nonsense, because if Atatürk was able to change the entire Turkish alphabet from Arabic into Latin, then the alterations I'm talking about can be easily met. Another problem that needs to be addressed is the following. I'm sure many of you will agree that we should spend billions of dollars on arms and ammunition, tanks and fighter planes to defend our national borders. But if we do not invest in our culture, we will have nothing to defend. A nation with no identity has very little to contribute and will not live very long, because if you have no indigenous culture, you have nothing to preserve. Both in Armenia and within the entire diaspora, all over the world, there is not one single Armenian organization or body that helps Armenian artists or allocates funds for creative projects. Armenian artists, young and old, are left orphans, and yet they are expected to give back to their communities. How do we expect them to give back when they have not received anything to begin with? I think it is essential to have something like Armenian Endowment for the Arts that with a lot of funds for different cultural projects and encourage creativity on all fronts, such as publishing books, organizing exhibitions, supporting musical programs, and at least partially funding some movies. I believe that it is possible to form this kind of a fund by creating a corporate-like structure that can not only sustain itself, but generate a considerable income to allocate funds. If it is possible for individuals to succeed in these types of endeavors, then I think it should be possible for collectives to do the same. I have no doubt about it. In the realm of arts and culture, there is another issue that needs to be addressed, and it is the constant pressure of doing something related to the Armenian genocide. It seems that our obsession with the Armenian genocide, or rather the recognition of the Armenian genocide, has created this conviction that any creative work is trivial if it does not deal with a genocide. We cannot even fathom the fact that you can make a sweet little comedy with an Armenian theme and garner far more attention towards the Armenian cause than a multi-million-dollar production that deals with the genocide. Don't get me wrong, I'm not talking about the genocide on political fronts. I'm talking about the necessity of putting things in perspective and realizing that our history does not begin nor it ends with the genocide. Consider this: what my big fat Greek wedding did to the image and the morale of the Greek community is far more considerable than any multi-million-dollar film on, let's say, the fall of Constantinople or the massacres of Smyrna could have done in Hollywood. At this point, I firmly believe that in the process of revamping our culture, we should keep in mind that whatever we create, whatever we offer to the public, has to be intelligent and entertaining at the same time. No matter how incredibly important your message is, if it is boring, your audience will not be enlightened and it will not come back for more. Social media has had such an impact on the attention span of the public that our entire approach on corresponding with our community needs to be revolutionized. Keep things short, simple, entertaining, and amusing if you can. I'm sorry I wasn't able to do it today. But I promise to keep it short, at least. Another very important task that lies ahead of us is the creation of role models. We cannot expect to produce a new generation of conscientious, lucid-thinking Armenians when the kids have no role models to look up to. We have to compete with Superman, Spider-Man, Iron Man, Harry Potter, and so many cartoon characters that live in the imaginations of our children. Think about this. What Armenian character can your kid dress up for Halloween? In this sense, I think what artists can do is invaluable. They can inspire young people to feel proud of their cultural heritage, embrace it, and enhance it, which is the most important thing, enhancing it. Musicians, painters, writers, actors, and whatnot, who have made a name for themselves and have created a certain following, can do wonders to the Armenian morale. Think of the experience of hearing 15,000 teenagers scream at the top of their lungs as System of a Down plays Sardarabat. I remember in the 80s, I read an article that said how sad it was that 7 out of 10 role models in Canada were hockey players. It would be interesting to conduct a survey in schools to find out who our modern-day Armenian role models are. Another topic that needs our attention is the lack of updated, entertaining textbooks for schools. A few weeks ago, I was at a friend's home, and he showed me some of the Armenian language and history books his children were using for school. They were appallingly drab, boring, outdated, and unimaginative. It's impossible to instill love for the Armenian language and history in these kids when they are bored out of their minds. The problem of textbooks goes hand in hand with the problem of role models, and one of the essential things we need to consider here is the creation of comic books, cartoons, children's songs, and children's theater. While reconstructing our new identity, we have to make sure that there is a lot of room for levity. There is a heaviness that presses on our culture and taints our laughter, and I am sure that this heaviness has its deep-rooted reasons. History has not been very kind to us, and even though we have developed a rich, healthy sense of humor, we have not yet learned how to laugh without feeling guilty. As a nation, we have experienced a very serious post-traumatic stress disorder. The genocide has hurt us to the core, and 100 years is really not much as far as time to be cured goes. If we want to move forward, we have to get over the victim mentality that we have been enslaved to. Personally, I can very honestly say that my experience as an Armenian has only been a positive one. I have come to think of our people as my extended family, and wherever I have been, even in the remotest corners of the world, this extended family has never, ever let me down. In my hippie days, when I used to travel in communes, we had all kinds of nationalities amongst us. Sometimes I would meet a Dutch person and I would get all excited and would say, "We have 2 other Dutch guys in the group, you should meet them." And they would go, "Okay, so?" Only Armenians would get excited if they found out that there was another Armenian somewhere. You know? The experience is still the same everywhere, even though here in LA, because there are so many of us, finding another Armenian has lost its thrill, maybe. Personally, I still find it exciting when I approach a salesperson at Macy's and he or she says, "Parev." It's the little things that make it fun to be Armenian. I have a job at Raleigh Studios. I need to be there at 8:45. I am late, and there's no parking. The only parking spot is right next to the soundstage, but when I try to park, the guard goes. So I give up and I drive up and down the street, no parking. I come back 15 minutes later to the gate and I tell the guard, look, I can't find parking. I need to work. He shrugs. Then he sees the Armenian language newspaper lying on the passenger seat. Hayes, I nod. Kırna park ediyordu. I mean, come on, the support system that we as Armenians have is simply amazing. I believe that embracing your cultural heritage and identity only makes you a richer person and gives you a new dimension, not just as an artist, but as a human being. Being Armenian should not and does not require sacrifices. On the contrary, being Armenian is a fun thing, a hip thing, a sexy thing. Another important task that awaits us is developing our mythology. I use the word develop because we have a very rich mythology, from our gods to our Aruiz Mehers and historic figures like King Ardavast or Paransem. I mean, the story of Paransem alone, or Bab Takavor, is just, it puts Game of Thrones to shame, you know, really. It's so rich. But they have all been kept untouched for an entire century. Our narrative is our most important national wealth, and we hardly ever capitalize on it. It's the same with our mythology. Mythology is not something that you put in museums. Every time you retell it, it becomes richer, more colorful, and more timely. In order to revamp our culture and enrich our cultural identity, we need to change our entire perspective towards our culture. At this point, trying to simply preserve what we have is not enough. We need to be proactive about it and take it to new heights. In order to achieve that, we need to appreciate good art. Appreciate good art. I use the word appreciate because quite often we patronize our artists by using the word encourage. It is very unnerving when someone comes to me and says, I want to encourage you by buying your work, or I want to encourage you by showing up to your shows. Fuck you. You know? I don't need your encouragement. You either like it or you don't. Telling an artist, you know, we're encouraging you is just like giving handouts, you know? Also, as a public, we need to be we need to be far more demanding from our artists. Sometimes just because an artwork, a book, a play, or a movie has an Armenian theme, we feel that we have to encourage it. Okay. However, if the work is mediocre or bad, what we really are doing is blocking progress and encouraging the creation of more mediocre work. I want to wrap this up by stressing again that to give our existence a serious jolt, we need to adopt a positive attitude and a belief that every single step counts. I think deep down inside, we all know what needs to be done, or at least what each and every one of us can do to aerate, refresh, and rejuvenate our culture. The examples speak for themselves. Look at Birthright Armenia. They do a fantastic job. Look at Tumo, again. And look at hundreds of initiatives individuals have taken in Armenia. At this point, I hope you understand that there is nothing racist or nationalist in what I am talking about. Because I realize sometimes we're so self-conscious when it comes to Armenian, you know, we don't want to sound racist, we don't want to sound nationalistic. Okay, this is a matter of survival. When you are sick and you take medication or vitamins, or you go exercise to take care of your body, Imagine someone telling you, oh, you're so egotistical. As a nation, we need to be healthy. And in order to move forward, it is imperative that we see Armenia and Diaspora as the two legs of our nation. Without one, the nation will limp and fall. Thank you.
Thank you, Vahe. Thanks very much. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome. I'm very happy to be here with you today and to take the difficult job of introducing some of the brightest minds and best work that the Armenian community, Armenian world produces and does. Before we go on, let me introduce also a photographer, a photojournalist, whose pictures you're going to be seeing revolving on the screen throughout the day. Scout Tufankjian, who's here with us and who's the author of the Armenian Diaspora Project, right there. Scout has generously provided the photographs for this event, and some of you may actually be investors in her project. So if you are, go up to her and talk to her about it. Last time I was with, there we go. There is the first copy of the book. Last time Scout and I were together, we were eating chikufta and having vodka together in Yerevan, right? 3 plates of chikufta, right? So that was innovative enough. But today we're going to be seeing some of the results of her work on the screen. So thank you, Scout, for allowing us to do that. Our next guest is, there are many words I can use to introduce him. Filmmaker, journalist, photographer, but really what Eric Nazarian does is storytelling. He does storytelling in a way that transcends boundaries, cultural, intellectual, but most importantly, at least from a personal perspective, he transcends the boundaries of mind and heart. He draws you into his stories. So I'd like to invite Eric to draw us into his story now.
Good morning, Barry Luis Polorit. Thank you for everybody being here. I'm gonna try and not look too much at my home office here, but I just want to begin first and foremost. My deepest thanks to the Armenian Institute, to Salpi Ghazarian, to this incredible, overdue, necessary, fundamental Innovate Armenia that is something that Armenians have been doing for thousands of years. But now we've come to a place where we're creating this hub, this brain trust, this culture trust on this beautiful campus. So thank you, Salpijan. This is really a gift, and I'm very, very blessed to be here. One of the main reasons is also because I'm a diehard gung-ho Trojan for life, and this campus right here, it's so funny, you know, you try to tell stories. My whole life is trying to make images and braid narrative. And there's things that happen to me on the journey that I'm baffled by. 18 years ago, this is the building where I took my first screenwriting class, right upstairs. Mark Taper Hall of Humanities, second floor. And this campus is very, very dear to me. Some of the best years of my life. 2 years of insane 24/7 filmmaking, shooting, cinematography, editing, sound design, Andrei Tarkovsky, Parajanov, John Ford, Steven Spielberg. This campus was my home, and in this home, I was blessed with the time and the alchemy of some people who started out as friends, but who became my blood brothers and sisters for life. And to begin with, starting with my late beloved father, Haik Nazarian, who carried in him the stories of Charlie Chaplin from Tehran to Soviet Armenia to Russia to Moscow, Rome, Columbus, Ohio, Lake Charles, LA. Movies is my religion. I have no other. And this was the best place to study that religion. We were monks with cameras and tons of Marlboro lights and a lot of Starbucks coffee stained on the grounds right here. There's skeletons buried here. So on that note, I really want to welcome someone who is a family member to me, who's here with me today, who was so gracious to come with me. And that is my third grandfather, my cinematography professor, my cinema professor, a man who has been through there with me and my family through thick and thin. And that is my beloved Professor Woody Omens, ASC, who's here today. Woody encouraged me, and Woody was my role model, like my father, who every time I stepped into his classroom at the Harold Lloyd stage, just over the Stone's Toss that we just visited, it was like jumping into this incredible world cinema Disneyland. There were no borders. There was no boundaries. Your imagination was king. Your imagination was your monk. Your imagination was the only limit to freedom that you had. And the encouragement of an imagination in an academic institution is one of the fundamental things that was ever blessed to me by this man who, before I get into the most important lesson of many that Woody taught me over the years, I just kind of want to roll back to, preparing for this talk. And one of the key things as I was preparing for this talk was I'm like a neophyte Google researcher. So I was like, I love the origins of things, whether it's cinema, whether it's art, whether it's the mystery of human life, whatever it is. So I just Googled the word innovate and dictionary. What does it mean? And one dictionary describes it as to introduce something new, make changes in anything established. And the accent here that I love is on new and on changes. Then I said, all right, let me Google the history of innovation. And basically, when I hit enter, it took me to an article in the Atlantic that basically claimed that over the centuries, back in 1548 in England, King Edward VI issued a decree, a proclamation against those that doth innovate. The concept of innovation was a sin. You were not supposed to question. You were supposed to swallow what was given to you and shut up. That is how society and empires have run civilizations. So this issue was very heavily seated in the Latin word of innovatus, becoming, basically they would point at somebody and say, that's an innovator. And that person would be put on trial. 80 years after this decree by King Edward, a gentleman named Henry Burton, a Puritan who basically rebelled and started publishing and speaking out against the church and the state, basically was convicted of being an innovator. He was put into prison, but this is where fiction could never, this is all history. You can Google this man, you can research him on books, on treatises written by Canadian scholars. This guy's imprisonment wasn't enough. They chopped off 2 of his ears as eternal punishment. Henry Burton, fascinating. So basically, this was not the first time that a man sticking his neck out for new ideas was basically put to the knife. You start from Socrates, Galileo, Copernicus. 20th century is loaded with people that were killed for their ideas. And basically, from this 17th to 20th century, the world could not suppress the innovation of ideas, of technology, of art, of people, of mass migrations. And as a result of all this innovation, we ended up with the Industrial Revolution that started a revolution that I serve, the cause that I serve, which is cinema. And in the last decade of the 19th century, cinema was born out of an incredible journey of science, technology, photography, optics, etc., etc. 100 years later, at the end of the 20th century, the internet, one of the reasons why we're all here and know each other on Facebook when we're not talking on the phone, became the cinema of the end of the 20th century. So this phenomena really fascinates me. Even though Thomas Edison and Steve Jobs didn't get their ears lopped off and put into prison, they ultimately grew because of this unprecedented connection and evolution of technology and dreams and imagination, which then led to innovation. So what I'm going to do now is, back in film school, we used to watch a movie, and then we'd hear a lecture, hear a lecture, and then we'd watch a movie. But I kind of want to jump off the cliff, and hopefully I won't be distracting your attention. But basically, I want to start this clip, gentlemen, if possible, of something that I think everybody should take a look at. It's an incredibly rare look at something that is quite fascinating, that majority of us didn't know about when we were growing up in the diaspora, or even in Armenia, because this was lost to the winds of time. It was lost to technology. It was lost to the impermanence of film stock. And it's a very important thing to watch and to know, because it is about the first time in the history of cinema where the concept of an Armenian was introduced to a mass audience in North America, of which then traveled throughout the world in tatters and forms, ultimately being this faithful journey. And this film you're about to watch is the fragments. It's not the full thing. It is Ravished Armenia. It is clips of a film made in the silent, 1918 it was made, based upon the horrific tragedy and incredible story of survival of Aurora Mardiganyan, born Arsha Luis Mardiganyan in Chemesh Getzak in Kharpert. This woman who survived rape, sexual violence, displacement, the mass murder of her entire family, who wound up from Kharpert to Antranik's troops, to Georgia, to Petersburg, to Oslo, to New York, to Los Angeles, hoping that she would find her sole surviving brother. These images that you're watching sometimes choke me up, because it's the first time that the concept of an Armenian was introduced to the world as a destroyed, starving, displaced, ruined, bastardized nation. And this was the first impression of thousands of years of history that images gave to the era of Charlie Chaplin, of Mary Pickford, of Douglas Fairbanks, of the masters of cinema. This is what was equated to being an Armenian in an era where horror and victims became their day's celebrities. And tragically, the story of Aurora Mardiganyan is very unimaginable, because she died the year I graduated high school. And then a book by the wonderful Anthony Slide came out the first year I started USC here. And it caused a lot of reflection for me, because to me, this film became a double-edged sword. Why? Because it introduced the concept of what was happening to the Armenian genocide, what was happening to the Armenians. But it also used a horrifically destroyed human being to be exploited for monetary gain. And the double-edged sword of this film ultimately ended up in the psychological ruin of Aurora, who died in a Van Nuys apartment by herself, who was buried in an unmarked grave, who left this amazing legacy. And the Armenian community didn't do anything about it. The Armenian community didn't know. She was interviewed by J. Michael Agopian. She was interviewed and documented. But this woman is yet again, to me, another example of how go die, come back, then I'll love you. We have this crazy, I don't know if it's ingrained, I don't know if it's learned, I don't know where this comes from, but we absolutely love our dead. When Sergei Parajanov was alive, he was innovating, but he was imprisoned, he was ridiculed. Same thing with Diego Rivera, Frida Kahlo. So many wonderful iconoclasts, innovators, who were basically put to the sword or put to the cage. And what fascinates me is that this story here, the magnitude of this film and what it did to American pop culture is so powerful, because if you look at it, these people didn't have CNN.com where they could Google what's happening, like we can Google what's happening in Syria, with ISIS, with Armenia, in Artsakh, in the Balkans, in the Ukraine. These people had an imagination based upon the daily horror story that was coming out in the New York Times day to day. And what was that happening? That was creating an imagination. It was a du jour. It was chic. It was necessary. People were talking about it. So, hey, why not do a film about the Joan of Arc of Armenia? It'll make money. It'll feed the great white Christian savior hope to help the starving, bastardized, destroyed Christian race in the Fertile Crescent. And it will do just cause by raising money, which then helped tremendously the Near East Relief Foundation, who we owe an unimaginable and inexpressible degree of thanks for all that they did for our nation, all that they did for the Greeks, for the Syrians, from Aleppo to Gyumri. This film helped aid that. And during this process, it served two masters. It served the masters of exploitation, and it served the masters of humanitarian action through storytelling. And then, over time, as the fate of Armenians would have it, the story started to perish because the technology was impermanent. There was nothing permanent in silent movie stock. So it is a miracle that Mr. Kaloyan, rest in peace, was able to find these clips, edit them together. The music you're hearing is by Samuel Barber. It has nothing to do with the film. It was a part of his montage that I want to pay tribute to. But basically, they shot this in Death Valley. They shot Lake Van in Santa Monica. They shot Mount Baldy as Ararat, right here. Little do we know, 1 century later, the Armenian diaspora comes from there to here. How do you write that? How do you create that? How do you tell that? I mean, history is the greatest storyteller of all time. We are just minions. We just follow the lead. We hopefully do the justice to it. But in my research and discovering this film, I really realized an incredible sense of loss because I look at the history of what we've achieved. Mohan Govai was saying about, our history is not relegated to the genocide. The genocide is our biggest massive catastrophe. It is the cancer that eats us. But this is not the beginning or the end of our history. And just looking at the images of Greater Armenia, going from Greater Armenia to what we became in the 20th century as the Armenian question. What question? We're not a question mark, we're an exclamation point. How did we become a question, a plaything of empires, to do as they did, of men in suits who sit in rooms and carve out tables and maps? This was one of the reasons why the story was told, but it was, again, a double-edged sword. And to me, I see this massive potential. I work with the Golden Apricot Film Festival in Armenia that I love, that really is a portal. It is a United Nations of cinema in Yerevan for 7 days. I was blessed to make a film in Istanbul, making the first film to use the word genocide in Turkey, funded by Turkey and the European Union. And this odyssey I'm on is constantly trying to look for a second chance to destroy this first impression. And I feel like we all as artists, as innovators, as thinking people, as people with a dream and imagination, this community, the nation of Armenia, the diaspora, it is an utter shame that we do not have a Guggenheim Foundation on the West Coast or the East Coast, a Rockefeller, something that really encourages these amazing young artists, writers, poets, thinkers, philosophers, editors, with stipends and fellowships to transcend their narrative so that we do not end up being necrophiliacs in love with the dead and the chaos that's happened. Because the moment we put a camera in our hands as storytellers, sometimes I feel an urge, and I'm dealing with this now. I'm working on my brother Chris Bojalian's book, The Sandcastles, that I'm making into a film. God willing, we start shooting early next year. But there's this incredible insanity to constantly say, look what they did to us. And I've had to destroy that in my own complex and to try to find what it is that I'm seeking. And what it is I'm seeking goes back to my beloved Professor Woody's most important question that he taught me as a lesson. In film school, and I've been asking myself this question for 16 years since I graduated, regardless of history, regardless of cinema, regardless of art, everything that you can be learned. The most important thing that cannot be learned, that was a question that was posed to me by Woody, was the following. What is your time asking of you? What is your time asking of you? This was the question I asked when I went in search of Monty Melkonian in Artsakh. This was the question I asked when I went in search of Hrant Dink. This is the question I ask when I stare at old images of 1915 through 17 Aleppo, of these orphans that had walked in sunburned. What the hell am I doing? Why am I going to tell these stories? Why? Because there is catharsis in expression. And I think for 100 years we've been mourning the murder of our nation, starting on April 24th. All the writers and poets, all the names and the places and the faces, Siamanto, Grigor Zorab, Daniel Varujan, Gomitas. These people were innovators. They imagined, they wrote, they walked the earth. They were troubadours like Sayat Nova, like Parajanov. What happened? We have spent 100 years mourning the murder of our culture. How much have we spent investing in our culture? How much have we spent transcending that sense of victimization? Because to end, I will never forget, about 15, 16 years ago, my counselor one time, he said, "Where are you from?" "Right here." And I said, "I'm Armenian." He's like, "Oh yeah, the Armenians. Yeah, my mom always used to say, finish your food, the starving Armenians." Where did that come from? 16 years later, literally last year and a half ago, Haskell Wexler, the genius cinematographer of America, was here on campus screening America. And I asked him a question in public. I said, "Mr. Wexler, the first hour of your film is about what happened to the Armenians at the end of the 19th century. Like, how did you prepare for that? I mean, it was so raw, it's so authentic, the churches." And he just completely, lovingly ignored my question. He said, "Oh, the Armenians," he hugged me as I walked up to him, and he said, "Yeah, my mother always used to say, those starving Armenians." And so that was the history that had been relegated to. That is our history. That is what we must transcend now, because being an innovator means taking a hammer and smashing everything we've learned, taking our icons, our heroes, the Soroyans, the Varujans, the Parajanovs, using them as genuine fertilization to then jump off the cliff and possibly crash and burn. But if you do not dare to fail, we will get nowhere. So at the end of us, we want to be innovators, but also we don't want to get our ears cut off the way they cut Henry Burton's ears off. And the game has changed. Life has given it the full 360. And right now, I feel like these types of initiatives, these types of gatherings, it is up to each and every one of us to do our best work and to transcend what we've been given as a culture, what's been handed down to us, because we have a nation. We have something that at the end of the day is not replaceable, but it is losable. And we have to continue this tale, or else we will be in the same cycle of staleness, of indifference, and of sameness until the rest of time. But please ask yourself that question, what my beloved professor asked me, and what I go to bed every night asking myself. What is your time asking of you? And do it with passion. I'm not a lecturer, I'm not a mentor, but I am a dreamer, and I want to err on the side of dreaming out loud, and hopefully anything I've just said hopefully makes a shred of sense. Shach Norbalam.
Thank you, Eric. So, folks, today we're going to spend the day changing the narrative, right? The narrative of who Armenians are, what Armenians do, and where Armenians are going. It doesn't mean we're going to forget the narrative that we've had. It's not going to mean that we're not going to honor our history, but we're going to celebrate what is being done today to set the course for the next 100 years of our nation. For those of you who just joined us, thank you for being here today. We are going to see a few more pictures of Scout's collection of the Armenian Diaspora Project, after which my friend Alice Sayan, who I like to call an inspirator. The dictionary doesn't recognize that word, but that's what he does. He inspires. He's an inspirator. Will take the stage to introduce our tech guests and give you all his perspective on how we're changing the narrative of this nation. Thank you.
Online translation.
Yeah, we have
Online translation through CivilNet.
because in Armenia want to save CivilNet. We can do the Zangi translation.
So you're the telephone guy, right?
Yes.
Who's the telephone person?
We are.
Yeah.
We are.
So, where is that presentation going to be? At podium or in the middle of the thing?
Merdani din artgorunda ziyayne gıfır xınca Merdani din artgorunda ziyayne gıfır xınca Vayma beler Gödar oğiduna virer Vayma beler Gödar oğiduna virer Xabardar eyte girgınga Tozır sargi verur zınga Xabardar eyte girgınga Tozır sargi verur zınga Vayma beler Gödar oğiduna virer Vayma beler Gödar oğiduna virer Xamardanem sıfrin yanduk Arnemim yarmınnem sınduk Xamardanem sıfrin yanduk Arnemim yarmınnem sınduk Vayma beler Gödar oğiduna virer Vayma beler Gödar oğiduna virer Merdanenim tutmasa Arnemim yarmınnem mısın Merdanenim tutmasa Arnemim yarmınnem mısın Vayma beler Gödar oğiduna virer Vayma beler Gödar oğiduna virer
Good morning. Hello. Good morning. Come on in, come on up. All right, like to break up an Armenian gathering saying hello to each other is like an impossible thing. So, lovely people, sit down. All right. Huh? Tell Vahe to Vahe wrap up. Okay. All right. Thanks everyone for showing up bright and early at 11:15. That's bright and early for us. So I have the honor of talking about the technology industry in Armenia and how it's been evolving over the last 10 years. I can only say that it's accelerating, and as some of the companies that we're presenting here will impress you. All is not lost. There's a lot of amazing activity happening in Yerevan, happening in Silicon Valley, happening here in LA. And, all I can say is that this generation of entrepreneurs and techies knows it, brings it. They're building amazing companies. So we have 3 companies that are going to present. Two companies and an accelerator. The first one is Zangi. I want to ask Zangi to come up. They're challenging Skype and Viber and companies like that. So, Zangi.
I'll do this now. On. Hello, everybody. It's a great pleasure to be here. And thank you for inviting us. This is actually the first presentation of Zangi to general public. We have been hiding in Yerevan, in our offices, in our garages, and so on. And we have been trying to not to expose ourselves to the world until maybe this moment. There is one story I want to tell about me and Al trying first time Zangi. And he was driving over the coast. I was driving from Yerevan to my house. Next to it, he has built his small hotel. And it was live streaming. So the first time I was trying Zangi with his family on a van going. And after 30 minutes, I reached home. And we were still on and talking and so on and so on. I made some screenshots. And then I said, can you drive back up to the hill? I want to see whether orange is working in my place. It is like 100 meters up in the mountains. So I did drive, and it was working, came back, went home, and so on and so on. So, in Hollywood, do as Hollywoodians do, and we brought a small story about Zangi. It's a story about the new mobile video messenger. You have heard about messengers many times, of course, and you would say, Messenger, WhatsApp, all done. Messenger, voice, Skype, Viber, all done. Our story is different. We are bringing to the world a new mobile messenger, which we believe is born with an idea. We want to make communication live and accessible anywhere for anyone. And we are trying to establish a new standard for mobile communication because we believe what we are doing is something that the future,
It holds. It is the future. Mobile communication and ease of communication. And that's what we're going for.
We saw a huge opportunity. You would say, you guys, are you crazy? It's like billions of dollars and everyone is there. Facebook has put already 20 billion, Microsoft, and all together. But we saw this very specific niche that is there and it's empty. It's virgin. If you think, how much are you using video on mobile? It's not as much as you would use like voice or messaging. So, and every time you use, probably you would hesitate. It will break, it will not go through, your device is heating up, and it's very costly. So, we should be where people are interested in. So we went to a development. We did our best to create a reliable HD media transmission technology. And the result of our hard work and several years of 24/7, no Saturdays, no Sundays, Varam is a champion of this. He doesn't sleep. And came out with a very unique steam control protocol. We went through a different path. The world is one way, we went to the other way. We decided that we are going to challenge what others have been left to us. And for several years, we did our job, and we made it. Varam likes numbers, so I put it here. And probably you know HD 720p, which is TV HD.
Yes, TV HD standard. And we have also on mobile devices with Zangi.
And he likes also, and we all love, to compare it with Viber, Tango, and Skype. 480p. And you know how stable is it. By the way, who is using Zangi already?
Oh, great.
How do you like it? Good?
Good.
Excellent. So we are doing our best and more. And we are beating them also in several domains. So this small chart shows how are we performing with different networks, 2G, 3G, Wi-Fi, and in some domains we are 4 times ahead. So we are raising the bar of performance to a new level. And we hope that we will keep this going as long as we have the energy and your support. So excellence is what drives us. And we have technology that supports ultra-low bandwidth.
Can you go back to that graph and explain it, please?
Sure. Varam?
Yes. This graph shows the internet bandwidth usage in different modes, 2G, 3G, and Wi-Fi. Actually, these three applications, Skype, Viber, and Zangi, use HD audio codecs. So Zangi also use, but with Zangi, as Kagik described our special protocol, the name is Stream Control Protocol, it decreased the internet bandwidth usage, and so you can see it is our comparison, one of our comparison charts. Just we show, we have many. So bandwidth usage in the same quality is very low in Zangi.
Let's leave questions for a bit later. Yes.
We know that you will have many questions, so we will try to keep it short, and you may ask questions, I think, if Salpi allows us to go into. So we know that we are the very, very highly efficient, application using very carefully your battery and resources of your phone. And also, we care about security. So Zangi has a special architecture that is keeping all your data safe and secure. And we have several layers of security that are built into Zangi. So,
one comment.
Yeah.
Last days, if people use Zangi, we sent notification that Zangi under attacks, that we have many attacks, and nobody can hack Zangi. It is good test for Zangi and our security. So
We know that
Zangi
many
care
people are
about
trying to
and
understand
They
how we
already
function.
tested.
So our way is to build powerful yet simple mobile video communication solutions. And we are highly mobile centered. So all we did was start with mobile and continue with it. So all the companies that you know, they are kind of going from one place to another. Zangi is mobile.
So, Barriod, my name is Harry. I'm a student at MIT. When Gagik asked me to help out with Zangi, I was very excited because it is a great product. You can use it anywhere in any network at any time to talk to anyone. But besides the fact that it is based on very, very strong technology, as you saw on the graphs, consumes no internet virtually. It's very fast. In addition to that, the company has principles of staying true to simplicity and convenience of use. And so, in addition to the powerful engine, there are several features that make Zangi very, very easy and pleasant to use. Features such as the communication cloud, which is almost like an extension of your memory. Action wall, which keeps track and organizes your communication with people that you care about. Z-roaming is a feature that allows you to go to any country in the world and have roaming for free. So you don't have to worry about borders and costs. Talking to people that are close to you that you care about should not affect your wallet. Separate things. Also, unique features such as left-handed support for lefties. That's great. No one has that. When I heard about that, I was like, that's crazy.
Yes, no one other messenger has this maybe simple feature, but it is a unique feature. Only
Yeah,
Zangi.
and it all is based around simplicity and ease of use. In addition to that, there's a powerful platform in Zangi that allows for new features to be implemented and developed very easily. So whatever it is that we want to add to the app is very easy to implement. And
With these tools, we are making your time fusion. So we bring your past into present, we bring your future into present, take your past to future, and mix it all together. And help you keep it safe and retrieve it whenever you need it. And share it with whoever you want to.
so if you're hiking on Kilimanjaro or anything, you pull up your phone and call anyone with great video quality and see them, and that's what we're going for.
No, that's Argas.
That's
Yeah.
okay. Yeah. All right.
Next slide.
And where are we going with this? I mean, with this technology, we have a lot of momentum built up already. It took Skype several months to match the 480p resolution that we've achieved in a very short time. And this coming summer, we actually will develop a 1080p full HD definition for your iPad anywhere in the world. Is awesome.
We have built very special marketing tools that help us reach our customers, reach our users, retain them, help them or encourage them to use Zangi, and have very high engagement of our customers with us. So all these are very unique features to Zangi, and they are based on referral, which help us to gain very fast organic growth. And we have a special mining tool which help or give bonuses to our users to always stay with Zangi and benefit. Any minute you use with Zangi, you gain something. So we did our first test marketing, and it proved that we are on the right track. We know what we are doing, how we are doing, where we are doing, and the fact that in four weeks we were able to capture the first place in overall both Google and Android markets, app markets.
Proves that this technology
Works.
It works.
Sorry, we didn't know that.
Yeah, we were kind of short of time here.
That was a question. So our team is in streaming for 8 years already, and we are highly focused on what we are doing, motivated and with high spirit, going after the world. To be continued.
Thank you.
Zangi. So, are we going to run the video for Zangi? We are? Okay. Watch this video. Sound.
Distance shouldn't matter when getting in touch with your loved ones. We at Zongi believe in real communication in real time. Crystal clear voice and image with no interruptions or delays. It's that simple. Introducing Zongi, the only app that won't let you down no matter where you are. With Zongi, you can make free calls with sensational voice and video quality. Chat, share photos, videos, and more, regardless of your internet speed or provider. No matter if you're in your living room, riding your bike, or traveling in your car, Zongi works. So what are you doing? Let's Zongi.
Okay, moving right along. So one of the key things about startups is support. How do you get support? How do you get funding? How do you get sort of some mentorship? And Diran Yanikian is going to present Hive, which is exactly that, the support for the entrepreneurs. Diran.
Hello, testing. Thank you, Al, for the introduction. Hi, folks. My name is Diran Yanikian, and I'm a growth advisor at Hive. What is Hive? Well, we do three things. We fund good ideas. We provide mentorship to startups, and we love to nurture a technology community, a community of technologists, Armenians around the world. Oh. My slides? Okay. So we provide seed funding in hopes that you will hire programmers, developers, marketers in Armenia. The end result is pretty much nurturing job creation in Armenia. I'm about to play a video of our pitching round from last summer. Can you please play the video? Sorry for the technical difficulties.
You should use Zangi.
I know.
Welcome to Hive, the first Armenian. Welcome to Hive, the first Armenian startup incubator and network.
Greetings, everyone.
Hi, guys.
What do you perceive as your biggest challenge for growing your community?
There isn't an elegant solution just yet, so we decided to build that.
All right, great. So we'll jump right into it.
I think it's a great product.
Really have to get focused on initial landing strategy. That's going to be your challenge.
My name's Ian. This is our team. We're Discotheque, open table for nightlife. Great product. I downloaded it. It's really well done in terms of interface.
At Prodigy, we're trying to improve the entire experience of online shopping.
Who's going to do the hand-to-hand combat?
You have to focus on one market and you got to go deep. It's a very promising technology.
We're very excited.
Hello, good morning. We've built Athlete, the IMDb for sports. The site is a sports ecosystem for the diehard fan.
Can we see a demo?
Sure.
Having 3 sons, they really like this.
Thank you all so much. We're really excited about this initiative.
Help us get Hive buzzing.
Okay. So This is a screenshot of our website. What we did is we had launch parties all over the world: LA, San Francisco, New York, Boston, Yerevan. And what we did was we asked everyone to sign up on our website. We're creating a database of Armenian techies around the world, sort of like the LinkedIn for Armenian techies. And what is the end result? Say you're visiting San Francisco and you want to meet someone that works at Google, maybe have coffee with them. You go to our website, you type Google San Francisco, and it'll show you everyone that works there that's Armenian. Drop them a message, say hi. See, maybe you'll create new friendships. Next, this is something we just released. Now that we have over 1,000 members in our database, we want to visualize it. And we created a map with all the members. Okay, next, applying for funding. We have 3 levels of funding. One is $10,000 for micro investments in Armenia. Second is globally, if you're Armenian and you want to create a startup, we provide $35,000 and up. And what else we do is we provide you with mentors for the next 6 to 9 months. What these mentors do is they help you grow the company, they give you advice, and hopefully they help you get to the next level of funding. Say your company is growing and you need more funding. The third level is we give $100,000 to grow. We released a forum. I don't know about you, but I spent an hour a day on Hacker News. What I love about it is I post a question, I see what other people are doing, and it starts a dialogue. We want to create this same nurturing in our community, so we posted a forum. You could post any question you want. What if, besides questions, you can even post your pitch deck and ask other people to review it. Or if you're an expert yourself, just get on the forum and see what people are posting and start a dialogue. This is a page that we're very proud of, job creation. So say you're a startup in Palmdale, Lancaster, and you want a PHP developer, but they don't necessarily have to be in Palmdale. They could work remotely. You could post your job and get Armenians all over the world applying. Just to show the strength, we posted a social media manager job about a month ago, and we got 40 applications within 2 weeks. So join us to help nurture the Armenian technology startup industry in Armenia. Go to the website, sign up, be a member, and apply for funding. If you have any questions, I don't think I could ask here, but I'll be at the booth outside. Drop by. Let's talk. Thank you.
Thank you, Hive. So next up is a company that I'm very excited to present. It's Lion Sharp. Lilith is going to take us through it. They've been winning awards around the globe, and they've been presenting at TechCrunch and other places. And Lilith, take it away.
Hello. Okay. You guys are switching over some tech. I would like to thank you for being together with us tonight. I'm really excited. And I would like to thank the strong Armenian community who has been always helping startups and young people to grow and achieve things. We're one of those people. And I also would like to thank the University of Southern California and Center for Armenian Studies. Thanks, guys. It's like a really great opportunity. So what is Lion Sharp, in case if you don't know yet? My name is Lilith. I'm one of the co-founders of the company. We are a company which has been started locally in Armenia with a vision to grow and go global. We were 4 people who met in the center called Tumo. I think you've heard about that. We were really excited to start something that would be our own. We would, yeah, I need to turn on the presentation, right? So our product is their voice board. It is a software for the presentation tool. But when we started, we really didn't have an exact idea of what we want to do. We just had a lot of motivation and a lot of energy to build a business in Armenia, to grow things and really develop. We also knew that for creating really creative things and achieve stuff, we need to leave our comfort and go out of the comfort zone. We were desired to leave, the secure jobs that we have. and we decided to leave Tumo, gather together in Nigel's living room, start basically from zero, sitting on the sofas with only laptops on our hands, and then just start brainstorming how to make stuff happen from Armenia and go global. We also understood that for making that happen, it will require some moving and traveling around. So the first opportunity of moving and traveling around we got when we were looking for investment. So we were invited to go to Bulgaria, and maybe I would like to show it on a map. Open map. So we do voice control features where I can interactively show you our trip. We have been moving. We really just didn't have any funding to have business flights and stuff like that. So all that we have, it was a bus trip from Armenia all the way to Turkey and then all the way to Bulgaria. That's how Lion Sharp has been traveling in the very beginning. And in Bulgaria, we got accepted to the accelerator. So we took a challenge, we got the investment, and we really had from 3 to 6 months to prove everybody that we can build the product, that we can deliver the project, and we can make things happen. Close map. We have had a strong team over there. But also I would like to say that it hasn't been enough, a lot of comfort for entrepreneurs to build things. We had to work on the laptops, on the buses, on the airplanes, on the floors, and also we decided to share the same house. So there were 6 people, and I just would like to tell that, if you want to really know people with whom are you working with, try to live with them for a couple of months. That really helps. Another chance we got, we have been invited to the product pitches at different places. So we were making trips wherever we were invited to. We have been tripping to Berlin, to London, all the way to St. Petersburg to present our product. We got really good feedback. And the last trip was back to Yerevan. Our CEO, Nigel Sharp, has been invited to do a motivational speech in TEDx, which has been held in Tumo. That was the first event where we used our own software to do the presentation. And it has been a really successful event. People had been feedbacking us that it is like, guys, it works. We should make it happen. That event has been generated a lot of support, and we also got next round of funding, which has been really great achievement for us. But you know what next round of investment really means? It just means a lot more work. So we got a huge, long list of to-do things, and that list requires a strong and powerful team. So by that point, we started growing. There were more people joining us. So the founders of the company were 4 people. It was myself, Georg, our CTO. He's also from Armenia. I'm myself from Armenia. Nigel Sharp is from England, and Alessandro is from Italy. We always had the part of a team which is international. And we decided that we should keep that principle always, and we should have always at least 40% of the team international, because it just works so well. It is exciting for us to have different cultures, talk with each other, work with each other. And even in Armenia, I have noticed myself that the best projects done in Armenia were always the international ones. When local Armenians are working with people from Diaspora, we had experienced our own. It has been generating such an interest in success in projects. And within our team, we also had a story when Nigel went to Estonia to one of the startup events. He met an Estonian talented developer who was really interested in our project. So he never been to Armenia, and he never didn't even know where exactly it is. So we had invited him to come to Lion Sharp office and do the project for a couple of weeks, see how it works. And you know what? After 2 weeks of working in Lion Sharp in Armenia, he decided to stay there, and he's with us already for 8 months. So Armenia is a great place to create things, and where people can get together and enjoy lives and create stuff. We also opened up our office, which has been a great achievement for us. I ran the office right in Armenia. We opened it approximately a year ago. I can play video for you. Play video. Enjoy. This is is our team back in different countries and in Armenia. We do have a lot of interactive technology with gesture and voice control. So within that process of developing for 2 years, our team also had a motivation to be the whatever it takes team. Because, you know, we've heard somewhere that 90% of startups fail. So we really decided to do whatever we can to be in that 10%. One of our latest achievements has been the series of product launches around the world. We have been launched the product in the Next Web, in the Stage, in the TechCrunch Disrupt, in the Financial Innovate, and also we have been at the CES 2015. So this is really a great achievement for us. And apart from that, we started hearing from different people that, oh guys, I've heard about VoiceBoard somewhere, or like, oh, I've seen Lion Sharp, or like, oh, somebody told me about that. And really, the most inspiring thing for the team or for the founders of the company is to hear that we're starting being recognized, that we are able to go from Armenia on a global market. And that is probably the happiest thing for us that we have seen during the last 2 months. And finally, what is our product? All right. Yeah, these are all the cool logos. So VoiceBoard is really a tool for making interactive presentations. When you just want to, if you have, I'm sure a lot of people did PowerPoint presentations, so you all have interesting events or client meetings or any cases where you want to put up a good show and do an interactive presentation. So you would be able just to import your presentation into our software, and the coolest part is everything that you can add on top of it. So if you have, for example, maps that you want to show, like I did a couple of minutes ago, or if you have a website that you want to pull up, or you have documents or videos, you can do all of that with our software. And also, maybe if you're an architectural company or you are doing 3D printing, you would be able to pop up your 3D model right into our software and have a cool control, like in a mobile phone or with a ring, and give a really interactive presentation. Yep. Maybe I can show up one of our features. It will be open website. All right, it was the old slides. All right, never mind. It's okay, maybe the internet. So yes, I would like to thank you and just say that we right here presenting, we have a booth set up outside. We also have a couple of interesting devices to play with. So you're all welcome to check our website, download VoiceBoard because product is there. It is available for you to buy and try it out. It costs currently around $50 for 3 months. And I would like to invite you to see our booth, go to the website and download the product. Thank you.
Thank you, Lion Sharp. Thank you, Lion Sharp. It's people like Lilith and Nigel and people like that keeps drawing me back to Armenia. It's inspiring. There's a story being built in Armenia that is positive. They are creating massive companies. They are creating, I mean, there's been so many good stories recently. You know, Pixar raising $10 million from Sequoia, having 200 million downloads. There's another company that we can't announce that just recently raised $15 million at a really nice valuation. So there's a lot of stuff that's happening, and we're ignoring a lot of the negativity and just actually creating stuff. Next, I want to talk about 3 entrepreneurs that have, they're veteran entrepreneurs that have created amazing companies that you would know, companies that are, you know, selling millions, if not tens of millions of dollars of products. The first one, unfortunately, Alex Seropian could not be with us, but we have a video of him. Just a quick background on Alex Seropian. He's the creator of the game Halo. Those of you that, you know, have kids or maybe even your kids yourselves, you know, playing Halo. That company was acquired by Microsoft, and it's one of the most successful gaming startups ever. Next, he went on and created a company called Wide Load Games that Disney acquired, and he was the VP of Disney Gaming for a long time. And then his most recent project is a company called Industrial Toys, and they just released their game, and Roger's nodding his head yes that he's done some work on it too. It's called Midnight Star. Go download it. It's a free app on the App Store. We're going to watch the video, and then after that, I'm going to invite my friends Paolo Pirjanian and Zari Bagdasarian to come up, and we're going to have a panel discussion about startups, about Armenia, about Southern California, about Northern California, and hopefully it'll be interesting. Thanks.
When I started my first company, it was after my senior year of college. And I very distinctly remember having a conversation with my dad about what I should do when I graduated. And he gave me some very sound advice of go out, get into the workforce, get some experience, learn from people who've done things before. And then once I'm armed with all that knowledge, that would be a great time to go, take some risk and start a company, to which I started my company the very next day. I somehow think he was a master of reverse psychology. So, being an entrepreneur I didn't know much about it. I just was wired that way. I always have been. You have to kind of trust your gut, when you're getting out into the world and you have ideas about what you want to do, and sometimes you're unsure about it, or you look at what other people have done and you can't necessarily connect the dots from where you are to where you want to be. That's all fine. You have just trust your instincts and do what you feel is right. Sometimes that means taking risks. Sometimes it means not taking risks if you don't feel like that's the thing that you ought to be doing. And eventually you'll, like a lot of the lessons that I learned that have stuck with me and have really formed the way I think about things have been by trial and error. It's been by either I tried something and it worked, or I tried something and it didn't work, and I do things differently as a result. And that's a super important part of learning and navigating a career and navigating just the world. So I guess my advice would be to don't be afraid to try things and just trust. When I'm hiring or when I've reached out to people who I want to work with, the thing that I'm always most impressed by or seek out the most is just a sense of responsibility. My parents taught me not to sort of make excuses and to own my successes and failures and to learn from them and to always to try to do better, to do more than what might be expected. And those are the qualities that I seek out in others. And it just makes for, the team that we have here in Pasadena definitely operates that way. And then sometimes that can get in the way of achieving goals, because if you're trying to sort of overachieve all the time, you can get in the way of yourself of getting things done. So you need to apply a little sense of reality to that as well. But that's I definitely highly value that sense of responsibility in the people that I work with. I like to think I'm an entrepreneur, a game developer, a game designer, business person, all of those things. I suppose really what I am is just a very bad employee. I've always had ideas about things that I want to do. I've always been very independent, and I like to build things. I mean, even in my hobbies are building kind of hobbies. I love to cook. I build furniture. I do stuff like that. It's all about taking what I see around me and trying to reassemble it into something that I think is more interesting. I do come from a line of entrepreneurs. It's actually, I didn't realize this until I was older, that my grandparents are way way more interesting than me. My grandfather emigrated from Armenia to the U.S. in around 1915. My grandfather on my mother's side fled Nazi Germany in the 30s. Both of them were entrepreneurs. One had a leather factory producing leather goods, and another had a photo engraving business in New York City. And my dad, who had a more traditional career as a doctor, became an entrepreneur himself later in his career, as I think he got an interest for that. So I've always been around people who have been very independent, and that was very formative for me growing up, whether I knew it or not.
So, and I don't know if you noticed or not, but Alex has this amazing ability to move his lips and then his voice shows up. And it's, oftentimes in technology we say, it's magical. How did that happen? Well, you'll have to kind of go into technology to learn those things. You should use VoiceBoard, right? I want to invite my good friend Paolo Pirjanian, CTO of iRobot, up. I want to give a quick background on him. Paolo is a PhD in robotics from Aalborg University in Denmark. He's considered as one of the top roboticists in the world. He was a lecturer, or is still lecturing in artificial intelligence at USC. He did robotics research at JPL NASA. He was officially the first rocket scientist that I met. There are people like that. He's one. He has more than 40 US patents. He went on to become the first CTO and then CEO of a company called Evolution Robotics in Pasadena that was acquired by iRobot, and he's currently the CTO of iRobot. Paolo, if you can come up. Next, I want to introduce my friend Zare Bagdasarian, who's the founder CEO of Armorway. Zare was the co-founder of Monterey Networks that was sold to Cisco Systems, I think a decade ago, for about $500 million. Secondly, he is the deal committee member of Angel Capital Entrepreneurship Fund here in Los Angeles. He is the entrepreneur in residence at USC Stevens Center for Innovation. He's also with the USC Viterbi Garage and the USC Viterbi School of Engineering Advisory Board. He's also on the board of trustees of Ali Khanyan Armenian National Science Laboratory, and he's co-founder and CEO of Armorway. And one thing about Zare, he was the original investor in one of my companies. We had a 10-minute conversation, and as an entrepreneur, when you're out there pitching, you sweat a lot. And he came into the coffee shop. He goes, "Okay, what are you guys are doing?" And about in 10 minutes, he goes, "Okay, I'm in." And then that was it. And then he left. And I want to thank him personally for being a mover and shaker, a very quiet mover and shaker of a lot of entrepreneurs. And I want to invite him up. All right. So oftentimes we ask, how do you start companies? What inspires you to start companies? I think in the case of Paolo, it has been a deep understanding of science first, and then entrepreneurship second. I want to ask a couple of questions from Paolo. First of all, how did you decide to start get into entrepreneurship first, after having a, storied background in science and in academia?
I think I always had a curiosity for learning about business. I lived in Denmark most of my life, and I heard about all these startup companies like that Zare started and so on. And I was inspired by that. And always I was wondering, why are these people making so much more money than I am? That was one part of it. When I first came to the US and I was working at JPL, I got approached by a billionaire, Bill Gross, who wanted to start a robotics company. And actually, knowing robotics very well, I thought it's such a risky proposition to start a robotics company. He was being very naive about what it takes to start a robotics company. He was coming from a web sort of startup companies, and he thought you can do things that you do in a web domain. Time constants are months. In robotics are tens of years, right? So the more time I spent with him and his team that he wanted to start this company, the more convinced I was that they don't know what they want to do. And I thought, okay, it's an interesting opportunity to learn about business, and I did that. So I joined the company as a CTO, and sure enough, $40 million, and 6 years later, they were not going anywhere. And I decided to convince them to spin off the technology into a new startup, which I became the founder and CEO of, and then 4 years later, we took it to about $20-30 million in revenue and sold it to iRobot.
Thanks. Zara, same question. How did you decide to get into entrepreneurship?
I was working at HP back then, but HP was the Googles of these days. And worked many years. We did a product, which is still they use it. I was one of the key engineers, did HP OpenView, which was a networking software. And I was always want to do things faster than company would do. It was just bothering me. Decision would take longer. And after doing the product a couple times, the third time my boss came to me and goes, "Can you do the same product for a different computer?" I go, "That's the time to go to a new company. I don't want to do things over and over. I want to innovate. I want to build companies." And that's when I decided to go and start my venture in entrepreneur world, have successes and failures, and have fun.
Great, thanks. Paolo, what is the impact of robotics? And we hear about all these robotics companies coming up. We hear about drones. We hear about all these sort of semi-intelligent sort of devices and becoming more and more intelligent devices. What do you think the impact of robotics will be on society at large?
I think it's going to be very hard to imagine, but one thing is for sure, it's going to have a massive impact on everything we do, the way we live our lives, and the way the society operates. I think the impact of robotics is going to be bigger than most industries combined. As an example, one of my long-term visions for robotics is one of the most challenging social problems we have in most regions in the world, probably not in Armenia, thanks to our culture, but in most other regions in the world, the elderly population is growing very rapidly. We don't have enough people to take care of them. It's a fact. Robots are going to play a major role in doing that, in taking care of elderly, letting elderly live independently and with dignity on their own. We are already seeing impacts of that. I mean, my current company, iRobot, one of our major businesses is doing robotic floor care products, so robots that clean the floor, for instance, a very simple task. But yet, a lot of our population of our customers are elderly because they can't do it on their own. Maintenance of other tasks in the home. And other companies are working on medical devices like exoskeletons that allow elderly or people that have physical disabilities to be able to wear these, stand up, and walk. What Jesus did more than 2,000 ago is happening now, right?
We always have to have a Jesus comment, of course.
And I think it's going to be pervasive, right? We are beginning to see autonomous cars becoming real, and there's so much happening in the technology, and many people are talking about the singularity is here. I think that's a little bit of hype, but nonetheless, the advancement of technology just in the last 10 years that we have been part of is going to have a huge influence on our lives, on everyone's lives in the next 10 to 15 years to come.
Great, thank you. Zara, what does Armorway do? It's this secretive company that you started. Every time we go to coffee, you tell me that it does something, but you don't tell me enough, because he's always afraid I'm going to go do it myself.
Well, the Armorway has been secretive, and it is. We just actually did our press release last week that announced it for a reason. We are dealing with fundamental problem that you hear it every day on the news is security. Security from all over, from all the way physical security to the cyber security, to security in the neighborhood. So we basically what we do, we help using technology, machine learning, and big data analytics for security, personnel or computers understand and be proactive about their plans and be unpredictable. Because problem happens when adversaries predict your plans, they attack. So by our software allows them to, on real time, analyze the data and analyze what adversaries will do and be unpredictable. Has been secretive because of our customer. So,
How did Armorway start? How did you guys?
Yeah, Armorway was Armorway has started. Basically, the technology was funded by U.S. government, Department of Homeland Security, Department of Defense, and Army Research Lab at USC here, since 2006, 2007. So when that was when the government came to the researchers, say, help us solve the problem. We have a problem with security. And researchers they use fundamentals of the old fundamentals that we know, game theory, to basically model the adversaries and solve the problem for government. That was when I met the researchers in 2011, 2012, when they were all excited, passionate about what they did, and they had customers, but they wanted license it or they didn't know what to do. I looked at it, I go, wow, we can do a company and take this to everywhere. Not just government, it can apply to everywhere, and that's what we did. We started a company, and right now we're applying the technology with every single domain that security exists.
Can I make a comment
Absolutely.
about this? I haven't seen Zara for a few years now. Last time I met him, I was raising a last round of financing for Evolution Robotics, and I was getting his advice. And I just saw him today again, and he was talking to me about the new company and venture and so on, and I've not seen him be this excited since. So even though it's his many startups into it, when he was mainly focused as being a investor, I didn't see as much excitement as he. So I'm glad to see that. It's contagious.
Sometimes you see things that's too good not to let it go, right? You have to go and do it. That's what entrepreneurs do.
Right.
Yeah, one comment about Armenian entrepreneurs is that, I mean, all of us have either advised each other or connected people to each other or invested in each other's companies. And entrepreneurs belong to a particular class of people called the creative class. The creative class are basically artists, musicians, entrepreneurs, engineers, because it takes a lot of creativity to actually connect the dots or even come up with the dots. And that's one of the myth busters that Armenians don't like to work with each other. It's absolutely not true. As I said, Paolo, every other week, we have a conversation. He's advising me on my company now. Zare, we've had a bunch of conversations. And then also our view towards Armenia and Armenians around the world. We fundamentally believe in the network effect, and then also plugging in to wider networks, the Silicon Valley network. And it's not an exclusively Armenian thing. It's just entrepreneurs in general are very generous people. And that's an example of what Paolo just talked about. Paolo, there's always this talk about robots taking over and making humans obsolete. Most of us, we go park our cars. There's no attendant anymore, right? We just kind of put our credit card and what happened to those 100,000 people that were taking our money and giving us change? And there's all this talk about robotics kind of making a lot of jobs obsolete and the apocalypse and robots taking over. What do you think about that?
I think it's a very interesting debate, and we should have the debate. Actually, in the recent weeks, we have seen Elon Musk, Bill Gates, and Stephen Hawking talk about how dangerous AI and robotics can be. And you can talk about this from many different perspectives. Last night, I was actually thinking about this because I was watching the movie Transcendence, which is about that. And one of the thoughts occurred to me. I said, okay, what is the worst thing that can happen? Let's assume these guys are right, which I don't think they are. What is the worst thing that can happen? AI is going to take over and kill 1.5 million
AI
Armenians.
being artificial intelligence.
So AI is going to take over and kill 1.5 million Armenians for self-interest? Is that the worst thing that can happen? Don't we have bigger things to worry about? Because that's happening today, right? Are they going to drop a nuclear bomb on Hiroshima? Is that what we are worried about? I think we need to be worried about how we use the technology. AI and robotics are going to be yet another tool, as are nuclear technology and genetic manipulation and all these other things. There was always going to be, I think when we as scientists or entrepreneurs are building it, we are building it with the best intent possible, as we talked about the benefits of robotics on human life, right? But there's always going to be someone that would like to abuse it, and they will. It's the evil, as long as evil exists, they will abuse new technology. I think AI and robotics are absolutely going to transform the way we live. I would even contend that robotics may be the next step of evolution of the human being. We were talking about exoskeletons being an augmentation of people that can't walk, being able to move around. We are beginning to see artificial eyes and other senses and limbs for different tasks. So biology and technology are merging together is another perspective. And a third perspective is if Bill Gates and Elon Musk and Stephen Hawking are thinking that this is going to happen over the next 20 years or so, which is what they're talking about, I think they're extremely optimistic about how good we are as scientists, because we are way, way away from that day from happening.
I mean, Ray Kurzweil, who just has been a predictor of technologies and sort of what's going to come down, and he was the author of a book called Singularity is Near, I think almost 7-8 years ago. Recently, I was at the Singularity University, and he was talking, and it's amazing that 86% of his predictions have come true. Like, he's gone back and sort of predicted things as long as 30 years ago, and things have come true. And that's also his prediction. Are you contending that Ray Kurzweil doesn't know what he's talking about?
If I were a betting man, which I'm not, if it was my money I had to bet, they are talking about by 2040, AI and robotics is going to reach to a point where they can take over mankind. If I were a betting man, I would bet all of my net worth on that. It's not going to happen by that time frame. But the fact that at some point robotics and AI will advance to a level of superhuman intelligence, yes, it will happen. When? It's absolutely not going to happen in this century.
So we're all okay, guys. We're all okay. We're fine. Our grandkids, our great-grandkids, they're screwed, but we're okay. All is well. Zara, when you look at your 20-plus years of background and experience with regards to starting companies, and then, you came from Iran, and you kind of went to school here, and no, he didn't kind of go to school here, actually went to school. And got some great degrees, some great education. What do you think is the state of education, both in the States, and then also, because you're part of USC, you look at a lot of companies, educational background companies that come up, and then also you frequently go to Armenia, the state of education in Armenia, and some of the bright spots, Tumo, IB, and a bunch of other things that are happening. What do you think is education's role in this sort of brighter future that we're all trying to create?
I think one of the key things that I see it happening here in education role is it becomes more not, education has been one way most of the time from what we know. Teacher teaches, the students take a note, and they go home and they do projects and midterms, finals, exam. I think that model is changing. I can't tell you, it's changing in the US, that the classroom becomes more, call it a lab, or more interactive, more exchange. A lot now, there's some universities going in the direction that there are no lectures in the classroom. The lectures are over internet. The classrooms are for exchanging the problem and idea among teacher, among university, and also encouraging people to create new things. Not necessarily they have to memorize things and come and present it. And that automatically pushes them to entrepreneurship, toward innovation. Because if you look at it, most of the advances that we got is not, the education was great, but people went out and did things. They innovated and went beyond what they learned in school. School gives you only fundamental tools, if you will. You have to push it to the limit. And I see that happening a lot with very different thing in the US. I know that in the US, I don't know about Armenia, but here it comes from government funding, from private company funding, from getting individuals from outside involved. USC is doing that. I've been involved with USC 3, 4, 5 years. Many times I talk to students, talk to professors, they call me if there's all integrated, what I call it integrated teaching, not just one-way teaching. And a lot of faculties don't teach, basically they create with students. So I think that's the direction we're going, is old blackboard model and let me teach you, take the notes and come talk to me and give me exams is going away.
What do you think, Paul?
Well, I mean, actually, that's the kind of school I went to in Denmark, which is very interesting. Because we did have lectures, but actually the learning happened in the lab. Examples. I mean, the first year of school, we had to, it was analog electronics. We had to build a Wi-Fi amplifier, and it had to work. Otherwise, we wouldn't pass that year. Last year of school, I had to build a robot. I spent 24 hours, 7 in the lab, and barely made it work. And you learn a lot from that. And by the way, you learn also teamwork, right? You have to work with other people to make this happen, something that I would say I wasn't very good at in the beginning. I think it's a little bit genetic, potentially. But once you learn to work with other people, which is, in my entrepreneurial experiences, that's what it's all about. Technology is only this part, much of it. Working with people, inspiring investors to invest in your company, inspiring customers to buy your product. It's all about human dynamics.
So for the record, I went to a Catholic school. So I began life screwed. So just to make sure that you guys are awake when we're talking about here. I think so that brings us to this idea of community, right? Because startups I often say that startups it's not tennis, it's soccer. Like it's like, can you imagine like the defense doesn't, like some guy in the defense doesn't like the guy in the forward or the goalie and says, I'm not going to talk to you, right? I'm not going to communicate. So this whole thing with startups is around communication and community. And I've come up with this thing, and I'd like to hear your thoughts on this, that it really takes 5 C's to get success in a startup, and I'd like to kind of get you guys involved in this thing. One is like the whole idea of caring. Like you have to care about robotics to actually decide to do robotics, right? Secondly, you have to commit, right? Like this is not easy, right? You have to kind of stick with it for a while. So it's a longer time commitment to achieve whatever that you're trying to achieve. And then thirdly, is competence, right? As you fail a lot, you learn a lot. So failure is an option actually, because it's a part of learning. And then fourth thing is that creativity. Well, if you just do what people have done before you, then you're just kind of at that level. There's no innovation there. And then the fifth thing is really about the community, what you just talked about, teamwork. So as Armenians are sort of looking out into the future, and we're trying to create a new reality, really, both in Armenia and also in the globe, what are your thoughts along those lines of what can we do to accelerate, to kind of supercharge this movement? Paolo?
Well, I think you said a lot of what I agree with in terms of what entrepreneurship is about, which originally when I came out of academia, I thought it's a lot about IQ. And IQ definitely has a big part to play in it, but it has also a lot to do with EQ, emotional intelligence, first of all, and a lot with dealing with adversity. Because most startups, I think you all can attest to this, is that you come in with a plan and a goal and idea, this is what we're going to do, and that's rarely where you end up. And because the goal may not have been correct, it may not have been the right thing to do, competition and the environment changes. So the companies that are startups that are successful are the ones that learn the fastest and adapt the fastest they can in order to find a better goal that can be accomplished with the limited resources you have. So dealing with adversity is a daily activity, right? Every single day you come to work, and that's, by the way, what makes it exciting. Well, what nation in the world has dealt a lot with adversity, right? I think we are genetically actually wired to be able to do this well. The emotional intelligence part, dealing with each other and inspiring each other, working with each other as a team and so on, is something that I think a lot of us can work on and learn a lot from. So when I give advice to my son, Andre, who's sitting there and ignoring the panel discussion, I always tell him, I think the best thing he can do is follow his passion, because success follows passion. And life is going to be way too boring if you do spend majority of your time working on something that you don't have passion for. And then second thing is understand how to work with human psychology.
Sorry.
One of the, all of this is great points, but one of the key points also that I see in the startup is the can-do attitude. If you're open, and a lot of times if you get tied in that what your thoughts are, and you take away that can-do attitude, then you will not adapt, you won't be agile. And can-do attitude makes you to go do things, even something that you didn't plan to do. All of a sudden, surprise showed up. Something needs to get done next week is totally different. Is the team or the group startup, do they have that can-do attitude? Yes, we can do it. It doesn't matter what it takes. And that's a good thing, but of course with the measure. And I think that I've seen that a lot of in my limited dealing with some of the entrepreneurs in Armenia. They do have that can-do attitude, which is very, very positive. They can do everything and they can do it right. But in a perspective of the startup, that's very good. And I think that's what it takes that you really get the job done. I've seen people that they can do, they totally innovated something that they were not planning to do, and company became successful because of what they did. And same thing goes even today. We practice that in our company. We were all tied up with the major heavy governmental terrorist security. Someone came to us 2 weeks ago. Can you guys do something for a major event in Hollywood? Security. We go, it's 2 weeks. We have 2 weeks. We can't do it. And even now people work. It's just the can-do attitude really changes your perspective.
Great, thanks. So as you look, we have 7 minutes, which is an eternity, right? In football terms, like, you have 2 minute mark, whatever, 7 minutes, we have plenty of time. As you sort of look into the future with your own startups, what do you envision? What do you think iRobot will be in, let's say, 5 years from now? Minus whatever you can't share with us, right? I mean, you share that stuff with me, but not with the audience. It's a public company, you could go to jail. And then Zare, for you with Armorway, I mean, it's what you're dealing with is a lot of security stuff, potentially some privacy stuff, right? Some of the stuff that you're doing, or I think you're doing. So maybe Paolo, you can take this first.
Sure, I'll talk broadly about robotics. I think I've been in robotics all of my life. And when I was starting Evolution, the second version of Evolution Robotics, a lot of people and my friends or colleagues from academia were telling me this is hopeless, this is not going to work out, right? It's too complex of technologies you have to develop and so on. And now I'm seeing massive advancements and disruptions happening in robotics. So as an example, the first robot that I launched at Evolution Robotics is a robot that cleans the floors, and it has an indoor GPS type of capability, so the robot maps the environment and is able to cover the entire floor. It was pretty disruptive technology. What you're going to see coming out by companies such as iRobot this year is going to be robots that have cameras on them and actually build a 3D map of the environment. They understand pretty much everything that volumetrically is represented in the environment. They can even recognize objects in the environment, like even if, let's say, there was a Louis Vuitton bag on the table, it would recognize that. And eventually, this becomes a building block for next generation robots that become much more aware of the environment and being able to recognize things so that you can tell the robot, go grab me a beer. That's known as a killer app in the robotics.
That is a killer app.
Grab me a beer. The robot knows where it is. It knows where the fridge is. It goes, opens up the fridge, grabs it, and brings it. And we're working on manipulation technology, which is the missing link in robotics right now, is replicating this. Of course, replicating an arm, human-type arm, at a low enough cost that you can put it in people's home and it's safe enough that it doesn't threaten damaging anyone. So in the next 10 to 20 years, I think the world is going to change
So do you think the fact that robots will pick up our beer and bring our food would make the obesity epidemic massively epidemic now? Or would it have to move at all?
It depends on us. I think it'll give us more time to spend with each other so we can go hiking.
There you go. Sorry?
Well, in respect of security, where we see going, what we see back to what Paolo was saying, we're going to be seeing more and more what we call AI machine learning getting integrated into all the security operations that today it's not. And that's one of the fundamental problems. That people, one thing I have to tell you about being in there is no such a thing as 100% security. Whoever tells you there's 100% security does not exist, because there's always someone going to break it in. Question is, can you learn fast enough from what's happening and change your defense system, regardless of where you are, that they cannot predict what you're doing? And that takes the amount of information that you have to process, that you have to learn, have to remember over time, is massive. It's not something that up to now we have been trying to do, or they have tried to do with human beings, and it's becoming out of with management. So because adversaries are smart, right? They have access to the same data. They only have to break you once. You can be safe all year long. If they break you once, you're not good. So we see more and more that getting integrated. It already has been. I mean, we have integrated that in some of the major governmental operations, but we have seen more and more getting integrated into the everyday life. In one example is everybody has an alarm at home. Most people don't set the alarm, right? Because they want to go out and they say, oh, I don't want to set the alarm because I just do it when I'm going to a long trip. But most of the incident happens when it's during the day, when you're at work or you go shopping, because person watches when you leave home. So learning that when you're leaving home, when you're coming home, set the alarm accordingly, all that is part of, I mean, it's a simple thing. But before that, we are working right now integrating some of that into, which I can just the cyber and future networks. That's going to change. How we do computer networking today is all going to change. And that's one of the things that basically augmenting human being with the machine learning, not replacing, augmenting it. And that's also one of the research, a lot of research debate going on right now at the Pentagon and other areas, so we're working with them.
Great. Thank you. So 2 words, Innovate and Armenia. Mix it together and make your last comments to this audience. We have a minute, 30 seconds.
What's innovating in Armenia?
Yeah, those 2 words. Mix it up, and what do you think? Innovate and Armenia.
I said, go do it.
I would add to that, the can-do attitude I completely agree with, and I would add to that, all you need is what you have and a computer and connectivity to the network, and you can create things that have never been done before.
Well, great. Thank you so much. Please join me in a round of applause for Paolo. Thanks a lot. Sorry. Thanks a lot. I'm going to ask Alex to come up to introduce our next speaker. Thanks a lot, everybody.
Thank you. Thank you, Al. Thanks, everyone in the tech session. All right, as new friends are coming into the hall and we're getting set up for the next set of presentations, this is also innovative, you know, not to stay quiet during our presentation, right? So, Vahe Berberian earlier today mentioned, it is only Armenians who, as soon as they find another Armenian, will start jumping up and down and saying, "Oh, another Armenian, another Armenian." So, as we're changing the narrative, I want to give you make a confession of how not everything is changing. So a few weeks ago, I was at LAX in the security line, checking in for my flight to Afghanistan, and in a neighboring security line, I saw someone with a big voice board sign checking through security. And immediately I knew it was line sharp, voice board. I got excited. It's another Armenian, it's another Armenian. Except you're, in the security line, you can't jump up and down because then, other things might happen. So I couldn't figure out what to do. I really needed to run up to this guy and say, "I know you, I really like you, I've used your stuff." And he was gone before I could get to him. So I thought, you know what, I'm gonna get on Twitter. So I got on Twitter and started tweeting about, I just saw another Armenian voice board, line sharp. And I started getting all these tweets from other Armenians. "Oh yeah, we know them, they're Armenian. So it's not everything that's changing, and that's okay. We can use technology for these kinds of things as well. So that's the moral of the story from the tech session as we're moving into the social good session. And our next guest is probably the best manifestation, if I may, of the two worlds, the tech world and the social good world. An entrepreneur, an advocate, an author, a social good doer. These are just some of the things that Alexis Ohanian has done in, 32 years? 32 years. And Forbes magazine dubbed him the mayor of the internet. And I know he doesn't like that. He's said that publicly, that he doesn't think of himself as the mayor of the internet. But we'll take any mayors we can get. But if you've read his book and if you've heard him talk, I like to think of him as something else. I'd like to think of him as the guy who wants to make the world suck a little less. So here's Alexis.
It was very, very kind. Thank you, Alex. Good to see you again. Yeah, the world has changed, hasn't it? It's a good time to be creating online. And it's no surprise, actually, that we have some amazing Armenians who have done some amazing things in technology, because I'm going to make the case in the next 30 minutes that this whole new world of technology was built for us. It was built for our people. We are already optimized for this new world. All right, good news. So I guess we'll get to it. First, I'm usually known as someone who, I founded companies, one of which was Reddit. I don't know how many of you use Reddit by show of hands? Amazing. All right, great. Thank you. Upvotes for all of you. For those of you who don't know, this is what it looks like. I know we haven't updated the interface in 10 years, but it works. And it is this democratic news website for the World Wide Web. I started Reddit in 2005 as a kid fresh out of college at UVA with my good friend Steve Huffman. The two of us went up to Boston, started working on it. Literally two dudes in an apartment with computers. We raised a ton of VC money. We raised $82,000. We were thrilled because we knew we could live off that for like 2 years. We just graduated from college, right? We could live forever on that. And it represented an amazing time when we saw the very start of Web 2.0, but basically this internet revolution where a couple of people with laptops, not much money, could start businesses in their dorm rooms or in their apartments that within 5 years, within 10 years, could become billion-dollar companies. That's amazing. And Reddit's not even the biggest success story. But I'm back with the company. I rejoined about 3 months ago, and I'm back as executive chair in a full-time role. And I'm so excited because this thing that we created is a part of something much bigger now. And Reddit is one of the top 10 websites in the United States. A little over 170 million people come every month. Oh, thank you. I mean, we're still, I gotta tease Rafi about this because we're still trying to catch up to Twitter. But it shouldn't surprise you that you have all these Armenians working on these kinds of platforms. We're going to hear from my friend Lara Satrakian a little bit later. She's working on some amazing stuff. And what happens about the internet, what happens on the internet that makes us so, ready for it, is this world of access. It's the fact that I remember being a little kid. All right, so I was born on April 24th, okay? So even though I was born in New York, but I was raised in suburban Maryland, I knew one other Armenian living there. And it's all the Armenians I knew were basically my family. And we were very un-Armenian, so there weren't a lot of us. It was not the 100-person family. But I grew up from pretty much jump understanding and feeling this connection to being Armenian, mostly because of that day. But I didn't feel that connection every day in my suburban life. Like, it was just a typical white bread suburban community. I didn't participate. There wasn't an Armenian church. There wasn't opportunities for me to feel that. But I felt this strong connection. And what's so, I think, amazing about this technology is we now have potential to make these connections at scale, to feel more connected. If I'd grown up today, I can assure you I would have been feeling way more connected. In a world of YouTube, in a world of Twitter, in a world of Reddit, I could feel more connected. And what's great is we can use these platforms to tell our stories. Now, the Reddit AMA, the Ask Me Anything interview, has been done thousands of times now by celebrities like President of the United States and like my grandpa, who did this, who's here, and who did this last year. And I don't know, Grandpa, if you totally understood what was happening, because like we were crowdsourcing these questions, right? And we had hundreds of questions. This went on for a few hours, and I would just type. I would ask him questions, and he would just tell me the answers, and I would type them and try to do my best to keep up. And it was this fascinating thing, because tens of thousands of people from all over the world got a chance to ask questions, just like they would if it were the president or any other person who comes onto the platform. And the best ones got voted up. Those were the ones that we saw, and those were the ones that he answered. And it was amazing for me, because obviously this is a huge part of my identity, and I know how lucky I am to have been born where I was born, when I was born, and to have these opportunities because of the generations that endured and survived. And it was a way to share this now. I mean, hundreds of thousands of people have seen your interview, Grandpa. And it's not because you sat down on a major news network and got airtime. It's not because you were able to buy your way into people's homes. Like, the internet, it costs nothing. It was a platform for you or anyone to get up on and share their stories. And as Armenians, this is such a relevant thing for us, right? We are, you know, for 100 years now, we have been looking for sunlight. We've been looking for bringing the truth to the world. And one of the things the internet does so well, and particularly this generation, and I'm barely on the cusp of it, that has come up online, it seeks for authenticity, right? People ask me, how is it Reddit is the most trafficked media site, right? We have more people come to Reddit than CNN, the New York Times, doesn't matter what website. How is that possible? Like, it looks like Craigslist. And I know, we're working on that. But the reason is because people crave the authenticity, right? We can't even trust Brian Williams to tell us what happened on a damn helicopter, right? This is, I mean, for a generation that's come up online in particular, we have looked around and seen lots of institutions that have told us, don't worry, it's okay, we know what's best, right? We've seen it in finance, we've seen it certainly in student loans, we've seen it in elected officials. So many people who have been the authority figures, whether they're Brian Williams or anyone else, have told us, no, we know what's best. And so many times we have been so disappointed. And for this generation in particular that comes up online, we just want the authenticity. We'll strive for it, warts and all, because we would rather know the truth, even if it's not perfect, than to be told the polished, airbrushed, top-down version of the world. And that's why these platforms have done so well, and that's why I think we are going to be such an integral part of the next 100 years, because people with power who have historically used the limited ways for sharing knowledge have been able to use it to their advantage for a very long time. And they hate this new world, okay? They hate this world where people can democratically decide what is important and what is news and what is relevant and not wait for any permission to do so. They can just do it. And that's a great thing. It's a really unsettling thing for a lot of people in power. And that's why this transition has been pretty rocky, to say the least. But it's a reason why I think we in particular are in such an amazing place for this. Because for 100 years, we have sought sunlight. We have sought ways to shine the sunlight on facts, on reality that parts of the world still chooses to deny. But we now have the tools. We don't need a news network to broadcast something in the world. 20 years ago, you used to need to invest lots of money and have lots of access and now lots of power. But now any one of us with a smartphone is a reporter. Now that doesn't make us a journalist. And that's why, in particular, the Syria Deeply projects are so interesting to me. Because in an age of abundance with data, it becomes more important than ever to have people who are also involved with the vetting. Remember, we're seeking that authenticity. And as a generation, we're seeking that sunlight. And this is such a big deal because it's not even just about recognition, because we're going to get recognition. The fact is, we as a people, whether we're here or whether we are in Hayastan, are so well attuned to this. We seek this out. This is a part of our being. We want so deeply for the authentic, for the true to shine, for it to come through. And these platforms are open platforms, right? It means it can be filled with as much misinformation as truth. And believe me, it's frustrating, right? I get tweets from people all the time, like denying the Armenian genocide, just randomly harassing me, right? I'm okay with this. I'm not okay with this, but I'm okay with the fact that they can do this because I know they are wrong and crazy. And in a world with total sunlight, all of the reasonable people see the crazies. There's no conspiracy, there's no cover-up. No, it's just these people are wrong, and we can win with more data and with more sunlight. And so these platforms, right, all of this stuff, this software that we're building is, if you haven't bought in yet, software really is eating the world. It's a Mark Andreessen quote, and it's true. It's a part of every industry now. There is not a single industry, whether it's the things that are going to bring you a beer, or the things that are going to clean your home, or the medicine you receive, or the way that the crops are fertilized, software is invading every single industry. And so for the people who can speak it, for the people who are literate in this world of software, the people who can code, and look, I don't know if any of y'all are thinking of diving in, but please, you can change the world with this stuff. It is also one of the few skills that is freely accessible. So imagine, I could tell you, there's this incredibly valuable skill. It's freely accessible. All of the best people at it, my co-founder Steve, Mark Zuckerberg, name your top tier awesome developer, they all probably learn the same way, which is through Google searches and trial and error. Seriously, great developers don't have every function memorized. They're just really good at looking at like Stack Overflow and searching for solutions. That's the truth. It's not actually that hard. And it's this opportunity that is amazing, because let's go back in time, all right? Let's imagine world as we know it, sort of pre-Renaissance, all right? Literacy is not really a thing because no one's got books unless you could afford to have a few very expensive ones because some poor bloke is handwriting all of them, right? That was a time when ideas were extremely valuable and extremely scarce. And you remember, well, no one remembers when the Library of Alexandria burned down, but when it did, I'm told, it was a huge bummer because there was so much knowledge locked up in here that was gone. All right, every day, every one of us right now on our phones has more knowledge than 1,000 libraries of Alexandria, and we can access it faster than ever before. The president, there is 12-year-olds with smartphones now have access to more knowledge faster than the president of the United States did some 20-some years ago. Now, granted, that 12-year-old's probably using it for selfies or Snapchat, but that's okay. That's okay. But it also presents this amazing opportunity because we've seen what it can do. And in a time when knowledge was concentrated, the printing press changed the world, right? It spread knowledge. It democratized, to some extent, the access to knowledge, so long as you could afford a book and you could read it. Now, that's still a barrier, right? But there was a time, not long after the printing press starts rolling out, when there were a handful of people who were able to get the access, they were able to get the books, and were able to get the skills, the literacy, to make the most out of it. Now, this was mostly concentrated in like Western Europe, and the result of it was the Renaissance. And so much of Western civilization has come from that, right? So much amazing culture, so much amazing stuff. That was great. But that was still just a very, very small percentage of people who were lucky enough to have that access at that time. And it has spread. We're still working on democratizing that access, and we're still working on democratizing that knowledge. And, the new literacy is writing code. And so we're in a world right now, not too dissimilar from that, where we have some people who have the literacy to write code and change the world, whether it's build the next Twitter or the next Facebook or create the next online nonprofit, whatever it is, who are wielding this amazing power. They're like the modern day wizards. And I'm really happy that like Harry Potter is popular now because everyone totally wants to be a wizard, okay? This is the way to do it, to take what appears to be nothing, right? Just some ideas and a computer and turn it into something that can have a real impact. That's how all these things started. And so as I think about this, I'm trying so hard to get as many people as possible to want to be wizards, right? Be Hermione. And you can. The resources, as long as you've got the internet connection and the knowledge, are actually freely available. And granted, it helps to be in classrooms. It helps to find peers who are also working through it. You can hack all of that. But this is the skill. This is the new literacy. So I feel like we're at this new point when we have yet to see all of the fruits of this new world. And I want to get as many people creating in this world as possible. Because the future people are not, and we're seeing it already, they're not just passive consumers of things. Whether it's news or music or apps, they're also creators. Right? Because they can just as easily hear that song and think, that was cool, but let me put it into GarageBand and try to make it better. And then put that back online and see if I can actually make a better remix of it. They can play with that app and think, that was cool, but how can I make one that's better? This is the mindset when you're not just a passive consumer, but you're also a creator. And there's a whole generation right now that's thinking about it. So how do we get this further? And what are the opportunities for not just Armenians here in the States or in Canada and Europe, but also in Armenia? Now, we already are amazing at chess, okay? So a lot of that logic applies really, really well to programming and writing code, which is great. I, incidentally, am terrible at chess. But this is a start. And what is so interesting to me is that this really does have just a transformative power, all right? The example that I like always giving is that the 2005, actually let's go back in time. The wall comes down, Soviet Union falls, and here we are in the early 90s, and a bunch of countries are trying to figure out being autonomous and get out from under all of the just awfulness of being under the Soviet Union. There was one country, Estonia, that was able to invest a lot in IT and in technology and really, really wanted to double down. They already had a good base of engineering, right? The Soviet Union did a good job with that, but they didn't have the infrastructure, and so they invested in it heavily. So 15 years go by, roughly, and then it's 2005. Now in 2005, a little company called Skype was bought for $2.5 billion by eBay. Now Skype changed the world, right? Do you remember the world with long distance call? Like, remember, here's what's crazy. There are people, some in this room, who will never know what a long distance phone call is like, right? And the rest of us remember, like, get off the phone, get off. Or you do like the call. I remember making collect calls for my mom to pick me up, and I'd go to the payphone, make the collect call, and then just leave the message. So we wouldn't get charged for it. I'd just be like, I'm at the school, pick me up. Right? That was the world that we lived in. But all right. I'm just saving money. All right, so the opportunity here is that little country, coming out of decades of Soviet oppression, spent 15 years investing in the IT and the infrastructure, and they had a company created. Now I know there's some Scandinavians kind of running the company, but the people who actually built it, the people who created the value of Skype, the engineers, were almost all Estonian. And that $2.5 billion price tag is, that was like, we could even put that in today's dollars, but this is 2005, all right? So let's just keep it in perspective. In 2005, that same year that Skype sold for $2.5 billion, the entire country of Estonia, that represented 15% of their GDP. So like if you take the GDP of Estonia, that total number, 2.5 is 15% of it. So that's not to say like this is this panacea, but this is the power of software. And that even a country that suffered for decades under Soviet oppression was able to make these investments and have talent and the resources and a system to create something that not only changed the world, but created a ton of value. So when I think of Armenia today, I get so excited by all of the things that have happened in the last 10 years, but especially the last 5 years, right? We have so many centers, we have so many people pushing for this idea, for people to be writing code in Armenia, right? It's a landlocked, resource-poor country surrounded by a bunch of people who don't really always love us, right? This is an opportunity. This is the route, at least as I see it, for us, for all of us as Armenians, because when one of us succeeds, all of us succeed, right? And so what I see, and what I see that is so interesting is now we're continuing to push the wizards. We want more wizards creating software and creating things that hopefully will be worth billions of dollars one day, right? But we also have a generation of people who are creators, who are building on top of the platforms that these wizards are creating. I'm not saying everyone needs to write code. I'm saying everyone should at least be exposed to it and try. But for those who go another route, there are these tools that are being built where there's no textbook for them, right? There's no class you can take for Kickstarter, right? But there's a platform that someone built that a creative with a good idea, like Scout, can take advantage of and bring her art to a larger audience, right? Crowdfunding did not exist as we know it some 5 years ago. And today, millions of dollars are being funneled. There's more money just going into Kickstarter alone than the National Endowment for the Arts, right? Now, that's not to say we don't need the National Endowment for the Arts. We do need it. But these are just people who are saying, that is cool, here's $1. That's all I can afford. Or that's cool, here's $50, right? This is a new world. And I want as many people creating those tools as possible because that is where so much of the power is, right? Whether you want to create the business or create the nonprofit or create the whatever. But there's a whole other generation of people who should still be exposed to coding, but who should also, I think maybe even more importantly, be exposed to the tools that are being created. And unfortunately, like I said, I can't recommend a textbook for this because a lot of this stuff didn't even exist a few years ago. It's changing every week. And I know it feels like there's something new every 30 seconds. And if you feel that way, I'm sorry. I can't do anything about that. That is just innovation. But I have a good hunch, at least talking to my younger sisters and talking to teenagers now, it's normal speed, okay? So just take my word for it. I have a lot of faith in this particular generation, and I remember what it was like to have a dial-up internet connection, all right? And that was that changed my life, it really did. Because I went from being like a dorky 15-year-old to a dorky 15-year-old who could build websites that people all over the world could see. And no one saw it, there were probably 2 people who saw it, but it felt so empowering, right? And we can now do that for young people, right? A 12-year-old in Yerevan, if she's sitting in a computer writing an app or building software, it can be seen by people all over the world. She can get feedback, right? Even if it's an Instagram photo, she can get feedback and feel more connected to a broader world. And I know there's a slippery slope towards selfies and narcissism, but trust me, there is no better feeling for a young person to feel like something they are making can have impact. Because I remember sitting in class being like, why am I here? This is so stupid. When I'm at home, sitting behind my computer, I can build websites for nonprofits. This was my shtick. I'd build websites for nonprofits for free just because I wanted to feel great about this adult, not realizing they were talking to a 15-year-old who had skills that they didn't understand. Because I felt valuable, right? I felt like it didn't matter that in school I may have not been very significant, but online I had something that people really cared about. They didn't know that I was this dorky kid, but that's who I was. And that's what I want to imbue in as many people as possible, especially as many Armenians as possible. Because like I said, sunlight and truth and authenticity are things our people know very, very, very well. And in this new connected world, I know the best ideas can win. If we keep pushing them out and if we keep building the platforms for them to spread, I know they can win. And trust me, I get really heartened. I don't control any of the news on Reddit, right? This is very, very clear. It's totally just anyone's upvotes and downvotes. But every month or so, I'll see a post bubble up about something like the Armenian genocide. And I get so happy when I see all of the people upvoting, all of the comments saying how outrageous it is that the United States has not yet recognized it, and how absurd it is that we care about what some insignificant country thinks it's going to matter, right? And these are people I don't know, right? These are just random people all over the internet who are just upvoting a link or a comment that they agree with, but it feels real. It feels like there are lots of other people who share this sentiment, and all of a sudden I feel more connected. And so I remember what it was like growing up in the burbs, having the one, Brian Pishigian was the one other Armenian kid I knew growing up, and feeling disconnected, right? Feeling at the same time very connected. Trust me, every birthday was always a little tough. Feeling very connected, but at the same time very disconnected from my culture. And that's the reason why I left Reddit the first time. Was in 2010, I went to go volunteer with Kiva. And I lived in Yerevan for 4 months. I met a bunch of amazing people, some of whom are here. And I got to finally feel connected in a way that I hadn't really felt before. And I want that opportunity to be extended to as many people as possible. And it's exciting because a young Armenian today has no excuse like I did. Right? They have no excuse. If whether they're living in suburban Maryland or they're living in Glendale, they can feel connected to this network. And anywhere a couple of Armenians get together, it's another Armenia, right? And so this software has potential to connect us. And even the silly stuff, okay? Even I I got into LA a few days ago, and the second thing I did was I need food, I need sustenance, and I ordered a bunch of groceries for the house that I'm staying at, and I was able to. I'm in Los Feliz, and I popped up on I guess it was Instacart, and I was searching for food, and I found lavash, and it wasn't just like Joe's, like it wasn't like generic lavash company. This was like legit Armenian lavash, and I'm just like, man, I use Instacart regularly to just get groceries, delivered. I don't like going places. I'm so lazy. But here I was, just sitting here feeling connected, right? And just because this thing was accessible to me, and then it shows up, and I'm obviously eating my lavash and hummus, and I took a photo of it, and I just tweeted it out, like, hey, I'm in LA, it's official, like this is great. And to get responses from people all over the world, even silly replies and tweets, and it still felt a connectedness, a connection that I never felt before the internet. Because now even the silly stuff, right? Even the silly stuff finds a way to connect us as Armenians. And that's the hook, right? That's the wedge in. Because it shouldn't feel like work. It should feel like an extension of who we are as people. And when technology works really well, it doesn't feel like work, right? Even the most beautiful devices, we all have iPhones, we have all these beautiful Apple computers, whatever. They're still soulless robots, which may apparently enslave us one day, or maybe not. But that's why it's so important to be building software that feels human and feels like it's connecting. And so I guess the final thing that I just want to leave you all with is that, like I said at the very beginning, we as a people crave this authenticity, we crave this sunlight. We have a technology now that enables people, it lowers the barrier of entry like never before, right? If you wanted to change the world in the Industrial Revolution, you had to open a factory. In the Internet Revolution, you need to open a laptop. And that laptop can be anywhere. And those laptops, they're getting cheaper every day, right? This is an amazing time to be a creator, and I cannot understate that. And if I'm thinking, how will Armenia grow, the country? How will it continue to evolve economically? Technology has to be a big part of it. And seriously, Estonia did it. Come on, why can't we? Like, this is the opportunity, and this is the challenge. Because, look, there is something very, very special about this world that we've created, right? It is worldwide. It is the underground, the Armenian Empire, right? Anywhere you can go in the world, you're going to find an Armenian, anywhere. And they'll probably also tell you that we invented everything. Hummus, toma, wine. I even heard water once. I was like, really? And that's okay. Like I said, I want all those ideas out there, and like, the sunlight will disinfect, and okay, we're still waiting to see if Armenians invented water. Not sure about that one. But I love that. I love that. And that is the opportunity. Because there are plenty of places where people do not feel like they have a voice. Even here in this country. And technology is enabling them and empowering them. And I am, yes, very committed to recognizing the last, 100 years worth of history, but I'm just as committed, even probably more excited about our next 100 years. Because that is where all the opportunity is. And the good news is, all of this has prepared us, and like I said, put us in the best position possible. So if you believe me that software is eating the world, and this is changing things, and like I said, we got a lot of amazing chess players who have the logic part down pat. We need to take that same motivation, that same drive, that same talent to be creating in these ways, using software, and then enabling everyone to find ways to build on that software, because this is going to be how the rest of the world is created. This is going to be what determines the next front page of the internet. Or this is going to be the way that we learn deeply about the news that matters to us. This is going to be a way that we exchange messages with one another around the world. Like, these are the things that are being built right now. And look, I could not have predicted half of this stuff that has happened in the last 10 years in technology. Right? I couldn't have even seen how far Reddit has come. We've got 9,000 communities on the platform. If you're into corgis, or there's a couple Armenian communities, there's a Los Angeles community, there are forums for just about everything. I could not have predicted that. I hoped we would get there, but I certainly could not have predicted that. And so we also have to keep those open minds, because none of us has if you have a crystal ball, you should tell me. But none of us has this crystal ball. And so the best thing we can do is understand that we don't have any clue where this is headed. But we do know that there are fundamental tools here that will help us as a people be amazing all over the world. And entrust those tools to all of us and encourage one another to be creating and to be making and to be spreading these ideas, because this is going to be a century defined by that authenticity, by that search for truth and connection. And I know it may not feel that way when everyone's on the bus or the subway on their phones, but trust me, you can look at the photo from the early 1900s and see everyone doing the exact same thing with newspapers. Seriously, Google it, all right? It's not that we've become more antisocial, it's just sort of easier to see those distractions because we feel so connected all the time, because we feel that impulse to be like, oh, I wonder if someone liked my selfie. And I know it's so silly, but that is the same mechanism that makes me go, oh, hold on, what is this? April 24th, Armenian genocide, retweet. And that does matter. It's not activism in the pure sense, right? Those are the ones who, activists spend their lives fighting for something, campaigning for something. But it takes people to just agree, to learn, to see, and to do. And I know we as Armenians are going to have an amazing century because, like I said, we've been preparing for this our entire lives. So please get as many people as possible excited and interested and curious about technology, in writing code. Find ways to bring more access, I'm talking that's as basic as an internet connection, to as many people as possible. Because this is the new Library of Alexandria, and it's way bigger. And the best part is we can actually put books on it. Any one of us can. If we have a good idea, we can put it on the shelf, and it never runs out, and it's totally fireproof, which is really helpful. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks, Alexis. Just listening to him makes you feel energized. I live part-time in suburban Maryland right now, and I want to tell you, it's no easy task to raise a child in suburban Maryland who has a connection to his identity. So can I get a round of applause for the parents and grandparents of Alexis Ohanian? And if you get a chance, tilt your head and look back. This is what innovation means. This is how many people care about innovation today, right now in this hall. I don't know what's happening out there, those slackers with the music and stuff, but in here, we're doing serious business. So this is good stuff. Good stuff. Okay, so we're moving on to the social good section of our day. The first group that's going to come up to present is Tumo Center for Creative Technologies. And Tumo has a very special place in my heart, and let me share with you why. Tumo did what so many of us and so many organizations had not been able to do. They changed, when they opened their doors, they changed the image of a child in Armenia from one who needs food, needs clothing, to one who's armed with a computer and a sharp mind changing the world, right? They have completely revolutionized what children think they can do. And they have completely changed adult minds about what children can do in this world. And now they're taking their magic up to Gyumri. A couple of months ago, they ran with a Gyumri-based TV station, an old form of crowdfunding, a telethon, and raised initial seed funding for the Tumo Gyumri Center. And this spring, that center will be opening its doors. Here's the story of Tumo.
Do you know how? Hi, I'm Mary Lou Papazian. I'm the Managing Director of Tumo, and I'll be presenting Tumo now. Last month, my family and I celebrated our 10th year in Yerevan, Armenia. Yes. I remember someone telling me the first year you're going to move back to LA you will see you will not even last 1 year. We lasted 10 years, and we're going for the next 10 years. So, but I was lucky because I got involved in this amazing project called Tumo. For the ones that know Tumo, bear with me, but the ones that do not know, I invite everyone to, when they are in Armenia, to come and visit this space and to see what we're doing and how we're expanding. What is Tumo? Tumo is a place, it's a different learning environment. It's an after-school program for teenagers. I will not call them Armenian because we have non-Armenian teenagers also attending Tumo in Yerevan, and where they learn in 4 focus areas: animation, digital media, web design, and game development. And they get to choose their own path, their own interest, their own environment. It is a space where we're mixing it's a very unique curriculum. We mix 3 main things. One is a self-learning program, which is based on activities that we develop online. And when they sit in front of these workstations, they get to go through these exercises, and they get to choose workshops, and they get to choose their own path, and eventually they go into real life projects, and they participate in real projects. It's open to teenagers from 12 to 18-year-old. They can stay up to 20, 21. It's completely free. We have more than 6,000 students now actually in Yerevan, in our center in Yerevan. And it doesn't require any exam, anything. So everyone who comes there, they can attend. They get into the waiting list if there is a waiting list, and they can be part of the program. The ones that are really motivated, they get to go very fast, and they get to choose the specific workshops and the specific activities they want to excel in, and they get more and more resources that they can use. What are our goals? We have 2 main goals: to be able to give to all 100% of our members the opportunity to be part of this, to excel in the 21st century skills, to be able to develop their potential, and to be able to find themselves and be self-confident. But we also try to be a launching pad for 10% of our students to excel in the professions that we are offering, and to give them opportunities to be really ready for their professional work and growth. So we opened our doors in 2011, the summer 2011. This year we did our 3rd anniversary. We had almost 10,000 plus youth coming through the Tumo program. We have now active members, around 6,000 active members that come every week. So there is a 6,000 coming every week and being part of the program, and we follow their progress. And they come not only from Yerevan, but around Yerevan. I'll talk about the other areas or our other projects later on if I have time. What is our goal again in 2020? To reach at least 10% of the youth of Armenia, the entire Armenia. So in an environment like this, where there is a lot of transparency, there is a lot of demanding work, because it's not about playing there, it's about doing exercises, being part of workshops, a very rigorous curriculum, schedule, deadlines, and of course, comparing each other's work and seeing what the others are doing, how they're progressing. Results are presented to parents. They are in front of the media. So in an environment like that, we have noticed that all this is really affecting their mindset. And it's something irreversible. And I think that in a few years, we will see a new generation that will really be different in Armenia, very different in Armenia. Very positive, very outlooking, very prepared, knowing what they want, demanding their rights, and all that. Yes. Armenian and English. everything is in Armenian, and if you want, you can do the English version. What do schools provide in Armenia? Of course, like everywhere else, schools are there to give fundamental knowledge of subjects, math, physics, the ethics, and the whole atmosphere of a school. But what does Tumo do? It complements that. It is not in competition. In the contrary, it is there to complement everything that is missing and to give them an opportunity to be able to create their competitive portfolios. We do not give diplomas. We give them a website that is their portfolio, and they put their work there, and they are in charge of their portfolio throughout the time that they are at Tumo and afterwards, and that's their main diploma that is, and we call it living diploma because it lives with you and it grows with you and it becomes your image. So as I said, we have 4 focus areas: animation, web development, filmmaking, and game development. But we also have skills that complement these 4 focus areas that are programming, 3D design, drawing, writing skills, and photography, and everything that is needed for the basic 4 focus areas that I told you about. We have designed a very interesting interface where kids choose their path. So they're navigating through paths, they see their end goal, and they choose what they want to do, and they choose the time. They self-pace themselves. So if someone, there is no one identical to the other. Someone can do a lot of exercises, then jump to workshops, then do a project. Another can be like, we call them butterflies, they're trying everything. Some others are very specific into programming, they're very targeting what they want to do, and they know exactly where they're going, and they go through the curriculum, which is around 2 to 3 years, again, because it's self-paced. But it gives you an option of choosing what you really want. There is no obligation at all. You choose what you want, you do it, and you move on. So this interface are always color-coded with different ways to show where they are, what the others are doing. This is a little bit technical. And the learning phase, in the learning phase, as I said, there are activities, workshops, projects, and they jump. The activities are the self-learning process, and they are there to get them ready for the workshop. And the workshops are in levels: beginner, intermediate, advanced. And when you finish the advanced workshop, you go to project, and sometimes you go to final project, and as I said, real life projects. We also invite, beside our permanent staff, we invite industry professionals that they come volunteer to Armenia. They are we have had more than 100 professionals coming and devoting their time to teaching. These are not teachers. They are real professionals like Rafi Krikorian and others. Amazing. And sometimes they're not Armenians. You're going to ask me, what are they doing there? I really don't know. They come, they are in love with what we're doing, and they asked us to come back again. Like Arnab is a film director from India. He came for 3 weeks. He did an amazing workshop at Tumo this past year, and he's coming back next year. And one of the other projects that we're doing is really very close to my heart. It's preserving monuments, and we're partnering with SciArc from San Francisco. It's a nonprofit organization. What we do is we trained this past January, we trained our kids to use laser scanner, and they went and did entire Gerard. They were able to be trained to use the scanner and to do the entire 3D model of the monastery of Gerard. And we're hoping now that we are going to move on. We're fundraising for our scanner. We need to buy one scanner, which is around $50,000 or $60,000. And hopefully when we get it, because the first time we did it was the training, they brought their scanners and they took it back to the US. They brought it back here. So when we have our scanner, our own scanner, we're ready to go and document everything and keep the database in their servers and our servers, and plus beyond Armenia, to go beyond Armenia, to go to Ani and to go to Iran and be able to scan all those monuments. And the interesting thing is that it's not about the technology only. It's about when you're doing it, you're learning your history, you're close to what this monument is, you understand everything, every single detail, and it becomes part of your life and becomes part of your property. So that's very important for the new generation of Armenians in Armenia and from outside Armenia, if they want to join us in this initiative. So as I said, we're partnering with SciArc, and it has already started. A big group was trained, and it's nice that the trainer that came from the US said that it would be an understatement if I say how amazing were the students that were part of my group, and horrible understatement, he said. He used those words. And another initiative is the Tumo camp. During the summer, we welcome Armenians and non-Armenians from around the world to be part of this Tumo project, and I'm not going to say that they will get the whole thing. They will get a sense of what Tumo is. They will be part of the Tumo family. They will get some learning, and hopefully they will start having roots in Armenia. So the Tumo camp is on our website. You can go and check all the details there. It's during the month of July for 4 weeks, model weeks. You can take 1 to 4 weeks from 12 to 18-year-olds. And we're trying to see if we can convert it to an international technology camp, and where Armenians and non-Armenians from Armenia and not from Armenia can join and can go through this experience. I really loved the word innovate. They used the word innovate for this event, and they emphasizing the word innovate because in our minds it's very important, and especially to make Armenian innovation a world-class thing and to make it happen. And hopefully Tumo will be pushing the boundaries of learning and will make learning a very special thing in Armenia and beyond Armenia, and will be the ones that contributed to this innovation in the learning environment. Thank you. I still have 1 minute. Yeah, I think so. I still have 1 minute. I'm going to talk about very, very fast about our expansion. We're moving to Repat this spring. We're moving to Gyumri. We're renovating the old theater, and we're going to convert it to a Tumo plus a twist. That will have a theater twist. It's an amazing building, and we're hoping that it will be an amazing space also, not only for the Tumo students, but for the entire community in Gyumri and for the people of Gyumri. We might be moving to Lebanon and to Tbilisi, hopefully, and maybe one day to Moscow, and maybe one day to Los Angeles. I don't know. I remember Alexis was at Tumo, and we were not open yet. He came with his backpack one day, and he stood up in front of the building, and he said, "Wow, this is amazing." And the next thing I see, he was putting pictures of the interior on his blog and talking about it. And I said, it's happening. Now that he has it there, we have to open. Yes. And finally, whoever wants to come, whoever wants to be part of our workshops, you're all welcome. Please go to our website. You can be part of those professional workshop leaders. You can be part of our community, and you can be part of our supporters. Thank you.
Thank you, Mary Lou. All right, this next group is just a fun story. The Homeland Development Initiative Foundation, HDIF, is giving, I'm just waiting for the loud ones to leave. HDIF is giving rural women in Armenia, urban volunteers in Yerevan, far-flung Armenians around the world, hope and the ability to help themselves by helping someone else. I personally have seen how HDIF started. And let me tell you, I'm going to take just a few seconds longer to tell you how it started. It started on the back of a napkin with the founder of HDIF, Timothy Strait, an Ohioan, by way of Japan, Norway, the Balkans, to Armenia. Go figure that one out. Designing toys, designing little trinkets that he would like to see made. And then he started pairing up with, handicraft groups and individuals who were interested in looking at this stuff and making prototypes one by one. And from that effort, I would say about 5, 6 years ago, 7 years ago, has come the HDIF, a global phenomenon of products made by Armenian women, Armenian communities all over Armenia. They've created hundreds of jobs, and they've fundamentally changed how Armenians in Armenia and how Armenians outside of Armenia view their role in the development of our country, of our nation. Here's Timothy, my friend.
Is this thing? Yeah, it is working. Okay, I'm not feeling extremely insecure. I'm just gonna. She's from Sebastia, and is that gonna work? Am I gonna break things? Okay, we're done. Okay, Alex, a dear friend of mine, usually introduces me. You blew it. As Sir Timothy Strait. I am a knight. The whole story is a kid from Ohio moves out of the country. Fast forward, I'm asked by the government of Norway, after living in Norway for a few years, to go to a place called Armenia. Never heard of it, never been there, didn't know anything about it. I ended up there in September of 2000, and I've been there ever since. It's my home. And then the King of Norway comes along and says, thank you for your service to the crown. We'd like to knight you, and that happened in 2010. And that's how a little kid from a suburb of Cleveland, Ohio, gets to be a Norwegian knight. And Alexis, God bless you. And Tumo, IT is the future, IT is wonderful, IT is going to create thousands of jobs, and yes it is, and it's wonderful, and it's great, and I'm just the biggest cheerleader for everything all you guys are doing. That is a lot of young men in Yerevan doing that. That's a lot of young men in Yerevan doing that. What I do is the other side of the yin-yang. We are the yang to that yin, or whatever that is. Kofi Annan said once, and I love this quote, there is no more effective tool to development than empowering women. So the tech thing is great, and I want to see more women in tech. I really want to see more women in tech. But in the meantime, there's a heck of a lot. There's half the population of Armenia that is female above 35 and doesn't live in Yerevan. It's not half, it's a percentage. That's who we're aiming at. We're aiming at this. We want to create jobs for women in the regions of Armenia using traditional skills. Traditional skills. Nobody's going to build a car factory in Armenia anytime soon. Every woman over 35 or so in Armenia knows how to crochet and crochet well. They know how to knit. They know how to sew. They know how to embroider. Let's play to that strength. Let's design products using those skills that can be sold. Because when a woman has an income in Armenia, it gives her independence, it gives her pride, it gives her a sense of purpose, and that leads to a higher level of good governance in the villages of Armenia. If we can get more women in governance, in the government, if we can get more women mayors, if we can get more women into politics and leadership in the country, it's a great step ahead. There will be less domestic and sexual violence, which is a significant problem in Armenia. They will say no, or they will up and go. And families will stay together if there's an income there. So I really believe in aiming our project parallel to the IT sector at those women. 4 years ago, it was 4 years ago that I started this. I decided, at the recommendation of an American Peace Corps volunteer, to start this project. We started in Goris, down in the south. And what we try to do is it's the jobs, but it's community development, because women are going to build the communities. And so what we do is we have these products, and we sell these products, and they earn money, and then we go there and we say, okay, how would you like to organize a festival? And we do festival. We've done the Honey and Berry Festival in Shamshadin, that's our idea. The Voski Hask Festival in Vartanis, our idea. The Taraz Fest up in Arpeni last year, in Sarnakh this year, our idea. And the Sheep Shearing Festival, together with the Ideas Foundation, our idea. We do festivals. And those festivals, oh please, anybody, if you're in Armenia, come to our festivals. 6th of June, 11th of July, 12th of September. If you're during those periods, there's a festival for you to go to. We have projects in Goghovit. This one, the Aybu Ben. I have been accosted 37 times in Glendale already. I was accosted waiting for my luggage at the airport. Where'd you get the sweater? I'm from Zaytun. What's Zaytun like now? I haven't been there in 20 years. The lady in Bloomingdale's, these jeans, $194.50. I got them for $98.50 because I'm an Odar who speaks Armenian. Now, all these are gripping stories, individual stories. We've got in Goghovit, she's disabled, she can't walk. Manush is her name. She was born a twin. The sister died. Manush cannot walk. Because she cannot walk, and because she's a woman, she was not allowed to take the bus into Gyumri and get a higher education. She remained uneducated on the higher level, and so instead of being Manush, the disabled woman in Goghovit, she's now Manush, the woman who knits and employs her neighbors in Goghovit. That's what we do. In Spitak, earthquake zone, we have a group making bags. In Margohovit, the Ararat puzzle. Some of you know the wooden Ararat puzzle. We're sold out, by the way. I don't have any more. So if you want one, you can order one. Wooden puzzle. He is disabled, industrial accident 16 years ago. And I threw that design together, and he's been churning them out ever since. And he's going, I had nothing until you guys showed up and said, make me an Ararat puzzle. So, and that's thanks, by the way, to the Armenian Tree Project, who recommended we work with him. Deem Communications in Yerevan came to me and said, can you guys, we want a social corporate responsibility project. Do you have a project? I said, we have Samvel up in Margohovit. And then Green Bean said, can't you do that event at our place? So Green Bean, Deem Communication, and Armenian Tree Project get together to help us help a guy who's disabled make a puzzle that's making him an earning. That's a great story. Very quickly through some of the other projects. Koch Art School, 3 young women, dynamic, wonderful women, doing hand-painted bags on canvas and leather up in a village up in Koch, and do an art school every summer out in the forest up in Koch, up in North Tavush. Chin Chin. Does anybody know where Chin Chin even is? Somebody knows where Chinchin is. Chinchin is on the top of the hill outside of Baird, up in Shamshadin, up in Tavush, the Baird region of Tavush. Hasmik makes bedspreads and cushions there, knitted. Vartanis, we have our sewing project with our oven gloves, our pot holders, our aprons, our table mats, and everything. That's our most successful project in terms of the volume of sales. Great things with Ararat on them and Nur and everything, but they can do the Statue of Liberty, they can do the Eiffel Tower, they can do anything. It doesn't need to be Armenian, right? They're great sewing job. Stone project, I didn't bring any of those products. They're heavy, carved stone, using the Hachkar theme on candle holders and pencil boxes and things like that. Tallinn, the Tallinn dolls. This is a Tallinn doll. Who knows where she's from? No. Yeah, she was made in Tallinn. Where's the Taras from? Oh, come on. What kind of Armenians are you? She's from Sebastia. That's Sebastia. Sorry. Okay. Goris, all the little animals, 63 women. Our biggest project in terms of number of women working, 63 animals, 63 women. I go to Goris, she goes, I'm the giraffe lady. I'm the Muflon lady. Okay, good for you. And then we have a woodworking project there, also based on the sheep shearing festival. Oh, sheep shearing festival. Then we work in Kapan on a crochet project as well. And the Syrian refugees. We have started working with Syrian refugee women in Yerevan with Marash embroidery, traditional Marash embroidery, traditional Syrian silver work, and now we're doing beadwork also with a couple of the refugees. We've been asked by UNHCR and by UNICEF to employ those women, and we're trying to do it. I want to tell a little story. I'm running out of time very quickly. Do I have to stay to that? Yes. Jeez. Okay, crochet. I was at one of the largest gift fairs in Germany last week in Frankfurt, and I took one of the Kapan crochet, this is a Tallinn crochet, but a Kapan crochet product, and just put it on the table at the fair just to see if there was a reaction. And a woman came in from Holland, not Armenian, nothing to do with Armenian, nothing. And she said, that's the most excellent crochet work I've ever seen in my life. How much does that cost? And I told her the price of it's about $250, $275. She said, I get this stuff, and she pulled an airplane, a crocheted airplane out of her bag. This is from China at $225, and it's horrible. What you make is a little bit more expensive, but it's a lot better quality. I want to buy from you, and I want to buy in quantity. From Holland. So what I'm saying is, the tech people have their keyboards. We have our crochet hooks. So, very quickly, if anybody wants to talk to us about a cooperation, we need financial help. Of course, we do to do more of what we do, to reach more people, to do more stuff. We're good at what we do. We're really good at what we do, but we need some help to do it, to do a festival and to do our core funding. Thank you very much. I didn't fall through the... No, okay.
Thank you, Tim. Do you see why we love this guy? Sir Timothy Straight. Yes, I'm sorry. Yes. All right. We're on a roll. We're on a roll. The Paros Foundation. You know, Paros Foundation lives what Margaret Mead once declared. Never doubt that a small group of committed, thoughtful citizens can change the world. In fact, it's the only thing that has ever, right? Whether you're in the highlands of Armenia or in the valleys of California or somewhere else on the internet, Paros Foundation has figured out a way for you to connect to doing good in Armenia, to receiving good in Armenia, but also to become part of a movement that this year, right now, is going to honor our legacy the next 100 years by building 100 projects, by doing things 100 times over to show that we're Armenia strong. Peter.
Well, I'm not a sir. And that's a really tough act to follow because Tim and his crew do amazing work in Armenia to help these women in these rural settings to get on their feet. Our projects are a little different. We have started in 2006 with the idea that we can bring our communities together, bring the U.S. Diaspora and even some of the diaspora from around the world, along with the local Armenian community together to solve some fundamental problems that Armenia has. In the fall of 2011, we launched something called the Paros 100 for 100, Projects for Prosperity. The goal is simple. The goal was to give all of us in the diaspora an opportunity to commemorate the Armenian genocide in what we think is a positive way by doing a good deed in Armenia. And these, the areas are very general. We can pick something in a development aspect or in a cultural aspect or education or humanitarian. We've had the privilege of working with a major shoe supplier here to distribute 80,000 pairs of new shoes throughout Armenia's villages over the last couple of years. We've built what we think is Armenia's very first security wall to protect a kindergarten that we renovated, the kindergarten playground from Azeri sniper bullets. The projects vary tremendously. Some of the most fulfilling projects that we've implemented several times over are orphan excursions, where we're able to take a group of students from one of Armenia's orphanages and take them out with a group of volunteers and let them enjoy their day together for a few hours at one of Armenia's tourist sites or a place to visit. The foundation is very small. There's 2 of us here in the US, and there's 2 people in Armenia. But we have the ability to expand when we need it. If the project's a construction-based project, we're able to bring in our construction manager and hire a team of locals to create local employment and volunteers to create a sense of purpose and connecting in these areas. And that model has proved pretty successful. You know, we're a foundation. We do what a lot of foundations do. So what makes us different? There's really 3 things that we think sets our foundation a little apart and our approach a little apart from others. The first thing is that the chairman of our foundation, the person that I founded the foundation with, is a gentleman from San Francisco, Roger Strauch. He's non-Armenian. He's married to an Armenian, but he was a good Armenian before his wife. He traveled when he was very young to the Soviet Union and had a connection with the Physics Institute there. So Roger's idea was to set up this foundation so we can bring these communities together. To make that happen in a way that addresses this problem that we've had over the last 27 years of earthquake, independence, war, and the reliance on all of our dollars to keep Armenia and its people alive and moving forward, is that he underwrites all the administrative expenses with the foundation with his family. So any dollar that I'm able to secure with my team here goes exactly 100% to the project. So there's no administrative costs associated with any of the projects. That's number one. That helps go a long way to rebuild that connection that may be fatigued over the last couple of decades. The second thing is that every project that we implement has a local partner. We try to pull as many pieces of the puzzle together so that everybody can be very proud of the end result of the project. So whether it's the school principal, whether it's that Armenian from that village that went to Moscow and now helps on an annual basis, whether it's the governor's office, the Marzabet, whether it's the Kurabet, whether it's the parents of the kids that are benefiting from the ultimate program, we demand and we work together in a reasonable way to gather all those components together so that the end result of the project is something that we're all proud of. Furthermore, on the donor side of it here in the US, you can donate to a project and then you can visit it in the summer. And you can even visit it while it's in progress and work on that project and get your hands dirty. Every year we take groups of volunteers to Armenia, young people over the summer, to work for a month on a variety of service projects as a way to connect, again, that community. Because it's pretty clear that Armenia will have a tough time existing and growing without diaspora input, without the minds and the dollars and the efforts of our community. And it's pretty clear that our community won't exist without Armenia. So if we can work in our little way to do good deeds and help dot the I's and cross the T's in Armenia, while at the same time connecting these communities, we think that's a pretty successful model. I want to, the third thing is, really quickly, is as these projects are being implemented, we always keep our donors in the loop. So at any time, the question of what's happening with my project or where did all my money go is answered. You can visit our website, you can visit us outside and even see some of the work online. You'll understand that throughout the process, everybody's kept in the loop. We operate fully transparently, and that helps, again, build that confidence in the donor-donee and the two community relationships that are so important for us. I'd like to roll the video, if we could. This video is a short, couple-of-minute video that sort of puts all those components together, our volunteer groups, the donors, the local community, and you sort of get a sense of how we operate.
The Paros Foundation continued its work at the Hatzig Village School, building upon its 2013 successes in this village, which is home to more than 2,500 residents. The Hatzig municipality and school administration continued to support our efforts, contributing both financial and human resources.
With the generous support of donors and Service Armenia volunteers, 5 additional classrooms, the hallway, and 1 additional restroom were renovated this summer. This brings the total to 10 new classrooms and 3 new restrooms in the Hatzig Village School. The classrooms received new doors and windows, laminate and tile flooring, chalkboards, window blinds, electrical upgrades, and renovated desks. These projects are part of the Paros Foundation's 100 for 100 Projects for Prosperity.
Service Armenia participants spend 1 month conducting service work on a variety of projects and touring Armenia and Artsakh, all while developing lifelong friendships and having fun.
At least they know the words.
Thanks to the collective efforts of the Paros Foundation, its donors and staff, its Service Armenia 2014 participants, and more than 30 volunteers, we continue to dramatically improve the conditions at this school. The Paros Foundation underwrote all administrative expenses, allowing 100% of donor contributions to go directly to this project.
We are actively searching for donors to sponsor the completion of the final phase at the Hatzig School by sponsoring the renovation of its gym. To sponsor this important project or to learn more about participating in the Service Armenia 2015 program, please visit parosfoundation.org.
So in the 23 seconds I have remaining, I just want to do a commercial for Service Armenia. This is one of an excellent program that connects young people to Armenia in a way that a lot of programs don't. Of the 30 days they're in country, these students work at least 19 of the days. It's hot. The work is serious. The sense of self-fulfillment is amazing because we complete a piece of something. And this summer we'll be working in Armavir's Getashen village. We'll be working at Hatzig, continuing this. And then we'll be in Gyumri for a couple of days working at the Tebi Arach Children's Center. So if you have young people between the ages of 16 and 25 or so, please have them contact us. If you have questions, we're working outside until 5. Nadine, my colleague, is here someplace in the back. You can talk to both of us about the project and the programs. The message that I would leave you all with is keep on. You know, we've come a long way with Hayastan, and there's a lot more positive things we can do. It's really exciting to be here and to hear all these amazing ideas and all these amazing people working on this one thing to further this community, to further these issues and ideas. And thank you for all being here.
Thank you, Peter. So, to know where we're going, to know where we want to be in the next 100 years, we need to know where we've been. Except that's a little difficult when we're dealing with genocide, loss of memory, distorted narratives, and not knowing what really was. Enter Hushamadan. Hushamadan is an amazing project, and I have to be very honest with you, I've only now learned about Hushamadan, so I'm going to be learning as we go today, which essentially serves as a collective virtual scrapbook for Western Armenian communities, detailing the life, how life was in Western Armenian communities. Except there's one difference between a scrapbook, as it were, that the scraps that are being collected on Hushamadan are pieces of our collective identity, things that are liberating us from our past and are moving us forward. I'm very proud to introduce Vahe Tashjan from Hushamadan.
Thank you. Thank you. So my name is Vahe Tashjan. I'm the project director of Hushamadan. This is a project that started 4 years ago in Berlin. And our main purpose at that time was to know better how was life, Armenian life in the Ottoman Empire, what was the local histories in different regions, towns, cities, villages, inhabited by Armenians in the Ottoman Empire. For example, what was the life, Armenian life in Harpert or in Yozgat or Bardizak or Van. So that was our main purpose when we started this project. And I must say that there is normally few scholarly books or works concerning this subject, the life in the Ottoman Empire before 1915. So our aim was also to fill this gap and to know better the life of the Armenians before 1915. So first of all, that was an academic project. We started with this purpose. And our main primary sources were these old books written by Armenian survivors from 1920s onwards. These are Hushamadan genre of books or memory books, chroniclers, that the survivors had written about their own life in their own village or own town or own cities. And so these are our primary sources. And we selected internet because the subject is very vast, is enormous. There is Armenian populations during the Ottoman times dispersed all over the Ottoman Empire, not only in Armenian historical lands or Cilicia, but also in Western Anatolia, Western present-day Turkey, or in Arab provinces of the Ottoman Empire. So they were dispersed all over the Ottoman Empire, and our aim is to find the primary sources about each place, each locale, and to write specific subjects about the life, the history of the Ottoman Armenians in that particular places. For example, how was the festivals in Harpert, or how was or what was the schools in Marash, the food in Zeytun, and etc. And we give a very important place for visual materials in our project. So our texts or our histories are based, as I said, on primary sources, but we also try to find illustrations to illustrate our pages and to make them more attractive and more communicative. And for this purpose, we choose a website because through the website it is more easy to make a reality this kind of history, of local characteristics of each places, of each regions of the Ottoman Empire. And in my opinion, Hushamadan is also a good symbiosis or a good cooperation between, on the one side, historical research and on the other, art, because many of these photos that we use in our website are reworked by our team, by our artistic team, and sometimes there is few materials few visual materials about this kind of histories or this kind of stories about Armenian life in the Ottoman Empire. For example, the photos are very old sometimes, or if you want to describe the toys or in Harpert, there is no photos about it. So we should be very creative and create our own illustrations, drawings, staying, of course, authentic to that region, to the characteristic of that region. And being creative is also part of this project. And yeah, I can show an example for it. It's a short film where we describe, or it's about. We took an old photo from Harpert, and this old photo is from Zovk region, where every year there was festivities there, and we created a dialogue between two people using the local dialect, the local Harperti dialect, and can we see it now? So excuse me. The people who is talking that local dialect there he's also native from the United States, but he was grow up in the United States with his grandparents who were also Harperti. So and we have the chance to work with this person who know this dialect, which is now an extinguished language. So we tried to reconstruct that, and we will see the film now. Or just a part of the film.
Երեսդ օրի այդպես դնգերես հովագի մամով, դոն օրե, աստվծածն է, հլե դարդերդ մորցիր, քիչ մի ուրախացիր։
Վայ բաբու, աս անփարոյական կինը ամոթ չէ, կյանքիս մեջ ասքան սայվ ու սոյախը մեկտեղ հավաքված չիմ դեսնար։ Աստվծածն է, դի հավաքվին, հելբետ է, քեֆտեն են, ուզածնին, օրն երեխանալ գիտե, գերու խումն է, ջաջուխ, դոլմա, սարմա, թեգեկ, խեմա, շիշ կեբաբ, փիլավ, կուֆտա, հիսոտ, տոմատես, խուշա, բաստեղ, լեբլեբու, ռոջիկ։ Ինչը սես նդան հերուսները գիտեն, թող միայն ծրի նդան։ Եսերին սախ խոշակ։ Ետնայ թավի, իշխի, խեղկտան, կվրտան, ալամետ գիրլթի։ Գերվական համպերան։
Մեկը գսեյակ, այս տարվա աստվծածնին մեր հոպագիմին հեչ չի տեսնել։
Yeah, the time is running, so you can see the film. Thank you. The film is available on the website. It's www.hushamadan.org. So after 4 years of after the foundation of Hushamadan, there is still two surprising or unexpected outcome concerning our activities. One came from the United States, where the most biggest group of our visitors are from the United States, and they are not only visitors or readers of our website, and many of them became active participants of this reconstruction process of an heritage, of the Armenian heritage of the Ottoman Empire. So they sent us old photos from their own collections, family collections, or memoirs, unpublished memoirs. So Hushamadan became this open space where this link with families who still have in their family closet materials about this Armenian life in the Ottoman Empire. Beside this, the other surprise came from Turkey when our website became very popular. And the second biggest group of our visitors are from Turkey. And when I say Turkey, you should understand the provinces or the places, the Armenian inhabited places during the Ottoman Empire. So there is a hunger in Turkey now about this kind of topics, the life of the Armenians, that they never heard about it. And our website became a mean to understand better their own heritage or their own past during the Ottoman times. And I want to finish this 10 minutes lecture with another topic. It's about genocide. So as you say, you know, our website is about life before 1915. Genocide is not covered in our website. We don't study genocide. This is because we don't have the resources. It's another vast, enormous topic, the genocide and all the testimonies about genocide. And we don't have the resources to cover this huge topic. Instead, we concentrate on life before 1915. And when I said life, and I'm convinced that when we are able to present this life with all its intensity, with all its diversity, and with all its richness, then the horror of the genocide became more real, we can show all the absurdity of the genocide. And when I say absurdity, I understand that when a state perpetrates a genocide against a very dynamic member of its own state, a very dynamic group of its own state, and not only very dynamic, but in general against a part of a group which is part of its own state, then this genocide, this crime became at the end, it hurts the state itself. And this is the case, I think, in Turkey, because in all these places, or the most of these places that you see in the Ottoman Empire or the present-day Turkey, there is a vacuum, a cultural and demographic vacuum in Harpert, in Van, and many other regions in present-day Turkey. Thank you. Wow.
Thank you, Vahe. So, you know, there's a theme emerging. You know, Vahe will forgive me for calling him this, but you got to be a little crazy in this innovation business. You know, the hallmark of innovation are the crazies, and these crazies challenge convention, challenge what we know to be true, and push us to see a new reality. Those who launched the American University of Armenia were for sure crazy, okay? This was in the winters just after independence, when no one would even think about going to Armenia. And here's a small group of community leaders from the United States getting on an airplane, going over to Armenia to establish an entire university, a graduate university, okay? Not only are they establishing it in those times, they chose to establish the university in what was once the headquarters, the central headquarters of the Communist Party of Armenia. I mean, if you want to see crazy, this is crazy, okay? But that's not the innovation of AUA. That's not what they've done. What they've done is they've innovated Armenian society because they've given that country thousands more like them. Thousands more crazies come out of AUA, have come out of AUA, and hundreds more are coming out every year. And just this year, they've launched a whole new phase of that process by introducing undergraduate education at AUA. And it's so apropos that the person who's going to be representing AUA is a crazy herself. Arina Zorabian was crazy enough about 12 years ago, I think, 13 years ago, to pick up and go to Armenia for a summer internship, or actually a one-year internship, volunteer work with Birthright Armenia, or Armenian Volunteer Corps, and has kind of been staying there for the last 13 years. So here's Arina for AUA. I told you.
I always wondered why I fit in so well at AUA. I guess I just understood it's because I'm crazy and they're crazy too. Well, as Alex introduced me, my name is Arina Zorabian and I am the Director of Admissions. So I had heard that you were all planning on applying to AUA, which is why I'm here. No, I'm actually here to talk to you about the force of innovation that AUA is, and it is something that I'm truly proud to be part of. We're going to start off with a very short video. It's about 6 minutes, and then I will have about 2 or 3 minutes left to talk with you. So if the guys back there love me, they're going to turn that video on. They're not loving me so much right now. No? There we go.
Innovation is more than a transfer of knowledge and competence. It also requires imagination, exploration, and risk-taking.
The way we teach student teachers in our program is new for Armenia in many ways. For example, we try to emphasize 21st century skills, and that helps them develop their creative thinking, critical thinking. They become self-directed. And just to give you a few examples, we've had students who created courses to teach children English through arts and crafts, animation cartoons, or even English through dance. And then they pilot those courses in real classrooms with real kids. And we have 2 model programs for student teachers, one for preschool age children and the other one for school age children.
At AUA, we are deliberate in creating an environment that fosters a spirit of innovation, not only among our students, but also among our faculty and staff. This spirit of innovation is present in the way that we offer our graduate and undergraduate programs, in the faculty-student interactions, in a collaborative research that happens in our research centers.
From the first year of their studies, the students are involved in research projects that bring bold innovations to address health issues in Armenia and globally. They choose hot public health topics for their coursework, such as heart health, smoking in public places, innovative approaches to tuberculosis care, and others. Our graduates and students collaborate with faculty, and this incredible enthusiasm and teamwork leads to ideas that influence global health.
Masters of Public Health program is a unique competency-based learning program which provides its students with those necessary skills for a later problem solving in a real-life context. And these 2 years were really transformative for me. I came as a psychologist who works on individual level, and now I graduate as a professional who has new bold ideas and is ready to improve the public health.
Our environmental work at AUA aims to equip our students to become agents of change in their respective fields, be it business, engineering, IT, law. Our undergraduate students, for instance, can take a course called Environmental Projects. In this course, they have to identify an environmental issue that interests them, say water overuse, species conservation, or no carbon transport, and propose ideas that will improve the situation. So they have to come up with a practical solution in a span of a semester, design the solution, test it, evaluate their success and failure.
My graduate thesis topic at AUA was on aquaponics, a method of combining fish and vegetable farming without the use of soil. My thesis allowed me to apply my engineering and optimization knowledge to solutions that can have big environmental benefits. Today, I'm continuing to work in the same field in a private company. At AUA, everything seems possible. It's like things can improve, they can change, and you are the change.
The same spirit is infused in our environmental research and policy work, be it on human-wildlife conflict, conservation or restoration of ecosystems, green economy, or responsible mining. We make a point of including students in all of this work.
From the start, AUA's College of Science and Engineering has emphasized innovative thinking throughout its curriculum. This year, we're launching the Innovation and Technology Incubation Center, a nerve center on campus for all students to engage innovation and entrepreneurial activities. We're promoting interactions among a wide range of stakeholders, from mentors to entrepreneurs to innovators, all under one roof. In short, we're encouraging startup culture throughout Armenia.
Personally, for me, AUA has changed the way I see the world. Many of the courses in AUA gave me unique vision on how simple ideas can be developed into innovative products and bring those ideas to reality. Currently, I'm involved in two projects. One is design and development of the first Armenian mobile device, ARMTAB or ARMphone, which are manufactured here in Yerevan. The other project is innovative approach to optimization of public transportation in Armenia, which I started as a master thesis project here at AUA, and I hope this is just the beginning.
AUA played an important role in shaping my career. It is where I found my entrepreneurial skills, applied for my passion in software engineering. I started my career as software developer and then software architect in Legacy Europe. And now I'm co-founder of Pixar Photo Studio, top photo editing and drawing application, and global community of artists, and I'm proud to be part of it.
With the launch of our undergrad,
and now back to the PowerPoint presentation, please. By Armin. Okay. Oh. I always have to make things complicated with my PowerPoints and the videos. Okay, so do not pass this line. I will not pass that line. As you can see here, AUA has about 4 different categories that have really played an instrumental role in fostering innovation and leadership. I'm not going to talk about every single one. We don't have that much time. But I do want to go over a couple of them. So from the administration side, we take admissions, which is close to my heart. That's where I work. I've been working in the field of education in Armenia for 13 years. And at the university level, when you're applying to universities, you are a number. You are admitted based on an exam. You pass a certain score, you get in. You don't, you don't. AUA's innovated. It's something that we know a lot about here in the US. We innovated and brought holistic admissions to Armenia, where you are no longer just a test score. We look at everything from your extracurriculars and your volunteer activities to your grades, and something that we see is hopefully changing culture in Armenia and making students a lot more active. On the academic side, we are a university, and you met Earshot through the video. We're a university where the faculty is really promoting independence and working with the students to ensure that they are ready for the real world, they're collaborating, and they are just ready to move on. And the university this year, or last year, introduced the Center for Student Success. It's a first of a kind, not only in Armenia, but in the region. So again, innovation in this area where students are given the opportunity to succeed on campus, especially with the majority of applicants and students not necessarily having English language as their native language. It's a center that is ensuring that students can succeed and do succeed while they're on campus. And then we take the faculty, the people. We have 111 faculty. We have about 1,200 students. We have alumni that, as you saw, are serving as agents for change. And they're very active, not only as alumni, but also as students. They're engaging, they're starting student clubs called Writers on the Storm, not the Doors. And they are putting on plays and just really bringing a great sense of innovation onto our campus. And research. You met Alan Amirkhanyan, if you haven't met him already, through the video. But we have 9 different research centers at the university, and each student can be engaged and is engaged with these research centers where they're able to get a lot of experience, and they're also able to get a lot of interesting information. And with the Innovation and Tech Incubation Center that Aram Hajan spoke about, we anticipate that a lot more things, such as the ARM-Tab and PixArt, will be coming out of AUA as a true innovation for Armenia, force of innovation. If you're interested in learning more about AUA, I urge you to look at the website. We also are on Facebook, and now, thanks to Tamar, also on Instagram. I have put my email address here, Azarabian, because I know after this presentation, I'm out of time, everyone wants to apply to AUA. So come find us at the booth. We'll be happy to give you any information. We have some amazing projects, like a study abroad and summer programs. I'd be happy to discuss those with you. Thank you so much.
All right. Our last organization to present for this portion of the session is the Foundation for the Preservation of Wildlife and Cultural Assets of Armenia. FPWC is a hub of all things environmental. And talk about crazies. I mean, they've done campaigns over the last few years ranging from saving the Armenian mouflon, and look that up if you don't know what a mouflon is, to saving the Caucasian leopard, which is unique to our region, to the big kahuna of all of them, and that is the Khosrow Preserve, the National Forest. And FPWC has been at the forefront of leading many of these campaigns and advocacy efforts. They do work that focuses on educating Armenian society about environmental preservation, but they also push for greater transparency and greater, better decision making in Armenia as it relates to environmental protection. Ruben Khachatryan, who's here with us, is the director of the foundation. And what he's done, what the innovation element of FPWC is that they have introduced a new culture of collaboration in Armenia. If you know anything about the nonprofit sector in Armenia, organizations tend to work onto themselves. There isn't much push for cross-pollination or partnerships. And that's exactly the opposite of how this foundation has done their work and how they've succeeded. Ruben Khachatryan.
Thank you. Maybe we can start with a short movie that I remember all our projects because I'm forgetting always. There are so many. Can we start with a video? Yeah. Actually, this is done by our kids. Since 2006, we are opening Sunchild Eco Clubs in all regions of Armenia. And we are educating them filmmaking, journalism, computer skills, English classes, and afterwards they are doing their own movies about Armenian environmental problems. And these movies are all around the world, winning first prizes in all environmental festivals. And also participating in our festival, which is called Sunchild Environmental Festival, the only one in the whole South Caucasus region. These are small sketches of all our projects. Everything what we are doing now. Armenia is an amazing place for solar energy, but we don't use it properly. So I will tell you later on how we connect community development and nature conservation via solar panels and solar heating for their schools and kindergartens. These are trap cameras that we using for wildlife monitoring. We filmed ever the first leopard in Armenia as a video. I think many little people know that there is a leopard in Armenia. And this is flower gathering in Memorial Place on 24th April. And this is the Caucasus Wildlife Refuge, the only privately managed reserve in the Caucasus again. It's around 4,000 hectares. And we use again some innovative solutions for protecting our wildlife and also sheep from wolves and wolves from people. And we use some drones, again monitoring wildlife. Okay. Now the presentation, please. I think I will remember 10% what we do now, so it's enough for today. So it's a homegrown organization, because everybody always asking me where it comes, who are the donors, are you getting financing from abroad or diaspora? So I have to tell you there is zero money from diaspora, and it's all our ideas. I'm the founder of this foundation since 2002. We are working in the field covering environmental education, environmental issues, conservation, but also community development. So we start with the Caucasus Wildlife Refuge, that is the only and the first privately managed protected area in Armenia. It's around 4,000 hectares. This is a model which can be replicated in Armenia and in the whole South Caucasus region. Louder? Okay. So it's we are doing monitoring using innovative technologies like online cameras in the wildlife or GSM cameras, and sitting in the office we are getting all pictures of wildlife every day using these cameras, and we work with the private sector. It's one of our main successes in all our history, that we could manage to involve private sector in Armenia. They are like companies of telecommunication or banks or other companies who are willing to work with us. And it's very hard to have the idea and get money for your idea. So, but we managed during these years to get this funding, and we continue to develop our projects. And for example, for this project, we involve one of the main telecommunication company called Vivacell MTS. They support us with the coverage of antennas and giving us possibility of internet for monitoring. So we create Eco Lounge, this nice building there. It's 3 wagons and very beautiful Armenian architecture on above called Hazarashen. So it's a training center, but also lunch for scientists. We are inviting from all over the world scientists to make research on this area. It's a wonderful area. It's one of the important migratory corridors of wild species like leopard or lynx or bears or Armenian mouflon or bezoargot. So this project can also invite tourists who likes ecotourism, and we provide them place for staying. We provide our rangers to guide them, and also we work very close with community, organizing bed and breakfast. We are renovating their houses with the solar panels to have like warm water for free. We built toilets inside the house because, you know, in Armenia, in villages, they have toilets always outside, which maybe the tourists, they don't use to. And so we create all facilities to attract tourists to come to stay in the villages, in the also eco center. So this is win-win situation with the communities because we give something to community and we take something from community, but using for the conservation, also for the future generation of this community, because some communities they sell their land to get quick money, but it's not, you know, it's not very sustainable. So our solution is conservation, but with the profit for community. So, and developing ecotourism is one of the main powerful tools that you can really keep community going and make lots of attractions towards bringing tourists there. Sunchild Eco Tours, this is the company, belongs to our foundation. It's a social enterprise. So the all money, what we collect through the ecotourism comes to our projects. And so, as I told, we have many projects, and one of the main projects also, we took over the zoo, Yerevan Zoo, and I became a zoo director last 3 years. Yeah, this is another challenge. So what we want to do is actually to bring all our ideas to the zoo, because zoo, after I became a zoo director, the visitors raised from 90,000 to 300,000, and you can imagine. Thank you. And you can imagine our happiness that we can share the ideas and also give this environmental education to the public, because they are coming already to the zoo, and our main target is to transform the old zoo, 70 years old zoo, into the National Center of Conservation and Environmental Education. So this is about our staff. I think you can never find in Armenia the craziest staff that we have. We don't have Saturdays, Sundays. We don't have overtime payment. We don't have big salaries, but we are enthusiasts, and I'm happy that we are getting more and more diaspora Armenians who wants to work with us, and they are working with us already many years. So I'm encouraging you. And we have partners that I want to mention. It's a Worldland Trust. It's a UK-based organization. We have Ministry of Nature Protection, IUCN, which is globally very important organization, Viva Selemtez, as I mentioned, and US Embassy in Armenia. Thank you. So just to mention, it was like 10% of all our projects. Thank you.
Can you say multitasking for them? That's a lot. Thank you, Ruben. Our next speaker, Lara Setrakian, who's sitting in the corner here. If you know Lara, you know commitment and dedication. Commitment in getting the important stories that are happening right now, today, out to the rest of the world, and making sure that we learn, we understand, and not just pass by what is happening around the world. Lara worked for a number of legacy news outlets, primarily in the Middle East, reporting on some of the biggest stories of the last decade. I remember in 2009, Lara and I were on the phone a lot when things were happening in Iran. After that, when the Syrian conflict broke out, so did Lara. Lara decided that the way the news about Syria was being reported was not good enough, and that we needed to know what was happening in Syria in a totally, completely different way. And that's where the innovation came. That's called Syria Deeply. And Syria Deeply went into News Deeply, and then Ebola Deeply. And now she's leading, as the CEO and founder of News Deeply, a giant startup on the verge of making it big. So be prepared to be energized by Lara Satrakian.
Oh, boy. I'm so happy. I'm so happy. I love you guys. And that's easy to say to a room when you're related to half of the people in the room. But beyond that, I mean, I will bring the energy. Everyone knows I do, but I don't feel hyper right now. I just feel like I'm in love with us. There's a time for mourning, and there's a time for building. And we are clearly in the time of building. And I think about us a lot, in fact. And I'm going to give you the untold version of this story. You're going to get all the juicy secrets. Doing what I felt was right gave me more gifts than I ever could have imagined. And one of those gifts was a journey home. Because of what I did for Syria and the Arab Spring, I was invited to speak at a conference in Aintab, also known as Gaziantep, known to my family as home. So I broke through that personal wall of whether I'd ever see where we're really from. And now I go freely. You know, frozen exile. It unfroze for me. And I learned that normalization isn't just for diplomats. It's for us. So I got to go home again. And that's just one of the many things that happened for me. So whenever after I went on that trip, which I'm happy to share more about, it was pretty magical. Some great things happened. I went to the hammam, which is a 500-year-old hammam in Aintab, and my Turkish friend, my Turkish sister who showed me around, who was most certainly my neighbor, circa 100 years ago, her mother took me to the hammam, spoke not a word of English. I've never told this story in public. And she poured the water over my head, and she started scrubbing me with that olive oil soap like I was a kid, like a 7-year-old kid. So I got to be a kid in that hammam, where my grandparents and great-grandparents would have had their weekly washing. And when I was in that moment, I was so grateful and so moved it was all still there, whatever was there. I just wanted you to have that. I wanted everyone to have that. So much that when I went over to the next town to do my reporting, I just started crying to this wonderful Turkish man who's so kind and took me and was having me over for tea, and I just started crying, trying to understand why I'm crying. And I said, because I got to the other side of the river, and I want everyone to get there too. I don't want us to be sad anymore. And I don't want us to be afraid anymore. And most of all, I don't want our women to do less than they can anymore. I don't know what it was like 100 years ago. I do know that Aintab was known for two things: strong women and spicy food. And when I was there, I asked them, are those two things connected? And they said, of course. So we were something once, and we've been something lately. And I want to be who we are again. So before I jump in and tell you what I did in media and what I'm doing now and all the technology, I just want to say, we should never be less than we can be ever again. For all the women who saw their dreams shortened, who didn't get to go to the medical school of their choice or didn't get to do what they wanted to do. We should be letting our girls fly. We should be sewing their wings on and letting them fly. And part of the reason I won't stop is because so many Armenian women had to. So with that, I will give you the story of what got me here. Is Cecil Kachishan here? She's one of the most important women in my life. She's the woman who wrote me every birthday card. So did Auntie Grace. She's also here too. This is tough. This is a tough one. But someone for me like Cecil Kachishan is the woman who represents everything we can be and should be. So this is for you. So funny thing, right? So like 3-4 years ago, I used to be a girl on TV. And now I have a website. And that actual sentence came out of my mother's mouth as, you were on TV and you left it for a website. And I didn't even imitate her accent here because it's moot in this crowd. So, but when I left TV, I felt bad. I was like, am I letting Armenians down? Like, I used to be another Armenian on TV. Are they just a letdown, right? Kind of a letdown. So I'm kind of amazed that you're having me here to talk because I thought I was kind of over. And actually, that was another big part of the story, is that I kind of decided that doing what I wanted to do was the most important, doing what I felt was right was more important than the airtime, which is really hard when you're on TV because all that matters is your airtime. So I kind of said to myself, it's all right if I'm a nobody, so to speak, right? Like, if you're on TV, you're somebody because you're on TV, but all right, okay, fine. If I end up a nobody, but I do the thing that I think I must do, that's fine. And it kind of made me more of a somebody, which is ridiculous. So here was me back then, Middle East correspondent for ABC News and Bloomberg Television. It was my dream job. I was living in Dubai, covering the Arab world and Iran. The original assignment was when I was 25 years old. I had been working so hard, so long at ABC in New York that they said, hey, there's this job reporting on Tehran, Iran. Go, here's a camera, here's a backpack, we're going to send you to Iran. So that's great, I'm so excited. I was so excited to see that country. And I mean, lots of things to share from there that I can't possibly describe now. I got to see Isfahan, I got to see the church, all that great stuff. And first my parents freaked out and they said, if 60,000 Armenians can do it, I guess you can do it too. So there's another upshot. So I was doing all that, all this interesting work, and then came the Arab Spring. This is a Twitter timeline of how that unfolded. Because I had been consistent, I had really focused on the Middle East, and I was 25, I went over it in 2007, I got to know my generation. So funny thing is, if you were listening, none of this came as a surprise. Okay, Tunisia was kind of a surprise. But by the time you got to January 25th, and the revolution was going in Tahrir Square, these are all the Twitter handles that as they rose. And all of the pictures here were from an Instagram feed of an Egyptian photojournalist, who I later found out is half Armenian. And I tried to convince him that we're kind of into the photography thing, and he thought I was just, jumping on him. But no, it was real. So Egypt happened. But the people I knew told me it was going to happen. They said, if you think Tunisia was big, just wait till you see January 25th. So if you were listening carefully, it wasn't a surprise. And that's what it means to be a foreign correspondent. You're supposed to be the eyes and ears. Then came February 14th in Bahrain. Then came Lulu, which was the term for the Bahrain Revolution, February 17th in Libya, February 20th in Yemen, and finally Syria. And I noticed that because Syria came last in the order of revolutions, it got the least attention. I had seen us fail to cover the Iraq War. And I'm not talking about the weapons of mass destruction. I'm talking about 2008, 2009, 2010, when coverage of the Iraq War dropped. And I figured if we don't cover the wars we're in, we're not going to be covering the wars we're not in. That was a problem. Problem number two, as a Middle East specialist, Syria is clearly and obviously important. So I noticed the level of consequence was high, and the level of comprehension was underground. This was a very important series of events, and we just weren't noticing. We didn't have room. We had all moved on in all of our news organizations. We just weren't interested. So that was problem number two. And problem number three is that 100 years ago, Syria took my family in. When we had our troubles, they were listening, and they gave us a home. And I had a debt to pay. I didn't want us forgetting them at the time of their greatest need. We should all remember that. So what I noticed is that there's basically a market failure in foreign news. Our systems weren't producing the thing that we needed in order to understand what was important. And it really came in three parts. First, since the early 1990s, we had seen a lot of foreign bureaus shut down because they're expensive. We had seen a lot of reporters laid off because they're expensive too. So full-time foreign correspondents were down. And that left us with a lot less reporting. Foreign news has basically been gutted. It didn't stand a chance. And the result of all that was mass confusion, an uninformed society. We consider it special or somehow unusual for people to know what's happening in the world. As a result, 45% of Americans said they didn't know enough about Syria to even have an opinion about striking Syria. And we are a country with a very low bar for having an opinion. So we're not reaching that bar for 45% of people. So I brought together a team of journalists and designers to create a website. This is the old version, but this was the first version, to build something we called Syria Deeply. It was an attempt to create a different delivery system. How can we create the space online where we have infinite real estate to help people understand a very important story? We had Syria files, which were the background, the history, the who's who, context. We had Google Hangouts, we had a map, we had all these features. And the impact was that we hacked the news cycle. That's what I call it when we cover something and people pick it up as a result. Because we do high-level reporting, high-integrity stuff. So because we do that, other people are happy to carry it. They just couldn't get it done for whatever reason themselves. It was not easy. Leaving TV when I had really worked to get a double correspondent job for ABC and Bloomberg and all this great stuff we love to do every day. But this was urgent. So it was funny when people started writing all these nice things about us because I didn't expect it. We didn't know how people would react. So suddenly Fast Company said that we outsmart the news. That was nice. And Time Magazine said we were the future of news. That was also nice. And that's like whatever, a list of things. But this is the awkward part. I hate showing my face. But MSNBC, that's a terrible picture too, but when MSNBC was doing their coverage and all these channels were doing their coverage, they were asking us to come on to fill in the gap of expertise. I am not a Syria expert. I feature Syria experts, but once in a while, I will come out and share what they have told us about what's going on. And we really did our best to intervene, right? And suddenly people thought, wow, this is a model that can be really useful to other people. That was great. So we partnered with Columbia University. We wrote a book that will be out shortly. It will be FREE free for you journalism students out there, called The Startup Newsroom, which is lessons from us and everybody else who've done things like this. But the best part, more nice things, yes, 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 okay. I mean, I show it only because we had no idea it would happen. And we had to operate in absence of anyone's approval and validation. That's a little toss to Alexis Ohanian. Without anyone's permission, we left television. Hey! We left television. I left television to do something without anyone's permission and not knowing how it would work out. We always wait for everyone's approval. Our community is obsessed with approval. We gotta let that go. No one's gonna judge us. Especially if we judge each other a little bit less, then we can legitimately say that you're not being judged at every minute. My mother told me a lot of things before I came to give this presentation, and most of them were about my looks. And none of which I did. But we just can't. We can't worry anymore. Let's let that go. Don't worry. My dad gave me the best advice ever that he does not always follow, which is, whatever you do, don't worry. Don't worry. Most of the things we're afraid of never happen. So here we are doing these nice sort of interchanges with people in the news who now think what we did is A-OK. And all these news outlets picked up our reporting, which meant that net, there were more stories about Syria. And that was great. And then we did a Google Hangout with John Kerry. That was nice too. He gave us 36 minutes of time before flying to Geneva in order to negotiate the chemical weapons deal with Russia. We had asked for the interview. The State Department said yes. We invited Nick Kristof of the New York Times to co-host it, and a teacher who uses Syria deeply in the classroom to join us and bring in questions from multiple classrooms. These are all the other things we want to do next. Kind of like when your kid's a doctor and people come up to him and say, I've got this thing, can you take a look? People came up to us with their thing. Oh, my thing is robotics. You've got to do robotics deeply. Or I'm from Congo, and that's the Syria that time forgot. Can you please do Congo deeply? Or your country's at war in Pakistan. You may not see it that way, but isn't that what it's called when you bomb a place? Can you please do Pakistan deeply? So it's really hard to turn that down. So now we are going into an intense R&D cycle with some great partnerships from the Associated Press to Matter, VC. We're going to be perched in San Francisco for the next 4.5 months, figuring out how we make this model work for all these other issues. We've got geographic issues that mean a lot to us. We've got strategic issues that mean a lot to everybody. And then science, technology, public health, a rather big bucket. But we needed a place to put all these things that people feel confused about. We're now also looking at diabetes deeply and others. So we look for species-level issues that we think are not being covered particularly well. And then we do what we can. So if we get this figured out, this is what we'll see. You know, there's this constant fear of failure when you take a chance. But I already know that where I stand right now, if it all ended now, I would be so satisfied. So as soon as I took that position, there was nothing to worry about. We've had about 60,000 teachers, sorry, 6,000, that's a little too much, 6,000 teachers who have received our lesson plans. We turned the same material from the website into an open source lesson plan for social studies teachers. We noticed that when it came to current events, all the lesson plans out there were expensive. And if for our friends who are public school teachers telling us that paying $200 or $300 for a lesson plan you have to figure out how to squeeze into your calendar to teach Syria was not a practical solution. And having every teacher do it on their own was also not very smart. So we started turning our journalism into lesson plans, Common Core friendly 40-minute activities. So we called it Teach Deeply. And Teach Syria was the first one. And when we presented it to the National Council for the Social Studies, they told us, great, please present it, please share it, we're going to endorse it. And their teachers told us, can you please do Teach Afghanistan? Because our students have parents fighting and serving in Afghanistan, and we can't explain why. Because when the news doesn't cover it, it's harder for everybody. And Wikipedia is wonderful. I love Wikipedia, and Jimmy Wales is amazing and has been so kind to News Deeply, but it can't be the only resource when teachers aren't exactly sure what to do with it and everything else out there is dispersed. So we wanted to solve that problem. And it's all, in the end, about keeping our commitment to the story. I didn't want to leave Syria behind. And then, funny thing happened. As people started raising their hands, we sort of really sympathized, right? They say that innovation is a form of radical empathy or a radical manifestation of empathy, all of those things. So in July of last year, Aisha Sese, which was CNN's Africa anchor for CNN International, came to us through a friend and said, whatever was going wrong when we were telling Syria's story, I think the same thing's happening with Ebola. It was July of last year and we hadn't been hearing much about it. So she said, can you please do Ebola deeply? So we carved out whatever budget we could and just did it. We launched Ebola deeply in October of last year for a 6-month run. We called it a pop-up news site. It only needs to exist as long as the crisis. So it will last until May, and then we'll see if it turns into sort of an online archive. But it served a lot of people very well. So Ebola deeply, which you don't see here, came next. We've gotten thank yous from John Kerry to the UN, to various branches of the UN, UNHCR, to UNMIR, which is the UN mission for emergency Ebola response or Ebola emergency response. And it was, kind of felt like the least we could do. So that was great. Oh, thanks. And that's my last slide. This is a piece of art on a wall in Syria. So I usually end on it, but it turns out I have 11 more minutes. And even though there isn't a technically sanctioned, approved of Q&A session here, does anybody have any questions? Very good question. I pulled this out a long time ago. I'm not sure where it is. I think it's in Homs. I'm not positive.
When you start a site, is it for if there's an ongoing crisis?
Yeah. So we look at issues, as I mentioned, that are generally missing, but we look for ones that are complex and ongoing. So now we're looking at the California drought, because we don't know how long it'll last, but it's a very important moment for everyone to understand how water works or doesn't. And actually, as I watch California go through this, it looks a little bit like Yemen. Not physically, but the problem looks a little bit like Yemen. And the solutions might look like Israel, where they've done a lot of research on water for obvious reasons, or Dubai, where they have lots of desalination. So understanding the world through the lens of an issue, that's kind of becoming the thing that we look to do.
Thank you. Have you any idea about what's right for Syria?
I have a lot of thoughts about that. I should say that I don't usually have, and I know what I said about opinions before, I don't tend to have an opinion. I feel like it's a bit obnoxious for me to have an opinion. It's such a complex situation, and who am I to judge the decisions people make on the ground? A lot of sad things I can say. I'm going to try not to say them. But I did have the privilege of being in Davos this year for the World Economic Forum. And I thought it was very interesting that on one day you had a breakfast about how to stop ISIS, and another day you had a breakfast on how to save Syria, or called Saving Syria. And I was like, how do you stop ISIS? By saving Syria. Like, what's wrong? So I do think it's very important to acknowledge that if you were looking closely, ISIS slowly inched across the map of Syria. We watched it month by month. It wasn't a surprise when they then tore through western Iraq and eastern Syria, and now sit on a landmass the size of the UK. We watched it in slow motion. And I've covered stories, I've received them. We have about 25 journalists inside Syria on the ground contributing in Arabic, which was frankly not that shocking. If you want to get good stories, they see things I could never see. And they range from the kids who are fishing through the trash for their lunch, to the guy, and this is true, all of these are true, the gentleman in Aleppo province who was a teacher, no longer has a job, has 5 kids and a mother who needs medical care, and chose to join ISIS for a stipend of $200 to $300 a month. So I was just on the radio in San Francisco, KGO, talking about Syria. And I said, oh, what are we talking about? And he said, oh, that controversy where the State Department said, we can't just kill these people, we have to get them jobs. How is that a controversy? I just talked to a guy who joined ISIS because he couldn't get a job. Like, that's not controversial at all. So that's true. The fact that people are hungry and that there isn't water or electricity, the fact that I see, the only time I've ever been paralyzed from covering Syria was watching an AGBU video from Aleppo where I saw the scouts, who were like us, basically, the us's, bringing food up to the elderly up the stairs of their apartment building. And you saw these young, healthy boys who would be playing church basketball in LA, walking up 4 flights of stairs, knocking on a door, and seeing an elderly woman with like all of her clothing on, because it's cold, smiling to receive their donations of food. That was the only time knocked me out for 16 hours. I just couldn't do anything. But other than that, and then there are so many wonderful stories. There's a guy in Damascus who decided that with fuel prices so high, he was going to start installing homemade solar energy systems that are heating water in people's houses for 4 hours a day. There are women starting schools in their homes. You know, there are people creating prosthetic limbs out of mannequin parts. I've seen all these things come through because we work with Syrians, and we are willing to take their work in another language and spend the time translating it and teaching them what to do in the field. So there's so much to do. I missed the morning, unfortunately, because there was actually a Syrian event, Syrian conference I hosted half of at UCLA. And it was all about entrepreneurship. And I told them, okay, now you got me. There's a time for mourning and a time for building. And everyone in that room at the Syrian Jasur conference was ready to start building. So there's a lot we could do. And as we learn in entrepreneurship, everything big starts small. So I don't think we should be paralyzed about Syria. I think that we should be thinking about the Armenian communities of Syria. We shouldn't forget where we came from. Raise your hand if you can trace any part of your family back to Syria. I'm not going to make you raise your hand if you feel like you've done enough for Syria. But you can reflect on that on your own. We should be thinking about what we can do for the Armenians of Syria. And then, in the same moment, we should be thinking about what we can do for the Syrians of Syria. Because one of the reasons I make sure not to miss the Jasur conference is that I want them to know we remember, that we have a debt to pay. We can't only think about our own communities. I love us. I really do. And Scout Tufengcan has this incredible book of photography from the Armenian diaspora. And as I was coming up here, I saw this quote in the beginning. I love Armenian people, all of them. I love them because they're part of the enormous human race. That was William Saroyan. So I do think that even as we mark our milestones and our 100 years, we need to put ourselves back in the human race and think of ourselves that way. I'm a Nor Hars. I just got married, actually, 7 months ago. And I got married in Armenia. And other than my family, 70% of my guests were non-Armenian. And my Armenian friends were so amazed that they showed up. Come on, really? They were, wow, you came to Armenia? Wow. And they were all fascinated by each other. The non-Armenians were fascinated by Armenia, and the Armenians were fascinated by how they were fascinated with Armenia. So it was this huge loop of fascination. Now, that leads me to another point I wanted to make with my remaining 3 minutes and 15 seconds, which is there's a phrase that I shared, and there's a lot that I shared with the people who came to Armenia for 4 days, and I wanted to show them the best of us. I shared this concept of radical continuity. It's not my phrase. Like everything good I say, it's borrowed from Veronique Nishanyan, this Armenian woman who is the head menswear designer for Hermes. And I read an interview with her in the National in Abu Dhabi. And she said that the way she goes back and decides what to design is by going back into the history of Hermes and finding points where she can reintroduce it, weave it back in, and create something new. Radical continuity. And that has been the theme of my life. I am as Eintabtsi as my great-grandmother. You can see it. I look like homegirl. I show up and I look like homegirl. It's kind of funny. And then I do that, but the best part about it is that I get to keep everything we care about and change everything that we should. You know, they also say in technology that you should look to make 101% improvements. And there you go, 100%. So I look in my life for the 1% improvements. Is a note, you know, what should I do? There's no playbook. There's no playbook for what a Nor Hars in 2015 does with herself on a Saturday. It's not usually on the other side of the world from wherever she's supposed to be making a home. But I didn't want to miss this. The point being, we define what's next. It is radical continuity. This Syria deeply thing, this isn't so new. The idea that you keep paying attention, it's not that new. But we have to create a new container for it because our containers aren't really full. It's very important that we be willing to look at ourselves and make the 1% improvements. And there's nothing wrong with it. You're so lucky in Los Angeles. You have each other. You know, people, I always used to hear it when I was growing up, oh, Armenians, we left, and the only thing we had was the brain in our heads. So that sat with me for a while. Oh, yeah, we're great, we're so smart, fabulous. But that's not true. We have each other. It's hard, I know. It hurts, I know. The one thing I can't let go of is that phrase that still sometimes is used in Turkey that would refer to someone like me as the leftovers of the sword. And I have to ask my Turkish friends, do you ever hear that? Does anybody really use that phrase, leftovers of the sword? And they sort of have to say, yeah, sorry. I'm really sorry, but we still hear that sometimes. So yeah, it sucks. It sucks. All of it sucks. It sucks that we lost lots of things and people and places and connections, but all we can do is recreate what we lost with each other. Radical continuity. That's the end of it.
Thank you. Good job.
Thank you, Lara. Thanks very much. All right. Our next organization, next innovator, we'll give our friends a few seconds to say hi and leave the hall. The next organization who's going to be presenting has played an important role since 2008 in the development of Armenia's media field and civil society. Sorry, can I ask you to sit down, please? Thanks. CivilNet Television, CivilNet.am, is a online media platform which makes the distance in taking journalism to advocacy journalism. It's an important tool and it's an important presence in Armenia's stagnated media landscape. But CivilNet is part of a larger host of programs that are led, hosted, and initiated by the Paros Foundation, which was founded in 2008 as Armenia was going through severe political changes. And the organization decided that they're going to take a stab at doing something differently. Its founding director, Salpi Ghazarian, who now leads the USC Armenian Studies Institute, brought together an energetic, albeit young, team of journalists, advocates, project managers who wanted to make a difference in Armenia. And the organization has had programs ranging from rural development all the way to civil society strengthening and media work. Today we're going to hear about Civilitas' CivilNet.am, which again plays an important role, and it's playing an important role today because they are live streaming us throughout the world. And one of the reasons we want to make sure that all presentations are happening, all conversations are happening on stage, is so that those who are following us on the internet can hear everything that's happening. Seda Gregorian is going to present CivilNet's work. I encourage you to go on Civilitas's website and CivilNet's website after the presentation and check out the revolutionary work that they're doing. Seda.
Hi, my name is Seda Gregorian. Thank you for the introduction, Alex. We have
Do you want me to put it up? Do you do this?
So this is CivilNet today. This is how we live at CivilNet. You saw the editorial meeting process, the reporting, the editing, the filming, the live streaming. It looks like fun, but it is really crazy at our office every day to keep up with the pace, to keep up with the news. But that's what we do, and we live stream from here today. But actually, I want to tell how it all started. When I'm asked what CivilNet is, I can never say just directly it is a news portal or it is a website, civilnet.am. You just type it in and you go on the website. To me, it is a promise. It is a dream of a promise, and I'll tell you why. When back in 2010 I entered the Paros Foundation office, the founding director, Salpi Ghazarian, showed me the only 2 cameras that were at the office, and she told me, we are going to start a TV. And I laughed. I never told her this before, but I laughed, and to be honest, I didn't believe we were going to make it. But we decided, we promised to make this happen. And we started experimenting, we started failing, we learned all day long, and finally we made it. And the big day was 21st of September in 2011, the Independence Day, the dual festival day, the best day that we kept ourselves busy all day long, live streaming for more than 8 or 9 hours. And we went live from the rooftop of our building with a beautiful, gorgeous opera house building, the Yerevan view, and you saw that in the clip as well. And we have the view every day in our reports. So, and we didn't realize what we were getting into. We started the live stream, and we had to just keep on. We had to continue, and that was the time that we realized that it's just coming on its own. You need to come up with new formats. You need to come up with new ways of presenting the content. And we also realized that it was not only us who was looking for the ways to present, it was also the audience who was waiting for us. There was that empty space that needed to be filled in. And we realized that there were other people out there who had new ideas and they needed to be heard, and there was nowhere to talk louder to be heard. So CivilNet turned into that platform, into that multimedia platform where new ideas could be presented, where problems could be raised. We came in to talk about human rights. We came in to talk about environment, public policy, economics, to bring new visuals starting from infographics to videos and live streams and in-studio interviews and all that stuff. And And it didn't take us long to build our audience. In just a few months, there was a huge movement in the center of Yerevan to protect one of the green areas, the Mashtots Park. You may have heard of it. And the activists would stay in the park all day long, overnight, and fight for it. And we would live stream it, and they would appreciate it. They would see that their struggle matters, that it's being live streamed instead of being cut out from the news reports. That was the story back then. And they got together and they understood that this is the platform and this is the place they can bring up the issues and can be heard. And we started to cooperate with the nonprofits, with the activists, with the people who had something to tell to the world. And after Mashtots Park, of course, there were many more other movements, other initiatives that got broadcasted on our live stream. And actually, we were the ones who brought the culture of live streaming to Armenia. We got the Armnet award for that, so it's not only us saying that. And the live streaming really matters, and it changed the whole culture. You know, if there would be some police forces doing some violence to the activists, let's say, they wouldn't do that if they knew it's being live streamed. So it brought a change to the entire atmosphere and the culture in Yerevan and in Armenia. And we went outside from Yerevan. We went to the regions. We started live streaming the election processes, the frauds, the corruption. But we always tried to bring up the good side, the light, the hope. And as you saw, most of the stuff is young people, energetic, fast, and we're trying to keep that colors in our videos as well, the optimistic approach, the good side of the things. And not only Armenia, not only the regions of Armenia, we realized that Armenian stories and Armenian topics, Armenia-related topics are everywhere. We were checking our statistics of the audience, and it was funny to realize that people watch us from Djibouti. They watch us from Chad, from Africa, from, I don't know, South America. And we understood that there is Armenian world out there, and we need to keep connected, and we need to become this bridge, this window to the world and for the world, to Armenia. And that's why we have these Skype interviews. We try to find contacts and keep contacts with everyone, with everywhere, every spot of the world. We also send our crews. We are there where there is an Armenian topic, a hotspot event. We have a permanent crew, and we have an office in Istanbul, which was a very, I would say it was a crazy step to take, but we took it, and then we realized how much it helps us to really understand the problems we bear and we don't even realize, to go deeper into our past, to be able to define our present and our future. And Istanbul and Turkey is not only about past, believe me. There's so many things going on today. And we have a permanent crew working in Istanbul and sending reports. And this year, it will be the 4th year. We will be live streaming the commemoration events on April 24, which is, aside from being really important for the Armenian world, I need to mention it is a very emotional experience. It is really, really emotional to be there and to try not to be an Armenian who is commemorating the genocide, but a reporter. Seeing Turkish people commemorating the victims in the center of the city, in Taksim Square, in Haydarpasha Station. And it just gives a whole new context to your approach and to the understanding of the issues. Other than that, we also had a crew in Vakıf last year and in Kesap. Well, we didn't make it to Kesap, but we were in Latakia. It was me and our editor, Maria Titizian, and we were the only crew from Armenia who traveled to Latakia and who covered the events from there, from the spot. And again, 2 women in this war zone, and again, it was really emotional, and it was really hard to step aside and to approach to the things as a reporter and not to feel the emotional connection to the topic. But we traveled to Syria, we traveled to Lebanon, and today we're here. Today we're in the United States, and we have 2 crews, we have 2 live channels broadcasting, and I want to say huge thanks to the great professionals who are assisting us with the live streaming from USC. Thank you. And yeah, I would applaud for that. Thank you. So today I can say we're just pushing our limits even more. We traveled across the ocean. This is the first time we're live streaming from the United States. And this is another level up. This is another challenge we're overcoming. And this is not the end. This is almost the beginning, I would say, because this is the mission we're trying to carry, being the window, being the optimistic approach bringer, and just like Alexis Awanyan said, bringing the sunshine and seeing it everywhere. Thank you.
Thank you, Seda. I do encourage you to go on civilnet.am to get a different perspective of what's happening inside Armenia than what you usually get. Birthright Armenia is another innovator on our list of innovators today. I want to give you a quick story. When Birthright Armenia was just an idea, I had a conversation with Linda Yepoyan and Edil Hovnanian, and I said, why do you want to do this? What's the deal? And they both said, you know, we're kind of tired of dealing with the today. We want to really focus on the tomorrow. And the currency of tomorrow is youth. And so we want to work with young people. We want to see what we can do for Armenia, with Armenia, and for young people when they come to Armenia. And that's where the story of Birthright Armenia begins. And a little over a decade later, they have battalions of hundreds of ambassadors around the world talking about the ultimate innovation, which is the Republic of Armenia. Here's Birthright Armenia.
Good afternoon. I'm going to apologize in advance for my voice. It's a paralyzed vocal cord, but I'm going to do my best. I'm going to start off by just explaining a little bit about why Birthright Armenia, the mission of Birthright Armenia, and get right to why we're here as innovators. It was obviously to create a deeper bond between the Armenian youth and Hayastan. Up until that point, there were groups coming in and doing their volunteer programs in Armenia. And Birthright Armenia stepped up to the plate and said, why don't you double your numbers? Why don't you triple your numbers and let us sponsor? So we became a sponsor of Volunteers to Armenia, ultimately leading to having our own volunteer program. Up until last year, I was the chief fundraiser for the organization. I want to thank all the donors in the audience, because without you, we wouldn't have made it to our 10th year. This year, I convert that fundraising effort right into recruitment. And this is one of probably 52 recruitment events that I'm going to have this year. What I do is campus to campus, church to church, city to city, ASA to ASA, country to country. So Los Angeles is my gig this week, and next week's going to be Montreal, the next week after that is San Francisco and Yale Island. Why are we here as innovators? We do it a little differently. What do we do differently? 2 big points to point out to you. Birthright Armenia sponsors young Armenians between the ages of 20 and 32 to go to Armenia and do community service. Call it community service, call it volunteer service, is that better? Call it professional internships. It really doesn't matter what you call it, it's all the same. It really is. I use those interchangeably. And in exchange for that professional internship, that volunteer service, we sponsor them. Their round-trip airfare, living with the homestay family, and all the sides. If you think of Birthright Armenia as a good meal, the main course is their professional internship. And the sides become the homestay living, the language classes, the forums, the havaks, Every Saturday, a different educational excursion, so they see the entire country and experience its people. But the dessert is why we're here at this conference. I want to explain what the dessert is. The dessert is after the program, what happens. It's not about just the program for us. We're mixing it up. It's about what happens to our volunteers after they have the Armenia experience, which is why I'm on this stage today, which is why I get up every morning with vim and vigor and jump into my office to work. Why? Working with young people kicks ass. It's the best. Young people, you can't say no to young people. They think that anything's possible, and it usually is, right? And they want it immediately. So it's none of this 1 foot on the gas, 1 foot on the brake, one on the gas, one on the brake. You got 2 feet on the gas, and you're flying towards change. And they want to see that change overnight. That personally is one of the most stimulating parts of my job. This is why I do what I do. The dessert of what Birthright does is the alumni program. So now that you've engaged young people, you've shown them the country, you give them an opportunity to put it on the table, to bring their skill set, to bring their mindset, to bring that positive energy. And sometimes that's all you need in Armenia to bring change. Just sitting down with a colleague and explaining to them a different way of approaching a long-standing problem. Amazing things come about. So our alumni program is now, this is where you can applaud, is we're coming up to our 1,000th participant that we've sponsored from 35 different countries. And those, as Alex stated, are our ambassadors. So now you have 35 countries, youth in 35 countries, involved in their communities, involved in their churches, speaking Armenian, which they picked up in Armenia. They're joining organizations. They're taking organizational responsibility. We have Birthright alum as part of AGBU Young Professionals, AYF, ACYOA, go down the entire list. They're taking positions of responsibility. And what happens when that happens is pretty amazing. I wanted to state one more thing. How else do we do this program differently? And I think it's very important to stress the flexibility of the Birthright program. Our program is 365 days a year. It's not a summer program. Our program, by design, is what you want to do. I'm picking on you in the front row just because you're there. I'm sorry. You get to choose what you want to do. You get to choose when you come. You get to choose how long you stay. That's part of innovative ideas as well. Out of the 1,000 alumni that we have, 65 live and work in Armenia. I think that's pretty cool. They've married. They've started their own businesses. They have children. They're making a go of it there. It's a new generation making a go of it in Armenia like generations before them couldn't do. My generation couldn't do what your generation is doing in Armenia. I was there. I was there in 1989, and I was met with niet, niet, niet. And they usually had those windows that were shakats numain, you know? No. Your generation gets to go. And so I'm also a full-time myth dispeller. I just wanted to put that on the table. So I used to be a fundraiser, and now I'm recruiting and overseeing the program, but I dispel myths. Selby asked us to kind of attack that issue. Here's what I dispel. The Birthright phone rings, and it's a parent. My child couldn't possibly go to Armenia to do anything in her field, so I'm discouraging her, okay? Myth number one, that there's nothing for you in your field in Armenia. I say this everywhere I go. A to Z, anthropology to zoology. There's something for you to do in Armenia. The need exists, and you can work in your field. Two, my daughter didn't go to Columbia University to go over there and play with orphans. Who said she has to go work with orphans? Hedgemana. So this is another myth, that young people who go to Armenia end up moving backwards in their career while their friends are being projected forward in professional internships here. And the third myth that I dispel on a regular basis is, but I want to work for Microsoft. Oh, you do? Yeah. Mm-hmm. I want to work for the UN. Oh, that's great. Do you know you're one of probably 10,000 resumes they get a day at the UN and Microsoft. Why don't you work for Microsoft in Armenia? Microsoft's in Armenia? Why don't you work for the UN in Armenia? It's a slam dunk. It's an application. It's a click away, basically. So these are the types of myths that when I do my roadshow, campus to campus, ASA to ASA, church to church, I dispel. And it's a pleasure doing it. Because when the light bulb goes off in the audience about the opportunity in Armenia, the new Armenia that we're building, it's worth it. I'm looking at my time, and I want to bring Jamie Kolar up to the stage. Jamie's one of our alumni from 2013. Her grandmother was Armenian, and she's pretty much the poster child of why the program exists.
Oh, I think I have this one.
Oh, you have.
Thank you. Hi, my name is Jamie Kolar. I'm from Long Beach, California, and while I didn't grow up in an Armenian community, I did grow up very close to my Armenian side of my family, which lives in Fresno. I've always been interested in my Armenian heritage, and I wanted to do something to learn more about it. And when I heard about Birthright, I felt like that was my opportunity. I would really be able to immerse myself in the culture and also be able to volunteer. So after calling and asking them some questions, as Linda pointed out, they would be able to find me volunteer work in any field, including mine, which is the fire department. So I put all my sick days and vacation days together. I put what I thought was my longest trip possible, which was going to be 5 weeks. I believe at the time that was the shortest you were allowed to volunteer for. So I went to Armenia. They thankfully provided a translator for me because at the time I did not speak any Armenian. Bites hima, yes, haren sovarumim. So there I was able to actually work with the fire department. I was able to teach first aid in villages. And as I came to the end of my 5 weeks, I realized that I wanted to volunteer more. I found out about the lack of first aid and access to emergency medical care in villages. And I decided I wanted to start my own organization. So my fire department granted me a 1-year leave of absence. And I actually went back for a year and started Aid to Armenia in order to bring first aid into villages. Last year, while I was there, we were able to go to 30 villages. And this next coming year, with the support of Birthright and the alumni network that I now am a part of, we're working on a new project in order to do 100 village trainings. I would like to speak some more about it, but we are short on time, and I know we're going to bring up one of the other alumni. So, thank you.
Hello, my name is Patrick Baramian, and I don't have a lot of time here, so I just want to share with you guys one story before we go out to the booth. And I encourage all of you after this presentation to come out to the booth, talk to a variety of alumni from all sorts of backgrounds, from Los Angeles to Spain to France. I don't know if the Russians are here, but if you are. Anyways, my story is really quick. I went to Armenia to teach English, and I had a very one-sided way to teach English. I wanted to go there, sit kids down in a classroom, and teach them English. You know, A, B, C, all that. Go through the ringer. So when the kids showed up, and I brought them back. I mean, they showed up at 1 o'clock. It was an orphanage, but again, backstory. Come to the booth, I'll tell you the whole story. They showed up, and at 1 o'clock, I tried to sit them down in the room, and none of them are sitting still. And I can't get them to learn English for a whole week. So I reflected back on something that Sevan Kabakian said, our in-country director, when we got there, an orientation. He said, if you're coming to Armenia to help, don't help. You're here to participate, because helping is a one-way road and participation is a two-way road. And with that, I changed my curriculum around to go and play soccer with the kids and teach them English on the field, because that's what Armenia affords you. It affords you and nurtures that sense of conformity, and it allows you to be free and learn from the kids as much as they're going to learn from you. So with that, again, please come out to the booth, talk to us, ask any questions you want for your kids, your grandkids, hopefully some great-grandchildren, but even for yourself, please come out. We're more than happy to answer any questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Birthright. I ran an organization in Armenia for a few years, and I can tell you, having worked with about 60 Birthright volunteers, they're gold. So either become gold or go learn from them. They're great. Thank you. Our next group, our second to the last newest startup innovator is Repat Armenia. This is a group that is led by Vartan Marashlian, a former deputy minister of Diaspora and Affairs in Armenia, who a few years ago I had the privilege of having a conversation with, where he said, look, what about if we started up an organization that helped people repatriate, actually help people find information, streamline things that need to be done, gave them tips about starting a business, getting jobs, finding housing, and so on, right? And I had been having a lot of conversations like this in Armenia while I was there, except this one was different. He actually walked away from that conversation. He actually started doing it. So here's Repat Armenia's story.
Thank you. It's a great pleasure to be here. I would like to ask to start with our first video clip. And then
Ես վերադարձել եմ Հայաստան, որովհետև այստեղ իմ դումն է։
Ուրիշ զգացողություն է, երբ օտանավեն գիչնես ու գսկաս, որ դու ոտք տրած ես քու մայր հողից վրա։
Ու մի տեսակ հանգստություն կա, ոչ թե եկել ես մեկ շաբաթ տեսարժան վայրեր նայելու, այլ եկել ես քո երկիրը մնալու։
Չեմ ուզում հայրենիքս հերվից սիրել։
Ուզում եմ իմ նոման ունենամ երկրի զգայացման գործում։
Որովհետև աշխարհի մեջ այս 42000 կարագուսի կիլոմետրը ամբողջովին իմն է։
Ես վերադարձել եմ Հայաստան վաղվա օրվա համար։
Երկրիս համար։ Հայրենադարձելով իմ ընտանիքը հաղթահարել եմ ցեղասպանության հետևանքները։
Ես եկել եմ Հայաստան նախնիներիս եւ իմ երազանքը իրականացնելու համար։
Ես եկա, որովհետև այստեղ զգացի, թե ինչ կնշանակե պատկանելիության զգացումը։ Այս երկիրը իմս է եւ ես կպատկանեմ այս ժողովրդին։
Վերադարձել եմ, որ ստեղծեմ իմ սեփական բիզնեսը։
Նոր աշխատատեղեր ու նոր հեռանկարներ։
Ես վերադարձել եմ Հայաստան իմ հայրենիքում հաջողության հասնելու համար։
Ուզեմ իմ գիտելիքը եւ իմ փորձը օգտագործեմ իմ երկրի մեջ։
Վերադարձել եմ զավակներուս ճիշտ զարգացման համար։
Ես ուզում եմ օդաչու դառնամ, բոլոր հայրին բերեմ Հայաստան։
Որովհետև ուրիշ ոչ մի տեղ չկա իմ հողը։
Իմ դունը։
Օդը։
Իմ ջուրը։
Հարազատ լեզուն։
Որովհետև սա իմ երկիրն է։
Thank you. Can we start with it? Actually, we created this video clip simultaneously with registration of a foundation in Armenia in August 2012. Presentation, please. But enough of emotions. Let's talk about the reality, because the reality is different in many aspects, both good and bad sides. I would like to tell you, I moved to Armenia in 2010. I moved with my family. I lived almost 30 years in Moscow, so I'm kind of a new diasporan. And this decision was quite difficult to make because a lot of people in Russia used to show like, are you crazy? Where are you going? And we used to get the same attitude while arriving to Armenia. Like, why did you come to Armenia when a lot of people would like to leave this country? And we decided actually to establish this organization. You might say, what kind of repatriation are you talking about while a lot of people are leaving Armenia? There's a corruption, a lot of problems, but I'll give you a couple of indicators which might be interesting for you. First, the number of people who get dual citizenship increased and is approximately 20,000 people per year. It doesn't necessarily mean that people move to Armenia, but at least they are getting much more connected with Homeland. And the second is that the net inflow of foreign citizens is positive for several years, which means that even though many of them are Syrian Armenians and coming to Armenia not because they are voluntary repatriates, but approximately 1,000 families per year voluntarily move to Armenia, which is a very important and good sign. If we look at the economy, of course, we have a lot of problems, again, with monopolies in many sectors, etc. But in most of the sectors where there's growth, for example, IT sector or touristic sector, repatriates are playing a very important role. In all of the sectors where we see growth, winery sector, marketing, and many other places. We see new startups which are developed by, for example, diasporans, but the local management team consists of repatriates and locals. And this is very important because I think creating a viable state is even more important for the diaspora than for people who live in Armenia, because without having a viable state, diaspora has no future. So as I mentioned, our major goal why we established Repat Armenia Foundation, because we want to facilitate and promote brain gain repatriation. It's actually bringing professionals with high level of impact on industries, on society to develop our country. The most important thing which we managed to develop is a network of repatriates. So basically now we have approximately 600 integrated repats who stand next to us and ready to support newcomers. They are all from different countries: Canada, USA, Russia, Lebanon, Syria, Iran, and many other countries. And because they went through that process, now they understand why it's important to support newcomers. All our projects, we can say that all of them are surrounded around three major areas of focus. It's promoting repatriation, integration support, and developing pro-repatriation environment. I'll touch very briefly each of them. Promoting repatriation. I think this is one of the most difficult issues because unfortunately in the diaspora, there are quite a lot of prejudices about Armenia. So either we have pink glasses or we have very negative approach about Armenia, and quite very few people actually know what's happening in Armenia and are aware of those initiatives. Some of them were introduced today and are supportive of that initiatives. So first of all, we're trying to demystify the move, then establish a connection with Homeland, and actually help people to make an informed decision to move. We organize forums outside of Armenia. We have a lot of meetings in Armenia with groups coming to Armenia. We have 165 repatriate stories on our website. And we also promote all pre-repatriation opportunities. And there are new programs coming up: volunteering, internship, educational, which allow you and your children to come to Armenia and get a sense of what does it mean to live at home. In terms of integration support, of course, most of people who apply to us, they're looking for a job. We organize informal meetings of repats, thus helping kind of a soft landing of people who would like to move. Provide support in terms of getting a job, setting up a business, have a series of professional trainings. And I would like also to indicate that if you look at the graph, how many people applied to Repat Armenia, USA is on the second place after Syria, which means quite a lot of applicants are actually from USA. Some key, if we're talking figures, in 2.5 years that we work, we managed to assist with employment of over 200 people. 50 people started their own businesses in Armenia. Our network increased till almost 2,000 people. And we have much more local companies which apply to us and ask to put their vacancy on our website. So basically, we put only 500 vacancies last year, vacancies of companies who are specifically looking for people who were born, raised outside of Armenia and have a certain type of experience which they can't get on the local market. This is also only a small number of initiatives which we supported in terms of business or socially oriented projects. I can mention several of them. For example, language training center in Dilijan, or AVA shoes production in Armenia, which was established by Syrian Armenians, the first anti-cafe in Armenia, and many others. And we are happy to support these organizations. I can go one by one with these people, but actually this is a small number of people who applied to us, made a move to Armenia, and are quite successful in terms of professional development and in terms of integration as well. This is also only a small number of people who actually apply to us. We have approximately 500 people applying to us every year, but we hope that this number will increase. And how can you engage with us? Basically, our task is to connect you with the right people and the right programs, to develop realistic expectations, and also to help you to avoid major risks which diasporans make when they make the move or are planning to move to Armenia. So we really encourage for you to go through pre-repatriation opportunities. A pilot trip or a voluntary program, internship, or education in Armenia will be very useful for you to understand better what Armenia is for you. And we're happy to support in all of these cases. And in terms of integration, as I mentioned, employment, business support, education and adaptation are also one of the key things which we are trying to help people with. And finally, repatriation. Repatriation is a difficult decision, but frankly speaking, it's all about your will. It's not difficult to buy a ticket and to move to Armenia. It's a psychological problem. So basically, you can always try. You can always come for 1 year, for a couple of years, try yourself in Armenia, and it will be really a very valuable experience for you. I think that's it. I don't want to talk much more, but happy to meet personally with every one of you who's interested and to talk specifically about you and your plans about Armenia. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Vartan. They're doing important work, really important work. Services that were not available a decade ago. And perhaps the rate and speed of repatriation would have been different had they been around. So I'm glad that they are in place now. Our next group, Urban Lab, is the quintessential social enterprise. They advocate for social change. They do social investing. And they go after their profit because they're architects. But they do it all by honoring Armenia's, Yerevan's, cultural history, architectural history, and by advocating for greater transparency in decision-making and building, something that we know all too well about, in Armenia. Here's Sarhat Petrosyan with Urban Lab.
Hello, everyone. My name is Sarhat Petrosyan. Oh my God, I don't have the zipping thing. Oh. So no one tell me which one I have to push the next scroll. Oh, no, this is the, I think, 6th slide. Can I go back? Or can you just make it yourself? Sorry for this. I have to go back, or you can do that? No, it's not the beginning. Nope. This is the beginning. So I'm representing here Urban Lab Yerevan, which is a unique institute for democratization of the urban planning. I know that it sounds kind of weird that, okay, democratization of the urban planning, but in fact, it's kind of like ordinary architecture office. But meanwhile, as Alex told, we are doing advocacy. We are kind of fighting with our friends, and CivilNet quite often covers us. We are fighting for preservation in Armenia, in particularly in Yerevan. So here it is. In the list of the ranking of being Armenian after genocide and being the first nation to become to adopt Christianity as a state religion, everybody will accept that our architecture, our religious monuments are one of those things that we are really proud of, and we are really proud of our landscape. So my background is in architecture and urban planning. That makes me responsible for dealing with these two very important things: architecture, heritage that we have, and the beautiful landscape that we have in Armenia. And in particularly in case of Yerevan, which is the good example and symbol of the revival of Armenian nation. The fantastic town that we have, a city that we have in Yerevan, which is capital, and my office is based there, is very unique case comparing with many urban areas and cities around the world. So now I will tell you a little bit about the history, the issues that we are facing in Yerevan, in particularly in planning. So this is 2005. I was graduated in a quite tough years when Yerevan was in a really dynamic situation that there were many destructions in center of Yerevan for building Northern Avenue, etc. So we were one of the first professionals who started to become activists and try to fight for preservation. So this is one of the first rallies that we had in Yerevan on the Republic Square, and we were trying to preserve some monuments that stayed in Yerevan from pre-Ottoman, pre-Soviet time. Another example that we managed in the same way preserve Open Air Hall Moscow Cinema, which used to be a fantastic building in the center of Yerevan, and there was a decision of the government to tear down the whole building. In 2010, when Facebook was kind of new tool in Armenian society, we managed to organize the first successful civic initiatives in the modern history of Armenia that using social media, we managed to have and gained the right for preserving the building. Now this building, this fantastic building, is standing in the center of Yerevan. No one sees that because it's kind of covered with other buildings, but this building, by managing to preserve this building, we opened up a new dimension on this activism of Armenian modern history. In that tough period that we were working as an architect, young architect, also like the green spaces of Yerevan again were under danger. And we were lucky kind of that we were involved in the rehabilitation of Lovers Park Yerevan, which was one of the first like large projects which transformed the urban public green space to a kind of working and active place. So by having these two dimensions that we try to cover preservation and green space, environmental issues, and we joined to a broader network on European level that group of architects, planners started to consider culture as one of the main pillars of the sustainable development. I know that during the last years, we heard a lot about the sustainability, falan fastan, but meanwhile, that this is a new approach and we are one of the first supporters of this idea that no, it's not only environment. Yes, of course, we need to care about the environment, but there is kind of intangible, there is kind of cultural that we have inside of us, and we need to deal with this. And we can use that for economic development. So by having all these thoughts, activism, preservation, trying to protect green spaces, trying to think big with our European partners, so we try to fit us in kind of framework. So based on that, in 2011, we established Urban Lab Yerevan, which is till this moment the only urban kind of think tank, sorry for that word, urban think tank that we have in Yerevan, and we are kind of connected with many of these organizations, activities that you heard today, like Impact Hub, Tumo, etc., etc. So we are bringing an urban dimension to think about our urban heritage, and not only urban heritage, also landscape. So our organization, frankly said at the beginning, I didn't plan to talk about our organization, but this is what they asked us. So sorry, it looks like a little bit promo, but I just want to share what we do. So we have three dimensions that we work in our organization. The first, we plan as an architect, we think as researchers, and we share our knowledge, the old capacities that we have. So the planning part, this is the brand new Komitas Museum, which was opened recently in Yerevan, and we were part of this project with our Italian partners, designed the first ever museum, which was opened after independence of the Armenia. And also our profession as a social enterprise, as Alex told, we are not interested to design houses, homes, and like private or commercial any kind of activities. But with our partners, other organizations from civil society, we are consulting them in many things, like research projects, etc. Also, like we design offices and common spaces for civic society organizations and activists. Another dimension that we have, we call it We Think. This is kind of the series of the publications, series of researches that we are implementing by focusing different aspects of landscape protection, urban issues, and recent, like few minutes ago, Birthright. There was a presentation of the Birthright, and many Birthright volunteers are joining us each year to do all these researches. Also, like we are on this part, we also do kind of alternative proposals. That this is a draft design of alternative proposal for Northern Avenue to not torn down the whole thing and try to preserve the heritage. Also, we share part, which I really love, because I teach also, that we are organizing series of the lectures, cultural different events to build capacities among young professionals and architecture students, also like related professionals, to first understand each other, and also like make a common circulation of the brain knowledge that we have in Armenia. Different cultural events that we are having. And one of our greatest projects, which I want to share with you, is Re-Urban Kont. In 2003, with my partner Sevada, we started to say, okay, guys, we need to preserve Kont. It sounds like Chinese. Okay, the whole Yerevan was torn down. We were talking about like a Kont district which is dated to 17th century. But now, those people who were in Yerevan, and you are just following up the Armenian news, you can see that there is common understanding, okay, there is something worthy to be protected in Kont. So for doing this, we implemented several projects. First, we started to study, doing the urban study on Kont. Also, it's almost like 4 years that we're organizing free tours to Kont. So some people who travel to Yerevan, they want to go and see Kont. We take them for free, and we show them how Kont can be rehabilitated or what kind of interesting parts we have in Kont. Also, we did several exhibitions in different places to show again Kont. So these are those tools that we are using for promoting kind of one specific area in Yerevan that we need, it's worth to preserve. So these colors are kind of imitation of our booth that we see outside. You have seen maybe already outside. So by doing this jig-jag lines, we want to show you that how the sophisticated urban planning approach we see in Armenian context, in the case of Armenian diaspora. And the lines are kind of imitating the idea of network that connects all our Armenians. Thank you.
Thank you, Sarhat. We're rolling through. Oh, more people are in the hall. That's great. No music out there now? Is that what it is? Next group, Impact Hub. Impact Hub is a network of centers, spaces around the world where change makers get together to be with other change makers, with other social entrepreneurs, with other people who want to be in the middle of the buzz that creates change, that creates new things, that innovates ideas. Yerevan has joined the Impact Hub network that includes centers in places like San Francisco, Johannesburg, Singapore, Vienna. And so we're on the map of the Impact Hub world. And three very good friends of mine are here to present their labor of love in getting this important innovation center off the ground. Here's Sarah, my friend, Sarah, Narine, and Vahe to tell you about Impact Hub.
Hi, everybody. Can you hear me? I'm Sarah Anjargolian, and I'd like to introduce my co-founders for Impact Hub Yerevan, Narine Mirzayan and Vahe Kashgarian. We are going to start with a short video from one of our sister hubs, which is in the San Francisco Bay Area. So let's start with the video.
Working out of the hub just because there are so many options for how you want to work and where you want to work. In general, it feels like you are in a space that is meant for you to feel comfortable, meant for you to get things done, but meant for you to do it in a fun and exciting sort of way.
I've taught Hub Workbench, and I've been to a number of sessions. The value of things like Hub Workbench and programming like it is that you're essentially being taught what you need to know when you need to know.
What I love about Hub so much especially is that it's
cross-section of so many industries that it's not just the do-gooders, it's not just the tech people. And bringing all those at one time is really, really impressive. So the cross-section is the most important thing to me, because true innovation comes out of figuring out what works in one sector to bring it to another sector, and you get that here every single day.
I believe it's so powerful to work with local communities that connect us to the big ideas that we have about the impact that we need to have in the world, but practice them in our immediate community and be able to see the results and test and learn how to be consistent and aligned in our values for creating global community in our daily life. And I just believe that the Hub has and provides a community for all of us.
Mission Hub is connected to a global community of almost 40 hubs in 5 continents all around the world with literally thousands of members. The community is made up of an incredibly diverse, collaborative, cross-sector, cross-cultural body of folks. So Mission Hub imported the hub model to the United States, and in 2009, 2010 opened the first 2 hubs. Hub San Francisco, which is the largest in the world with close to 20,000 square feet and 1,000 members, and also Hub Berkeley, which is in the David Brower Center, which is a Platinum LEED certified building. Mission Hub also launched SOCAP, which brings together social entrepreneurs and impact investors from more than 70 countries around the world, and its flagship event in San Francisco every fall attracts more than 1,500 people. What's next for Mission Hub is we're going to keep helping hubs all around North America get open more, better, faster. We're going to be adding a hub in Manhattan, another big flagship. And then Silicon Valley is also next up too. So putting another hub down into the heart of innovation and technology. What's ahead of us is the opportunity to bring every city in the country, every city in the world together in creative collaboration around social innovation.
Have our presentation. So now that you've seen what our sister hub is doing in San Francisco, while they're opening Manhattan and they are opening Silicon Valley, our team is opening Impact Hub Yerevan. Put it this way, imagine if there was a space in Armenia where you could meet the best and brightest innovators and change makers that the country has to offer. And imagine if that space was connected to 68 other cities around the world through impact hubs around the world. So enter Impact Hub Yerevan.
So while this is a boundless idea, our aim is to anchor it with a physical space in Yerevan that embodies the same vision and spirit physically of that openness and that connectedness and spirit of collaboration. Next. And these are just some of the faces of the initiatives and the projects that you would see at Impact Hub Yerevan. So, for instance, Teach for Armenia, One Armenia, AUA, Urban Lab, the Armenia Tree Project, just to name a few. And whereas we are all typically kind of compartmentalized in our actions and siloed with our work, this vision aims to bring us together, to unify us in a kind of physical way that can foster cross-pollination of ideas, of actions.
And obviously, all of these different components would be focused towards growing their own impact projects, but ultimately toward a better Armenia and a better world. The purpose of Impact Hub Yerevan is to bring together innovators, entrepreneurs, change makers, to work, learn, meet, and collaborate. There's 68 impact hubs around the world, and for some reason you can't see the font, but I'll just let you know that there's 68 around the world and across 5 continents, and there's over 10,000 members. The purpose of Impact Hub Yerevan is to be an idea lab, a business incubator, a social enterprise community center, and an inspiring workspace. But ultimately, our tagline and the tagline of Impact Hub Yerevan, while my co-founder's phone goes off, is really, it's all about where change goes to work. You're on.
I'm done. Yeah.
Vahejan, you can take this slide.
Yeah. So basically, there's going to be three ideas. One is to get together, then get the ideas going, and then collaborating together to get them off the ground, and then it will be an educational process so that we do teach. We will have events, we will have seminars, we will have workshops. Apart from the fact that we will work together, we will have all these activities that will spawn and sponsor forward-looking ideas at the space. As we discussed, there are many hubs open, 66 of them, as we count. Within our region, Yerevan is the first. There's none in Turkey, there's none in Azerbaijan or Georgia. Actually, they are encouraging us for Yerevan to be the regional hub. So once we open the Yerevan hub, and we are expected to help Georgia, Turkey, and hopefully pretty soon in Iran, find a way of talking with them and helping them open different hubs. It's a large concentration is in Europe. There's in Vienna, in Paris, in Berlin, London. All of these spaces are all, we kind of connect. We don't work together, but we are connected. If we need to do any events, then we can use any of the hubs in Europe to do, if we want to do a cross project. Let's say Armenians in London want to do a project in Yerevan, then we can use both hubs to do get together and figure out how to do a certain project. Yeah. We have all the list there, and the latest slide, if you show Yerevan as one of the spaces. It took us 1 year to get the license because it is not a for-profit thing. It is not a franchise where you pay for it. I mean, we do contribute, but the hub is co-owned by everybody. So the next time a hub opens up, Hub Yerevan will be part of the decision-making process, and we would be saying yes to another city. We would be reading their business plan, feasibility study, to see whether it's a valid progress or not. Yeah. So there is something very unusual and unique about the Yerevan hub that other hubs do not have, that we have a very rich diaspora. Armenia diaspora, or basically Armenians that do not live in Armenia, if you look at it, Armenia as a nation. So there's millions of Armenians everywhere. We have let's say 2.5 million in Armenia, maybe another 5 million that work outside. So one of our biggest goals to do is to remove any borders that Armenians that live in Armenia, Armenians that do not live in Armenia, so that the hub becomes a place where we can do projects to take these borders away, and so that we can collaborate on meaningful projects, be in Armenia or diaspora. Thank you very much.
Thanks very much. Next time you're in Armenia, look to find the Impact Hub space, hopefully very soon. Yes. For those of you who just came in from the dancing and eating and so on outside, now we're going to talk about art. Okay, so good timing on your end. If you've ever been to Yerevan and walked the length of the Vernissage market, right, in the center of Yerevan, on the eastern end of the central district, I would posit that that's anything but experimental, right? It's pretty predictable, good art, perhaps, but predictable, right? So that's what makes where the Armenian Center for Contemporary and Experimental Art is housed. Do I need to? Nope. Can you hear me if I speak loud? Great. Where the Armenian Center for Experimental Art is located, that much more important because it is right back dab in the stretch, right? And if you ever had the chance to go in, It's working now. If you've ever had the chance to go in, you would agree with me that it is just in form an innovative space. But then if you've ever had the chance to see any of their exhibits, any of their programs, it is incredible. I'm very happy to introduce Patrick Azadian, a board member of the center, to give us a presentation of their work.
Hello everyone. ինչպես եք? As Alex mentioned, I am a board member of ACCEA, and it stands for Armenian Center for Contemporary Experimental Art. It's also known as NPAC in Armenian, and that translates to Norarar Փորձարական Արվեստի Կենտրոն. It's a bit of a tongue twister, especially for a Diaspora Armenian, but I had some time to practice it. So a little bit of a history on NPAC. That's what I'm going to refer to from now on to the center. NPAC was officially established in 1992. The founders were Ed and Sonia Balasanyan. Sonia happens to be my favorite aunt. I know I'm going to get into trouble for that, but it is a fact, and everybody knows that. They are from New York originally. They're from Iran, from Tehran, Iran, and they're established in New York, and they're one of those diaspora Armenians who cared enough about Armenia to go back and establish something that was needed. In 1994, NPAC was officially registered. In 1996, the space was officially given to NPAC. So the beautiful space that they are using now was provided to them by the government officials. And for those of us who think that good things don't happen in Armenia, that's an example that some good things happen in Armenia as well. You just kind of have to be there. If Sonia and Ed were not there, and if they didn't have a plan, and if they didn't have a vision, certainly that piece of center would not have been provided to them. So I think that's very positive. The NPAC was obviously established after the fall of the Soviet Union. And by 2000, they had about 100 events throughout the year. Whereas in 1992, they had one exhibition. By 2000, they had grown to provide and exhibit 200 art events. Now, NPAC came in to fill in a certain gap because, as you know, when Armenia became independent, it was great news. But for artists in Armenia, there was some good news and some bad news. And obviously, the bad news was there was no funding from the government. But the good news was that they could say anything they want. So NPAC came in to fill in that gap. And their main purpose is the encouragement of free expression in Armenia. So their mission it's got a few pointers, and I'm going to go over those. The biggest of which is encouragement of free expression in Armenia. Certainly, NPAC encourages artists to participate in international exhibitions. So for NPAC, it's a core value for them to associate with other artists. That way they can exchange ideas. That way there could be art diplomacy, I guess. Free expression, participating in international exhibitions, which I've been present in a few of those. I've been present to the Venice Biennale, where NPAC was sponsoring Armenian artists, and I had the honor of meeting and working with these great artists at Venice Biennale, and I can tell you that there's a lot of talent there, and there's certainly a lot of accomplished artists that were present in Venice. And without NPAC, this probably wouldn't have been possible. I saw them interact with non-Armenians. I saw them have a language that was an international language. Certainly they're Armenian artists, because they're Armenian, they're from Armenia. But at the same time, their language is international. So they can speak to other artists in the international language of art, where sometimes politicians cannot do that, or businessmen cannot do that. Another core value for NAPAC is you have to understand, certainly, again, this came after the collapse of the Soviet Union, and in that part of the world, academia is very disciplined. I was born in Iran. I know that going to school was very disciplined. Even at 6th grade, you feel like you're taking a final exam for a law school. So there's a lot of discipline that goes into, I think, Armenian academia. And I think sometimes that could be a hindrance to free expression. So one of the core values of NAPAC is to, while NAPAC founders and members of NAPAC believe that it's important to master academia, academic disciplines, whether that's science, art, history, and so on and so forth, it should not be a hindrance for free expression. So one of the goals of NAPAC is to, once you master the sciences, once you master history, once you master social sciences, you should be able to break free of that and be able to express yourself. And there's a bit of a touchy side to that they have put that in their mission, and I think it's beautiful, is to promote honest expression of self. And I think from what I've seen, they've done a good job with that. So how does NAPAC do this? How does ACCA do this? What are the means that they have to help artists do what's in their mission? How is NAPAC an incubator for future artists? How do they plan to mold or provide the arena for the next Sergei Parajanov, for the next Arshil Gorky, or for the next Yervant Kochar? How do they do that? So first, obviously, they provide the space. The space is there. There is an opportunity for people to, it's an environment where you can express yourself freely. NAPAC sponsors a lot of international exhibits. One of them is the Venice Biennale. Sonia Balasanyan, their founder, is going to be participating in the Istanbul Biennale this year. So there could be some art diplomacy there. So international exhibitions, providing space for artists to exhibit their work. It's also a repository for Armenian art, video, and so on and so forth. A library for whatever has been done at NAPAC. So these are some of the means that NAPAC provides artists to express themselves. Certainly, scholarship grants are a part of it, but just like any diaspora or Armenia organization, finances are not always there. We're not sponsored by. They're not sponsored by the Politburo or whatever the government entity was back then. So we're kind of on our own. Armenians, after 600-700 years, we're kind of on our own, and we have to take care of our own. So I know I'm kind of running out of time. I'm going to quickly go into what's happening at NAPAC now. There are a couple of exhibits that if you're in Armenia, please do visit. There's a diaspora artist, Lucy Abdalian, who has an exhibit of paintings at NAPAC. She was born in Lebanon. She lived in Canada for most of her life, and now she's lived in Armenia for 5 years. So it's a good example of what type of people exhibit at NAPAC. The other example I want to give you, there is a film festival that you can participate in. It's called One Shot for 2015. You can go to their website and submit your work. It could be 1 minute, or it could be a full feature film. So that's something that you can participate in. The other thing I mentioned to you, Sonia Balasanian is going to be participating in the Istanbul Biennale. I'm not allowed to tell you what the content of her artwork is, but I will tell you that it's called Stream of Stones, and it is during the 100th anniversary of the Armenian genocide. So if you are in Istanbul, that seems to be the trend these days, traveling to Turkey for Armenians, go ahead and visit that. Last word on the big picture. I hope that I'm not going to be stopped, but for the generation, for our generation and for our parents' generation, we've always dreamt of an independent Armenia. And at least from my dad's side, they're survivors of the genocide. So they've done a good job preserving their identity for 3 generations. My mom's side, they've been around for about 600 years. I think they've done an okay job preserving their identity. So that was sort of our mission. Maybe unconsciously, that was our mission for the last couple of 100 years. The other thing that we dreamt of was a free Armenian state, a state. Something that we can point out on the map and say, we also exist, a country with its own flag. But a lot of my friends and a lot of people that I know, they're coming to the realization that a state on its own is not an end. It's a mean for our culture to grow and become vibrant. And I think NAPAC and organizations that are here today, they help that happen. There's no point in having a state if we cannot have a vibrant culture and if we can't have a growing people. So that's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Patrick. All right, our last single speaker, before we have another last panel, speaker of the day is Rafi Krikorian, formerly with Twitter as of last year. Rafi was Vice President of Platform Engineering, widely credited and recognized as leading the charge at Twitter in stabilizing and moving their technical platform into maturation. Rafi also gives back. He serves as a member of the board of directors of the Tumo Center, about which we heard earlier. And I know that he does a lot of mentoring work with young Armenians and especially kids in the Tumo Center. Here's Rafi Krikorian.
Hey, thank you for putting up with me as your last speaker. I'm fairly humbled to be here. I'm going to tell a few stories. That's the way I generally like to talk about these things. But first, so like they said, my background, I worked on this small app called Twitter. I joined, I wasn't one of the first people, I'll be very honest. I joined when the company was about 50 people. I was engineer number 30. But it was my team, I fully believe, it was my team that led the charge to get rid of the fail whale. So we spent 4 years trying to pull that off. So I remember vividly the World Cup of 2010, where everyone in engineering would be watching screens of the games and the graphs of the site and desperately praying no one would score. Because the instant someone would score, Twitter would go down. And then fast forward 4 years later, I had joined a company of 50 people, engineer 30. 4 years later, in the 2014 World Cup, I was running a team of 450 people worked for me. They worked for me all over the world in every single major engineering office at Twitter. And our job was to make sure that 2010 never happened again. And we went through 2014's World Cup with 0 problems. And I called my CEO and I retired. Like, it's basically what it came down to. I just sort of quit. I hadn't slept in those 4 years. So the question is more what I've been spending my time with now than anything else. So another story for a second. I'm a pretty bad Armenian. I'll also be very honest about that. My father is from Syria and from Beirut. My mother is Filipino from Manila. New York City is a fairly wondrous place. People from all over the world meet. They marry. I pop out. And why I'm saying that, like, I'm a fairly bad Armenian is for 2 points. One is compare me to my mother. My mother is Filipino. My father pulled his parents out of Beirut. They lived with them in New York City when I was born. My mama taught my mother to cook. My mother is fluent. My Filipino mother is fluent in Armenian right now. In fact, she was in Moscow with her mother, her Filipino mother, and they stumbled upon an Armenian festival in one of the squares, and my mother walks right up and orders food, and these women are looking at her like short Asian woman about this tall. What are you doing speaking Armenian to us? I don't speak Armenian as well as my mother does. That's one reason I'm pretty bad. In fact, another reason why it's pretty bad is Armenian is actually my first language, and I actively railed against it and pulled myself back to the point that I understand enough Armenian to make my way around town, to take a selfie with the president, and to do random things like that. But I'm nowhere near what my mother can even do. So this story is more just about like how I'm trying to refine a lot of that in a lot of ways. So as part of Twitter, I'm invited to give lots of talks, usually technology. This is one of the first non-technology talks I've been given. And I was invited to Startup Weekend in Yerevan. It was just randomly came by. My assistant says, do you want to go to Startup Weekend Yerevan? I was like, yeah, actually. She's like, really? Like, I looked on a map, like, where is this place? And then I sort of like, I'm half Armenian. Maybe I should. I've never been to Yerevan before. In fact, my only inclinations of what Armenia looked like is from Armenian school, which my aunt was my teacher, and she hated me as a student because I didn't pay attention. And like all these old Armenian books of just like the villages, and so I'm just like, sure, I'll go to Armenia and see what it's like. So 2 things. I show up in Yerevan. 1, it's nothing like I thought it would be. In fact, I call my father and swear at him for a while. And then 2, I walk into the Tumo Center. I saw Marilu here earlier. And for those of you who haven't been there, I've been lots of places around the world, thankfully, for Twitter, for most of it. It's an unbelievably unique place. I have not seen anywhere in the world that's like this place. I went back to the States, I did lots of research, and then I basically begged Marilu and Pegor to have me back. And they graciously had me back for a week. I taught 2 classes in this center. I was woefully unprepared, and these students kicked my ass because I wasn't prepared enough for them. And then I did a small session where I talked to a lot of students about what do they want to do? Like, what do they want to do with technology? What do they want to do with software? And they all basically said, like, we find this really interesting. We want to launch a game for our friends, our family, for the world. And it's that kind of sort of inspiration that really makes me realize that these kids are really hungry for more. They really want to do more and more and more, and they'll take whatever you can feed to them. So that's one side of the equation. The other side is we sort of just look at the world for a second. Last 10 years, the majority of technology was created in Silicon Valley. I really, to my core, believe in the next 10 years, the majority of technology will not be created in Silicon Valley. It'll be created in the rest of the world. And we just need to make it possible for where we want that technology to be created. And I think there are a few things that are sort of like going to our benefit. Like there are some great startups we saw today with great technology. Zangi is awesome. Like I would like to think I'm an expert on how the internet works these days, and what Zangi's pulling off is fairly amazing to me. There's Pixart, which is sort of one of the big success stories these days. They raise a whole bunch of money from a Silicon Valley VC because they literally run the world's largest photo editor on Android phones today out of Yerevan. So like there are sparks here, and what we really need to do is figure out how to throw gasoline on this fire. And so I'm not an expert in how to do social building. I'm not an expert in economic development. But so I'll look at it more like an engineer would. Like, you know, I went to this small trade school called MIT at some point. So I can sort of look at this as an engineer would. And we need to figure out what's at the core and what's at the root of all these problems And how can we really accelerate what we're doing? I'm not really concerned. It would be a fine outcome that Armenia and Yerevan and the diaspora, for our technology side, is on a fairly linear curve. But I think right now is the opportunity to figure out how to bend that curve and make it really, truly awesome. So I think what it comes down to is two things. One is we need to teach better. We need to actually bring a bunch of skills into Yerevan, Armenia, and the diaspora. And we need to make the Armenian world smaller as part of that. So let me focus on teaching for a second. What we did last year as an experiment is we launched something that we call the Android Bootcamp. So Android is the largest mobile platform in the world. The theory was that we can teach a whole bunch of people to write Android code. And if we could, then either A, they'll find jobs, or B, and hopefully B, they'll create something that we can then figure out how to bring into the world and make a product or whatever from it. Basically, create more hope in the ecosystem. It didn't work. Didn't work for many reasons. It's a great idea. I'm going to try it again. So here's what we're going to try this year. So this year, we're going to do one thing for definite and another thing I'm going to throw out as an idea. The first thing is we have really great engineering talent in Armenia and the diaspora. A lot of it's because we have a fairly amazing educational system, a little old school, but it teaches you math, science, engineering. We churn out great chess players. We churn out scientists in a lot of ways. But what's needed in order to make software, in order to make the things that like Alexis was talking about possible, is software engineering is an art, not a science. So we need to teach people in the way that we think of craftsmanship and how to create this art. So what I'm going to be doing in the next few months is we're actually going to bring a bunch of my Silicon Valley friends. We're going to spend a few days in Yerevan, and we're going to basically have master's classes on how to run engineering teams, how we do it in Silicon Valley, and how you guys should do it here. I gave this talk. I gave this talk last time I was in Yerevan about how I ran engineering at Twitter. And the way that you sort of run a amazing, world-changing startup, in my opinion, is you get really smart people and get out of their way and just let them run and make something amazing in the process. And that's sadly not the way that old school thinking has been taught. The way that old school management is taught is you tell everyone what to do. You have a list, you have a calendar, you have a spreadsheet, and you run them through this project. And that's just not going to work anymore. And I, to my core, believe we have the talent in Armenia and in the diaspora if we just sort of unleash it somehow. So that's number one. We're going to call it a CTO summit. And I've already gotten some of my friends from the VP of engineering at Stripe, the payment processing, to a former SVP at SoundCloud, to a few other people are tagging along with me. And we're going to spend a few days trying to teach this to any technology startup in Armenia that wants to show up at our door for a few days. So that's the first thing. The crazier thing that we want to try, and I'm more throwing this out because I think I need help, is we just need to teach more people what it's like to build software, build applications, build world-changing things. The problem most people get hung up on is what's the idea? What's the thing I'm going to go build? What am I going to spend my time on? So we spent a lot of time thinking about that. I spent a long time talking to people in Armenia and the diaspora about frustrations with the government of Armenia, frustrations with local municipalities, frustrations about the villages. So we're going to steal a page from a playbook of a friend of mine. A woman named Jen Palka. She's amazing. She created a program here in the States that's job is to unlock the government and allow people to participate in it. We're going to try something similar. I don't have a timeline of this. This is basically the first time I'm talking about this publicly. But we're going to try something we're going to call Code for Armenia. And what I want to do there is get groups of people together who, A, don't know how to build products, but B, desperately want to make the lives of their family, their friends, their communities better. Whether it be like, we need a way to figure out what time the bus is coming, whether it needs to be, we need a better way to do banking. Whatever the local problem is, let's go and solve it. And let's go and solve it in a way that A, we can actually launch it and make Armenia better, but also that we can teach these people how to actually build these products. So we're going to try to bring mentors into Armenia who will spend time with 7-person teams, people who are designers, product managers, engineers, and actually tackle these local problems. Who knows? One of these might be an amazing idea that might take off and turn out to be a world-changing idea. Worst case, these are great things, great skills they'll have picked up so they can then do their own projects from there. So those are 2 ideas that we're going to try in the next few months to really try to change what the technology landscape looks in Armenia. So you might ask, like, why Armenia? My answer actually would be like, why not? Like, this seems to be the exact right time to go do it. Like, educationally, we have all the things we need in order to be successful. We have all the connectivity. Who cares that we're a landlocked nation? It doesn't seem to matter anymore in the digital age. So I think the other thing that we need to do, so I talked about education, and the other one is we need to make the Armenian community smaller. And what I mean by that is I want to take a play from the Twitter playbook. So a lot of the things that we did at Twitter was to think about how do we flatten the landscape? How do we make it possible for anyone to talk to anybody else? How do we make it possible for me to reach out to a president and ask for a picture? How do you make that occur across the worldwide stage? So Hive is a really great example. I've been sort of spending a little time with them of creating an ecosystem of the technologists in the diaspora and connecting them together. So for them, they can figure out who they need to reach out to ask for help. For them, they can figure out who they can lean on when times get hard. But also, and more importantly, it's a group of like-minded people that you can talk with, develop your ideas. One thing that I've been noticing is that we tend to be very siloed in our different ways. We have our own projects, our own ambitions, and we don't spend a lot of time talking. And one of the things that I think, especially in the technology world, that we need to get over is that we just need to cooperate better. We need to figure out how to bounce ideas back and forth. So the Israelis do this all the time. The Israelis have their own incubators. They have their own startup mechanisms. And what they do is they champion each other. It's not necessarily like you will see them not only talk about their own projects, but then talk about all the other projects that's happening inside the country. And I want us to do the same thing. I want us all to be individual ambassadors for what's going on within the country. So for that, we already have, again, things like Hive, specifically focused on technology, and we need others in other verticals. Right now, actually a lot of the country is on Facebook already. We can just use that. I have no problems. I no longer work at Twitter. But we need to figure out other mechanisms that we can sort of connect with each other and really bring ourselves all collectively forward. These things are generally my journey in a way of becoming Armenian again in some way. Like I see when I went to Yerevan, I'm going again in a few months, I see in the kids basically the same thing my father would sort of beat into me every single day, which is like hard work, hard work, hard work. And people are wanting it, they just need the opportunities and someone to show them how to pull it off. By no means am I claiming I'm the person who can show them off, but I want to find that person for every single one. Find the individual mentors, figure out how to get this to scale, especially when the numbers are in our favor, right? Only 20 to 30% of us actually live in country, the rest of us are everywhere in the world. We just need to figure out a way to connect ourselves together. So the last thing I want to leave you with, I'm running fast, I'm talking fast. One of the last thing I want to leave you with is that question I asked before when someone asks me, why are we spending all this time in Armenia? Why are we doing it? And I think really the challenge that we should all be asking is like, why not Armenia? Like why not our people? Why not the things we're building? Why can't we just do it ourselves? So.
Entrepreneurship Council. Makes all this possible. So cool. Are you ready? I am, because you're gonna kill it. Oh, you guys too. You guys are gonna be great. You guys are awesome. Let me say 2 words and invite you guys back, huh? Remember, I'm the one this morning who said we're doing this on real time and we're not going to run over time. So, we're going to do this and do it fast. Thank you all for staying here, although I don't know why I'm thanking you. Where would you go, right? I will like to invite back our 3 very special guests and have just kind of a family chat around the table. Rafi Krikorian comes back, Lara Setrakian, and Alexis Ohanyan, please. For all the... Did I lose my mic? That's it? I want you to know, as I mentioned this morning really briefly, that when we started developing this idea, it was obvious to me that the only way to do this was to talk to the people who are known for innovating. Doesn't matter what, doesn't matter what sector, but they're innovating. And these 3 individuals were the first and only people I wrote to, and I write, as my daughter now says, cryptically. You know, Salpy notes, really fast, trying to express what I'm thinking. And they each got this, I don't know, 3-liner, 6-liner, I don't remember. And it took them each, I don't know, half a day to come back with a yes. A resounding yes. Yes. And so my question to you all is why? It's not like you don't have a few other things to do. It's not like you live down the street and around the corner. Why? Lara, why? You're the one who came farthest, Hong Kong.
Well, I speak Salpy, so I could tell where you were taking this.
Where was that?
I said yes for 2 reasons. 1, I love you to bits. And 2, it's the easiest way to see so many aunties in one room. You made my life easier, so I could, you know.
Okay. All right. Rafi, top that one.
For me, it was also trivial. I think it was, I've never seen the word innovate in Armenia put in the same sentence, so that was obvious. And then 2, I think just like any one of us is like, if you ask us for help, of course we're going to help. So I think it was just an obvious thing to go and do.
Yeah, I mean, you took me in when I was living in Armenia, and really made me feel so connected with that entire community in Yerevan. And I don't speak Armenian. I learned like 10 phrases that were very helpful in restaurants and bars, but that was the extent of it.
And then there was that grin, and it didn't matter after that.
And so I felt, it was an absolute no-brainer. On top of the fact that New York right now is a frozen hellscape, so coming to LA was very desirable. Yeah.
You've put in a whole long day, and I'd like to ask you, as I would like to ask all of you as you walk out, what's the takeaway? What's the takeaway from this?
We're gonna be fine. Don't worry, everybody. Look, that's it.
Look, it's interesting that this is this year, right? I mean, we could have done, as we will do, several centennial-related events, but this isn't that one. On the other hand, this is this year. Mm-hmm. And so is that one of the takeaways, that we are going to be fine?
Absolutely. I think it's a trap for all of us to find ourselves just thinking about the centennial year as a way of memorial. Like, I think we should figure out a way to turn it into the year of celebration, if anything else.
Celebrating
absolutely.
what, Rafi? Say
Celebrating
it.
life.
Say it. Celebrating what?
It's
because we need to say it.
It's celebrating life is what it really comes down to.
Yeah. Celebrating that we are still here, and every one of us who succeeds is one more example of how we've endured and how they failed. I'm very excited to be going back in April in Yerevan, and I really want. I still feel so. I think like everyone here, so much pride and so much hope. And I'll tell you, we've got a long and rich history, right? Thousands. I mean, we invented everything, including water. and all of that has been done also in a world or with a system that I'll tell you probably didn't even take the fullest advantage of half of us, and I mean women. And I'm particularly excited because I know that going forward, especially with, two amazing women here on stage here, we're not only
a whole lot over there.
We're not just going to get a bunch of amazing stuff coming out of Armenians, but we're also going to start to really champion and highlight the women who have always been contributing, but are going to be able to do even better.
Can I say something?
Please.
Alexis has been a hero to so many people beyond our community because of the way his conscience guides the things he does. And what he stood up for in net neutrality, although I don't totally understand it yet. You have to explain to me. But the way you've championed that issues outside of our community, it's very key. And when we break that barrier and start doing as much as we can for the world at large, we will know that we have no trace of victim left.
And really, to be honest and fair, the fact that each of you and your success and your name has been made outside of the community is what gives you the legitimacy that you have to say some of the risky things you've all said today. There are other people in this room and outside this room who might have tried to say some of those things and been accused of all sorts of less than patriotic.
Can I say something? Because it comes up every time I come to Los Angeles. If your daughter gets into Stanford, she should go. Okay? Period. And if you have another opinion, let's talk. But don't impose that choice on her. I hear these stories every time I come to LA. Let's rethink this. I'm not saying we should make the decision for you or your family, but rethink it for a second before we snap the door shut.
So the subtext to what you're saying is that we need to quit being, well, you said we need to quit being victim. That's no subtext. But we also need to quit being just of our world. Because if we were, then you wouldn't be the mayor of the internet. Has no one said that yet today? Alex Sardar, where is he? He didn't say this guy's the mayor of the internet? You wouldn't be VP of the Twitterverse, and you would not take every difficult topic on the planet and try to explain it to the rest of the world. I mean, when I try to introduce Lara, what I say is she's taken the very difficult topics, the topic that a journalist, the best of journalists, waking up from whatever they were doing yesterday and coming in today, couldn't try to cover brilliantly if they wanted to. Syria? How long is it going to take to explain that to them? Ebola? The Arctic? So each of you have found your legitimacy by, and in many ways, and I apologize if this is blasphemous, in many ways the respect that is derived in this hall is because of your credibility and legitimacy in the outside world. Now, what you're saying, Lara, is that that should be okay for everybody.
It should be okay not just for women, but it should be okay it should be more than okay when we see a young engineer, a young computer science grad who's 24 and is not a doctor, lawyer, or engineer, but it's not a doctor or lawyer or banker, and we seem to devalue them when they're 25, but we love them when they're 34 and they've hit the big time. Like, recognize that there are certain patterns. Breaking the patterns we don't need anymore. That's all I'm saying. If you legitimately think you can only respect a doctor, lawyer, or banker, that's your choice. But just think about it for a second and wonder if it makes sense. Like these autopilot Armenian elements, every culture has them, but you move forward by rethinking them.
Rafi, you said something in your talk about lighting a fire. Or what did you say?
Throwing gasoline on the fire.
Throwing gasoline on the fire. So throwing gasoline on the fire means?
Finding basically the jujitsu points so you can flip the system.
Say that again in English.
So throwing gasoline on the fire means for me is you could spend all your time trying to do everything and get nothing done. So we need to figure out the one or two things to throw all the arrows behind, and that's really going to change the system.
Mm-hmm. When we say we, do we mean that we need to all get together and elect an executive body and start taking minutes and making decisions. What does we mean? Does that mean that the focus of individuals well placed in whatever field, robotics, sorry.
I think those well-placed people have a unfair advantage because they're already in a well-placed position. But it's anybody. I mean, you would say, like, don't wait for permission. Like, it's literally anybody. Just got to go and do it. It's a matter of talking to a bunch of people. It's a matter of figuring out, understanding how this all goes together, and being like, there's the chink in the armor right there. I'm going to put press on that.
Is it fair to say that both time and tech have not just changed, but mandated a change in the way in which we do things? In other words, I say this maybe too much, and that is that our communities are run really by Ottoman institutions that we try to revive and modify every time we move from a continent to the next continent. And Keshareg, good or bad, whatever, at huge cost, they have, to a great extent, held pieces together. However, tech now makes it possible for one person, two, okay, you keep remembering your co-founder.
Yeah,
two,
he's not Armenian, but
it's okay, we like him. But for two people to become an information center in a way that it used to be that we used to have to gather up and, the minutes and the zhov that I was referring to, right?
Yeah.
Is it tech that's changed it, or is it the 21st century that's changed this?
It is all of those things. I mean, none of this stuff happens in a vacuum. And we happen to be at a really amazing, I guess almost every time is an amazing time to be alive. But like so many of the things that make us human, right? We're like copy machines, right? A long time ago, because Armenians invented water. No, let's say wine. Some Armenian was like, hey, look, I made wine. And his neighbor or her neighbor was probably like, good idea, and copied that idea. And then before long, a bunch of people are making wine. I don't actually know if Armenians invented wine, but let's just roll with it.
Hello, of course we invented
sorry,
wine.
we did. The fact is we are copy machines for ideas. And what the internet does well when it is open and accessible and flat is that it allows any one of us to not only get those ideas, but also share them, no matter who we are. And yes, some of those ideas are lame and bad. But the vast majority of them, I really do believe, if we work towards building better tools and better access, the better stuff will win. And it's a matter of deciding, we see this just in tech, like it's a matter of deciding, do you want to be a part of the way the world is today or not? Because you can avoid it, but you're not going to have a good time. And as a culture and as a people, I think that is just the reality of the world we're living in. So let's be adaptive. That doesn't mean losing sight of the things that make us who we are and our values and our history, which is so rich. It's just a matter of adapting. And in this marketplace of ideas, like I want the best ideas to win. And a lot of those ideas are Armenian. But a lot of them aren't.
Or every now and then an Armenian does have a good idea.
Yeah. But a lot of those ideas aren't. So let's just be greedy about just wanting the best ones.
I don't know if this is a generational thing again or the world moves on thing. But for a long time, what we have as a community encouraged in individuals, we have not encouraged in the collective. It's okay for an individual to try to bust out and try to do something, so long as it's not in art and music and film, Don't do that. But, so long as you're actually being, what did you say, the banker, the doctor, the...
Doctor, lawyer, banker?
Yeah, please, go right ahead and get as successful as you want. But when a collective tries to break out, that's somehow not okay. So, A, do we change that system, or B, we say, you know what, it's the 21st century, it doesn't matter.
I agree, but I see it differently. In both cases, it's a question of what constraints do we put on each other and on ourselves. Why should we ever impose our own limitations on someone? Why should we judge them?
Because I'm right.
We are not. We are only the experts of our own lives. So this habit of judging someone else's choices is a terrible one. And we do it on the individual and we do it on the group. So we do it by imposing, be as crazy as you'd like in banking, is a limitation. Expecting women to be married by a certain age is a limitation. Expecting married women to behave a certain way is a limitation. All of these things are applications of the same formula. So especially when I hear Rafi and Alexis, it occurs to me that technology is the culture of our times. These concepts are now fluid. This idea of individual agency and innovation and 101% improvements and things like that, even how you manage and see the world, we're all technologists now. And we all act that way. And so they're no different. Their space is fluid. But I really do think what you're saying is important. And in technology, when you start a venture, people look for what's your domain expertise. So sometimes there's something like media, like, oh, you're a domain expert in media. We are domain experts in our own lives, and we are responsible for what we do within our own domain. So Rafi's we is all of us within our own domain. How do you carry out our best values in your own domain? Are you a scientist? Are you a journalist? Are you a mother? Are you an individual? What are your values and what are our values? And then you are all responsible for whatever you think the Armenian community is or should be. And don't go blaming the committees and don't go blaming the way it's been carved up in the past. We have so many internal subdivisions. It's not just political. I don't want to hear it ever again from anyone in this room that so-and-so is fill in the blank Ahai. Who gives a notion of that anymore? Who cares? Barska High, Bolsa High, Lipana High, these things are irrelevant. Get over it, people. So it's our responsibility to change the way we think.
Rafi?
I mean,
you're nodding.
Well, I mean, absolutely. I mean, I'll just be very ruthless about it for a second. Just play a numbers game. If we start like subdividing ourselves so much, there aren't that many of us to subdivide. So like, we just need to figure out a way. We just need to figure out a way to not just do that, but then figure out how to build each other up in the process.
In order for this not to sound like we're doing this because we're psychoanalyzing and, it used to be staring at our... It's okay. That's fine. But I want to say the obvious, and that is that we're living at a time when geopolitically the situation of Armenia and the future of that state are precarious. We are living in a diaspora in the West at a time when Western societies are both economically and socially at a crucial turning point. We are living in an age the world over where migration is huge and Armenians are #1 migrants. Heaven forbid we stay in one place 2 generations. So given all of those realities, that's when the numbers game really matters. And that's where the networks really matter.
There's more. But wait, there's more.
I was afraid.
So my family has not spent, for 100 years, no one has ended life where they started it. But we just celebrated my grandfather and my great uncles, the 50th anniversary of the Nazarian school in Lebanon. It was the most beautiful occasion I could imagine. So for people who don't stay still, to have built something that endures, what we build can endure even if we are, and all have always been, mobile, adaptive, networked. We have to look for the things and how we build them to last.
And you said that's a positive. You said in your talk today that between tech and the small world, this is ours.
Well, I think of permanence, I think like a lot of other people in tech, which is, I know this might seem kind of weird, but the advantage of a world where we can create lasting things of value that are ones and zeros is that they are everywhere. Someone has a connection. I mean, we even open sourced Reddit in part because we just felt like the only thing that wasn't open source about Reddit was Reddit itself. So even if we even if today we're the top 10 site, we're catching up in the US.
I don't work there anymore.
All right. Well, yes, in that
Then
case.
you're definitely catching up.
But even if we screw it all up tomorrow and it fails miserably, the things we learned, all of that stuff is still available in code. It's still that information, that progress was not lost. And we're standing on the shoulders of giants. We all are as people. But in software, it's really hard to ignore that fact. And so I think we can be creating things, whether it is offline or online, that are going to stand the test of time. But more interestingly than ever, we can build things digitally that can be reached by anyone, anywhere, at any time, who happens to have a connection.
Okay, we have talked about what we can do only if we'd let ourselves do it. Now, I'd like turn the tables and go in a completely other direction. In the early 1980s, before there was a hint of a republic, the Zorian Institute held a conference and then published the proceedings of that conference, which was called What is to be Asked, right, Kurken? Right. What is to be asked? And this was when, there wasn't hope of a independent republic. And this was about 12, 15 of the brightest minds around asking the questions that needed to be asked, because it was already near the end of the 20th century. Times were already changing. The Soviet Union was clearly going to change, although it wasn't clear how. We're now 30-something years later, and what I would like to ask you and all of you is that we use this opportunity, especially the opportunity of being in an academic institution where anything is possible, to ask the questions we should be asking now. Given what you've all said, and that, by the applause we seem to agree with, and that is that, yeah, we can. It is possible. Okay, so what are the questions that we should now be asking today? Community, individuals, connections, networks, links, country, democracy, economy, social standards, neighborhood, expectations, language, identity, you name it. What are the questions? Let's just play this game. What are the questions? And since it's being recorded, we can play with it later and figure out ways to turn this into a community of sorts and keep this going. What are the questions? What are the questions that we ought to be asking, that you ask in the middle of the night and say, why do, or what if, or how about? Questions. We're playing a game.
Oh, wow. What would happen if everyone were able to reach their maximum potential of awesome? So I know it's kind of a silly way to talk about it, but really, what would happen if we all found a way to do the things that we might have the natural talents for, just purely the desire and the passion for, and could do them at the highest level possible, whatever that is, without judgment?
Number 2.
They took mine. I'm just kidding. I'm so
inspired by
happy.
you.
I'm amazed, honestly. What is the best we can be? Similarly. And what is the best we can be, individually and collectively?
We're going to do a couple of rounds of this, just so you continue to think. I'm serious, because I want to push it so that the questions, we try to focus and broaden at the same time. Sorry, Laura.
No, that's it. I mean, what is your highest vision for yourself? And Salpi, you gifted us, your generation gifted us the opportunity to create what's next. You and Gurkan and Cecile and everyone who carried us to this moment. Maybe we didn't all agree with everything that happened along the way, or some of us did things we don't agree with, but you got us here. All of you who've done it, carried the weight for a long time and have some of the scars because it wasn't easy. So we come at this in a fresh way that we can say, let's aim high. Let's not let the
What does that mean? What are we aiming high through, by, as? What does that mean? What is high?
High is the Armenia Tree Project. High is the things we never thought of that one person cared about and put into play. High is, high, No, high is the excellence. High is excellence in the thing that we feel we can do. You change the world when you know you can and you feel you must. And you find those points where they intersect and you do something excellent. That's something that would be excellent anywhere on the planet. But you do it within your own community and you do it outside your community. And you bring your A game and you show up and you listen and you have an open mind.
Don't get in her way. Rafi, questions?
There's a fundamental question of what does it mean to be a people right now, right? I mentioned in my talk, the numbers are weird in our case, right? The majority of us aren't in the place that we all consider to be our country, or in some way our country. What does it mean to be a people in that world? What does it mean to be a people where our connective tissue are the things that we're building, as opposed to being physically in the borders of that place?
I'd like to ask a question. My question is, and I started this morning with you, a community. You know, in the days today, community center does not mean the ping pong table and the balut game anymore. So you don't need that sort of community. A community is not necessarily where you get the best pilaf and kebab anymore. What is today's definition of community? You don't have to go to the Agump to watch a film because you can watch it at home. It's on YouTube somewhere. So what is community for us now? That's my question. Alexis, round two.
Okay. I was listening, so I should have been thinking of other things.
I would love to do this all day.
How about what it means to be Armenian? Because I don't know. I hope that was rhetorical, so we can figure that out. Because I know everywhere I go, I have a last name that either people immediately recognize or are just confused by. I get free drinks at St. Paddy's Day because everyone's like, another Irishman, Ohanian. Come on, have a Guinness. It works out. I love Guinness, so it works out really nicely. I don't want to disabuse anyone of that notion. But no, I tell people I'm Armenian. I'm obviously very proud of it. But like I said, I wish I knew more of the language. I wish I had a closer connection to so much of the culture and faith and things that I think historically defined us as Armenian, but yet still who I am, I feel incredibly Armenian, but I probably don't check off a lot of the boxes. And I certainly don't want you all to think of me as less Armenian as a result.
Mm-hmm.
And so like how... I mean, so although it was great, everyone's, because I'm pretty tall, and greeted with a lot of skepticism around Yerevan when I told people I was Armenian. Yeah. But I was like, look, there's some German genes in there, gave me the height. But like, I feel incredibly Armenian. I'm incredibly proud to be Armenian.
And yet, what does that mean?
And what does it mean?
Right.
And I know we take credit for a bunch of people. But like this thing of identity, right? It's clearly a very strong thing, but I don't know what the boxes are now. I don't know what the things are to check off.
Lara?
I think our community center, online or off, needs to be the place where we support each other. And if we don't care to support each other, then we have no business calling ourselves a community. Whether you're in or out is a personal choice.
That wasn't a question, but I like it.
Oh, I thought you were asking. I thought I had to answer your question.
No, I mean, you're welcome to.
You're asking what the community center looks like. And I think the community center is where people go to support each other, whether that's an activity or enrichment or a lecture or conversation or mentorship or
And that can be virtual, and that doesn't take away from the power?
No.
Absolutely not.
It can be virtual.
All the better. I can understand what it's like to be Armenian. Well, I've been to Isfahan, so I can understand, luckily. But not all of us get that opportunity. I think Scout's book is incredible because you get to see the beauty of other places. We're doing great. We're fascinating. Do you know how fascinating we are? We're
and humble.
No, but we are not. I'm not saying we're better. We can be grounded in the things that are great about us without thinking we're better or worse than anybody else. You know, there's a lot of friends. I personally meditate a lot. I love the stuff. And, you know, a lot of Armenian friends are getting into it. And I do love it. And I love everyone. I love the religious philosophies of the world. But we've got some good stuff. We've got good poetry. We've got depth. We've got nature. Go retreat in the mountains. Our mountains. Go enjoy it. Feel how deep we are.
Rafi, question or answer, and then we're switching direction. We're switching direction one last time.
Well, I'm going to play off the identity one for a second because, like I was mentioning, I'm in a process of relearning my Armenian in some way. I'm half Armenian. I married a British woman. My son's a quarter Armenian. At what point, like, what does Armenian still mean? And that's like the fundamental question. I think my son, Kai Rocket Brunskill Gregorian, is Armenian, but do we all think that, or does it matter what we all think? Is a very valid question. That sort of gets back to also my, like, what does it mean to be a people anymore?
Okay. Now, last change of direction. Both Alexis and Rafi, and you can tell me if I'm wrong, but kind of relearned to be Armenian, at least partly because of the Republic of Armenia.
Yeah.
True.
Lara, you know, we know about Lara. That's a whole other story. Lara comes from...
Born and bred.
Yeah. But for the two of you, that was important. That was an important turning point, an important input point. Now,
in all of these discussions about Innovate Armenia, us, here, support, community, where does the Republic of Armenia fit? Because I'll tell you, I've been gone 15 years, it doesn't seem to fit anywhere. And that scares me, because whether we like it or not, my last name isn't changing anytime soon. It's still going to be that weird last name, and people are still going to ask me, what are you? And I'm going to say I'm Armenian, and they're going to go, oh, like those people over there. I don't want that. I don't want it for my kids. I don't want it for me. So I'm worried about this disconnect. And I'm hoping that between tech and innovation, that there are solutions that we can avail ourselves of, because this ain't good.
Yeah, it was very formative for me. I mean, I left Reddit to go live in Armenia, and it was important. I wonder what will happen. I do think this world of connectivity does give us a chance to be a lot more empathetic and understand parts of the world, sometimes when we have to seek it out, because we can actually see how people feel about stuff. We're getting the unfiltered view of how people are actually feeling and living and doing across social media platforms, across all kinds of efforts. But there is no substitute for being there. And I know, I mean, I've been lucky enough to travel I got the bug from my dad pretty early, but getting people to experience it and be there, especially if they can be there in some kind of capacity where they are helping. Yes. And the Code for Armenia initiative is amazing, because that is going to create, I mean, look, you'll have a good time regardless, but create some kind of a more meaningful connection. And I do really think, like, I know that I don't know what's best for Armenia, the Republic. I don't. I barely know what's best for, like, my neighborhood in Brooklyn that I live in. Like, so I don't pretend to know that. But I do have some things that I think have worked, and we all have some, I think, ideas for ways that we could make improvements. And I think if we can go into it with a certain amount, and it's hard because we're Armenian, a certain amount of humility, too. It's this understanding that, yes, we are all tied, but their world is one that is different, like everyone else's. Their experiences and everything, and yeah, oh man, I can't wait to be back in April, especially because you can't find good Lamajun in New York. I don't know.
We're gonna have to take care of that here in LA too. Rafi?
I mean, I think we need to change what our notion of a map is in the grand scheme of things. I think, like, you're concerned that, like, this border and some physical space is sort of losing its connection to the rest of the world. I'm more concerned that, like, we as a people aren't connected to each other enough. So I think we just got to change what we mean by a map. And then we need to figure out how to then get ourselves back on it, or whatever that map ends up being, whether it be like really great success stories, or whether it be really great people that we can point to, role models we can point to, whatever it is. I think it's a notion of, like, what's the map anymore?
And it is, to your point, and I know it's hard because the boundaries of a map mean a lot to us, given our history. And if it's any hope, I mean, the internet and these platforms and I think signs of the future, if they're any indication, it's that the ideas, the people, all of those things are so much more fluid and so much more connected than ever before. And the relevance we have should not be limited to boundaries on a map, especially in a world where ideas don't need to go through checkpoints. Ideas, well, in most parts of the world, ideas don't need to have those barriers, and they aren't inhibited by things like geography anymore.
But, like, take any of the things that we talk about today. Like, it is awesome we're seeing them in Armenia, but we could see them anywhere in a lot of ways. So maybe that's the kind of things we need to figure out. It's like, yes, we need to take care of ourselves, but maybe we should be exporting those things to the rest of the world.
Yeah. And I just even the discussion about Tumo, I love the idea of Tumo starting in Armenia and then one day coming to LA. Like, that is how a flow of ideas works in the digital world, right? If you've got an amazing idea and it starts out in Yerevan, like, we should be copying it here one day, or it should be coming here one day.
And in many ways, we're both. We are both the place on the map with borders. We don't like them too much, but we do have them. And we are the people without those lines.
I would just like to remind us that we are the ones who wrote the poem that starts or ends with Ashkhara Dunase. So
The world is my home.
We are big. We think we live big.
We do. We always have. And both of those are pluses.
And I would like to believe if we knew about the galaxy back then, it would be the galaxy or the universe is our home.
Can't end on a better note than that. You've all been absolutely great. If I could clap, I would. You've all been absolutely great. Thank you very much for the whole day. Thank you very much for our guests for giving us the attraction that you were the attraction that brought this many thinking people in to think with us about where to go next. We're grateful to you. We're grateful to you. If you're not on our mailing list, you're going to miss something. So please make sure you're on our mailing list. And stay tuned. I want to thank every volunteer. We've had students not just from here, but also from GCC. Great volunteers. I want to thank the Institute Leadership Council, which has made so much of this possible. And I want to thank the university for running along us, in front of us, behind us really quickly and letting us do what we've done. Thank you all. Stay tuned. Come back. This program today, all of it, inside and outside, was filmed and live streamed. It is still going to live on the internet on civilnet.am/Innovate Armenia. All of it is there, so whatever you missed, it's there forever. Thank you.
I'm